This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is Elimination Day here in Cyprus. 12 teams still part of this European Cricket Series, and over the next 3 days we'll systematically be eliminating one by one. In fact, we have 10 elimination matches in a row, the 4 eliminators today, then quarterfinals tomorrow, and then finals on Friday. So we're starting with eliminator number 1, and it's going to be Limassol Calendars versus Limassol Zeli. I do have some toss news a little bit earlier. The Calendars won the toss and elected to bowl in this one. So Zeli, who we did see last night with some pretty dramatic cricket, they will have the bat first. And how about Salman Khan? He was in incredible form, scoring his 2nd century of this series. 108 to go with his 138 earlier on. Vinny out to him, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Apologies, slight technical delay, just pushing this start time back 10 minutes, but it does allow me to bring in my colleague, and a warm welcome back to Nish Butt. Welcome, Nish, and how's your day off?
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was a nice, relaxing day, but great to be back here. Had a look at some of the action yesterday. Great to see Salman Khan score another century. What a classy player, and we're going to get to see him in this opening match.
Yeah, really looking forward to that. Just the way he scored his runs. He looked very, very dominant last night, didn't he? But, yeah, I suppose when it comes down to knockout cricket, anything can happen. Now, there were a few, one or two scheduling adjustments. You might have noticed those. If you have any other questions there, you can always go to our website, europeancricket.com. But one thing's for sure, each of these matches you see today and tomorrow and the start of Friday will be knockout matches. So, yeah, only the top 2 teams will survive then to the final on Friday afternoon. Still plenty of cricket to come as well, don't forget, with the ECIs on the weekend and also the T20s, both men's and women's ECIs and T20 International. So much cricket to still look forward to.
Yeah, certainly will be. Really looking forward to Estonia touring Cyprus. Should be a good challenge for both teams. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming elimination match. Limassol Calendars went 4-3. During the group stages, we'll be battling it out against the Zeli, who, keep in mind, we're 0-3 to start out their European Cricket Series. They pick up 4 wins on the bounce, and they're carrying some great momentum into the knockout stages. Can they make a run when it matters the most? We'll wait and find out. Mohammad Qasim, as you can see, the top points getter for the Limassol Calendar. He's been in terrific form throughout this European Cricket Series, the key batter for his side. But for the Zeli, it's all about Salman Khan, a couple of hundreds to his name. He's been terrific throughout this series, and you really feel he holds the key for this Zeli side. And we're going to see him batting right away to start off this morning.
Yeah, looking forward to that. I mean, Calendars and Limassol Zeli both having a 4-3 record through their group stage. You imagine this would be a pretty close game. A nice early start. And, well, I said it'll be a pretty close game. Have a look at that. The computer says it's a 50-50 contest. So, well, you always love to see that, don't you? It's going to be a really nice day once again, I think, as far as the weather goes. It hasn't been too hot lately. It's 33 expected. Currently about 27 to get this game going. 10 overs a side contest. And I certainly think that the players that must be a little bit nervous, obviously, this stage of the tournament as well. When you play your 7 group matches and obviously make it this far, you want to go all the way. Each of these teams, they need to win, that you see today, they'd have to win an eliminator, a quarterfinal, a semi-final, and then the final. So each of these teams you see today are 4 matches away from lifting the trophy. And obviously, as far as the trophy at the moment, the Sri Lankan Lions hold it. And they seem somewhat invincible. They did end up losing a game during the group stage. They brought their ECS unbeaten run to an end at 15. But, yeah, well, we'll see if there's a few surprises. Normally, when it gets to the knockout stage, there are a few surprises that pop up from time to time.
Yeah, certainly. Could be a few upsets over here. And I think this Calendars team, we know they're capable of making a run when they get into the knockout stages. Here we go. First ball. Starts off with a wide down the leg side. Huzaifa on strike, Salman Khan at the other end. These two, of course, have been in a terrific form for the Limassol Zeli. Salman Khan in particular. He's been an incredible story. Another wide down the leg side, so Patel just struggling to find his radar to start off this morning.
I was going to say for Zalmi, Sadiq Khan was a key player for them. Unfortunately, it was a late withdrawal, and Zia Uraman's come in for him. But, yeah, new ball has been swinging around here in Cyprus. Got to control it.
It's some lovely movement back inside, and the batter hits the full toss out towards long on. He gets off the mark with a single, and we're underway.
Yeah, first run off the bat of the day. I want to say quick good morning to everyone. Just because some of these technical delays, I haven't had a chance to get inside the chat yet and say good morning, but hopefully everyone is well and looking forward to, I suppose it's a little bit of a shorter day, isn't it? Now we're into the knockouts, just 4 matches instead of the regular 5 today.
So struck out towards cover by Salman Khan. The man has been in red-hot form throughout this ECS. He gets off the mark with a single.
Did have a little bit of luck, though, I've got to say, in his century yesterday. Got dropped twice on 82. Bit of a regulation one for the keeper. And he hit one out to the boundary, got dropped over the rope. But still, you make your own luck, as they say.
Out towards long on. It's another single, so good bowling here by Patel. He's overcome some of the issues he had earlier this over.
Yeah, I think what we saw yesterday and really throughout the group stages, if the bowlers can get it right, it kind of filters down, you get good outcomes across the board.
They're always doing a bit too much. They're coming back quite a bit back into the batter.
So he's getting it to hoop around. This one seemed to swing in viciously towards Salman.
Yeah, gets a lot of in-swing there, Patel. Oh, it's one up in the air. This one's going to be deposited for 6. Now that's the Salman Khan we're used to seeing. What a shot.
Yeah, great shot. Kind of does swing it from the hand a little bit, so someone's able to make the necessary adjustments and puts it up and out of the ground. 6 runs. First maximo of elimination day.
Right below there by Salman Khan. How's Prashant Patel going to respond? He's got 1 ball to come in this over.
And they won't find that ball, so we'll see if this replacement ball swings much the same way.
This one's pushed out towards square leg. Is the fielder going to get to it? No, he won't. 4 runs. Limassol Zeli off to a great start.
Yeah, and if you haven't seen any of this cricket yet, let me just tell you, we have, I think, the fastest outfield in world cricket. I can't imagine anything a lot faster. You could go to the salt plains somewhere. It would be no quicker than this. Anyway, we've got over 14,000 runs yesterday. Today, I think we'll get to 500 wickets in the series. And I also think today we'll reach 1,000 maximos. Average score is 132 per 10 overs. And the wicket rate slightly less than usual. Maybe 5.5 is average, 5.5 wickets per 10 over period. And we're 4.6. So it just shows it's been quite a batting heavy tournament. And yeah, part of it also is the outfield. So the fact there's so many more 4s and 6s. I think normally they're about even, but I just think here you do get a lot more on the ground that are beating the fielders. And yeah, the amount of 6s is normally fairly constant because the field size on ECN is always the same or very similar. Here it's slightly smaller and the straight boundaries just because of the shape of the playing area. Second over now, and it's going to be Amir Hussain to bowl it.
Plays a great shot there across the line, Khan. And we'll see Singh look to stick his foot out to try to stop that from going for a 4. He won't be able to. And it's another boundary for Huzaifa.
Yeah, and so yeah, here's the thing. This is why the 4 rate is through the roof right here. This is the kind of ball, I mean, normally the fielder might be able to make a play on this. And even balls that are hit at fielders, they're still not necessarily easy stops. They can Tortuga, there's a lot of balls hit fielders and bounce off before. 150 predicted at the moment for Zalmi.
Oh, great comeback there by Hussain. And the fielder's done well. That's Prashant Patel to stop that leading edge from going away for a boundary.
Yeah, does pretty well, at least to prevent the boundary, but that was a false shot. Well knocked down there by Prashant. Always fun. I think it's funny to see how teams come back. Obviously, I haven't really been in the tournament for about a week or so. With with 28 matches in Group A, 28 in Group B, and now here we are at the elimination stages. But you have one, it's that whole kind of resting versus kind of being in the rhythm of playing. And I think there's pros and cons to both, and kind of evens out, I think, in the end, if you look at the numbers over the years.
Yeah, rest versus rust, certainly a very interesting debate. I think if you're like the Calunders, this one looks rather close. Salman Khan is the umpires.
That one, does it get a little bit of the line? Remember, it only needs to take a fraction of the line now to be a fair delivery. So that's just the way it's umpired, or it should be umpired under the new regulations. But that line won't move, even if the batter does.
Down the leg side for a wide. I think when you are off for about a week, that can be a disadvantage. A few players might just lose their rhythm a little bit. You know, your fielding might not be at its best, and especially when your first game back is a high stakes elimination match, that certainly won't make things easy.
Hussain hasn't really been hurt in the over.
He's going for the Yorker again. This time he misses a little bit. It's just a touch too short. Turns into an over-pitch delivery, and it's struck away for 4.
Yeah, just kind of power play batting, isn't it? Doesn't really try to hit this hard. Chips it more than anything. A little bit inside out on that. And there's no one back there on the boundary. So 4 more to the total.
Yeah, very well dug out by Salman Khan. Another point, though, I would like to raise, of course, when we're having a look at the amount of wickets per over here in Cyprus, it's well below the typical ECS average. I think the catching in general has a role to play in that as well. A lot of catches have been put down throughout this ECS, more than we usually see on the network. And this is going to be struck firmly away. The fielder at mid-off had a chance. He leapt up to try to get to that, but he couldn't even slow it down in the end.
Yeah, actually did well to get a finger on it. Almost took his finger with it, didn't it? Because it was hit pretty hard. But again, that's a ball that probably isn't for once we get out of the power play. Well, it might be. But at least the fielder has a bit more time to see it. End of the second over. And the score is 29 without loss.
29 for no loss here. Limassol Zeli and Amr Hussain goes for 14 runs in that over. He's led the way so far in the wickets column for his side. Going to be interesting here. Do they go back to Prashant Patel for a second over? I guess not. Yeah, we're going to see a bowling change. Looks like it's going to be a Lakvir Singh. So hasn't bowled much throughout this ECS, but he's put in here in a pressure situation against a big team. And he starts off by getting a little bit of movement away from Huzaifa. It was a lot slower than he expected to.
Lakvir makes a decent start to the over. We've seen a lot of wides first ball, with the bowlers maybe not sure exactly what the ball's going to do.
Just his third over on the European Cricket Network. So he's bowling in this elimination match. They'll certainly make things much more challenging for him. We'll have a look at this replay.
I think this is quite close. You see, I know that we're so used to calling that a wide, but you've got to ask yourself: is that completely outside the line, or is it even a fraction of the ball on the outside of that line? It's a tough one for the umpire. Normally, if there's doubt, they do get called wide. And that's probably one of those ones. There was a bit of doubt about it.
Down the leg side, overcompensates their luck. We're seeing that's a much easier decision for the umpire.
Yeah, it's actually a really good stop by the keeper. Yes. Just give the guy a wrap. Next one completely loses his line. But yeah, the key to that is making early position. Nicely done by Abbas Naeem.
That's a lot better. The batter doesn't quite middle that one. It comes off the inside edge. And Huzaifa is absolutely disgusted with himself when he gets to the non-strikers and he kicks the pitch in anger. Feels like he's missed out on one. This was actually an over-pitch delivery in the end that he probably should have struck away for a 6. Beautifully played by Salman Khan, but he's picked out a fielder in the deep, so it's just going to be a single.
So, tell me about your day off. What did you get up to? Because you said you might do a little bit of everything and a little bit of nothing.
It was more of the latter.
Okay.
More of a little bit of nothing. No, I think I was mostly just at home. I think I took the day off to relax a little bit, catch up on some sleep as well. That certainly helped. This is struck straight down the ground. Has it got enough to go over the rope? It certainly does. It is a 6. So Huzaifa, who struggled a little bit to start off his innings, finally gets a hold of one and sends it all the way.
Yeah, Huzaifa had a really good day yesterday, I think, with the gloves and with the bat. It's been really consistent. Again, this is also about knowing where your outfielders are and probably more importantly where they aren't. So if there's a fielder right in that line, maybe he's got a play on that. But it carries the rope for 6 more.
Bat coming off the handle there. And that is going to be a single.
Just a quick hello to everyone in the chat. Hello to Shohag and hello to Rob Thompson watching from New Zealand, saying the umpires must be very fit to last. Yeah, they certainly are. It's a quite mentally taxing form of the game as well. In the air, and that's going to be 4. So it's nice executed once again, finds the gap. End of the 3-over power play. And Zeli up and away. They're 44 without loss. Yeah, hello to everyone out there. Might be watching on fan code in the subcontinent, or you might be watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Hello to Christopher Ward. Good to see you as well. Hello to Sadhu Ratnakar as well. Always nice to see you. 15, 14, 15. Pretty consistent in the power play for Limassol Zeli.
Yeah, it was a very good power play for the Limassol Zeli. I think they'll be pleased with that. They also played a very risk-free cricket. Didn't hit too many exorbitant shots. Mostly played within themselves, and they still managed to get to 44 for no loss. I think it was just smart batting. Took advantage of the power play, picked out the gaps. And they've got all their wickets in hand here, so they can really accelerate for the remainder of this innings. Now we're going to go Qasim Mohammed coming into bowl the first over after the power play. We've obviously talked a lot about his batting throughout this series. Scored a century right at the start of this ECS, but now he's going to have a big role to play with the ball in hand. Managed to pick up 3 wickets so far this ECS. He's been a bit too expensive, though. An economy period of 17.5 over the 10 overs he's bowled this ECS.
Huzaifa faces up.
Yeah, starts off with a really wide one. That's a loosener. He's still stretching. Should have been nice and loose before bowling that first ball, but let's see if he can bowl a legal delivery here. Ow, and it went straight to the fielder at cover. He had a chance there, Babar Ali. And it was a real heart and mouth moment for Huzaifa. It's a double whammy as it's gone away for a 6 as well.
Well, it might have been heart and mouth for the batter, but it was almost ball in mouth, wasn't it? Just burst through the hands, over the line, 6 runs.
Yeah, it goes right through him. Very ordinary bit of fielding. Oh, short one. Gets punished. Off it goes for 6. Just rocks back and hammers that one away. He picked up the length nice and early, Huzaifa. And he sent that one well over the boundary rope. So he's made them pay for giving him another chance.
Yeah, just a fraction short. And disappears away over the leg side. So Zeli, remember they started 50-50, these two. Zeli pulling ahead now to a pretty good position. Still early days though in his first eliminator.
This is struck out towards mid-wicket once again. He just rocked back there, Huzaifa. Waited for that ball to come to him and picks out the vacant boundary.
Yeah, still trying to get their field right here. There's a little bit of chasing the ball about what we've seen so far. We know these openers are a bit of a barometer of the Zeli batting. When they've clicked, Zeli have had good results.
Oh, the real loose one. That's going to be a no ball. And the fielder's done really well to get to that top bit of fielding by Amr Hussain out in the deep. And you can just tell why Qasim Mohammed has had an economy rate of 17.5 throughout this series. He's really struggled to start off this over.
Yeah, and loose. Could have been punished even more. At least they keep it on the field, so maybe they can dodge a bullet here, but not working that too well. It'll take some stopping as well.
I think he's missed out on one there, Salman Khan. That was a full toss. He'd be really annoyed with himself, especially considering the form he's been in. He'd have felt he should have battered that one well into those olive groves.
He just couldn't quite get under it, could he, in the end?
Oh, this is a nice-looking shot. Really nice-looking shot by Huzaifa Mohammed. Well, he doesn't even get his length that badly wrong. It's just a top bit of batting.
Yeah, and again, just seems to have the knack of finding the gap at the moment. So it's going to be another 4 to the total. I want to say hello to Raj in the chat, who's tuning in again. Oh, it's great to see you. But yeah, so far, not too much to shout about for the Calendars fans. Zeli with the upper hand in this Limassol derby.
Oh, really nicely played. Gets underneath it, brings out the old slog sweep, and hammers it away for 6. An enormous over, a magical over for the Limassol Zeli. They're 74 for no loss at the end of 4.
It turned out being even more than that. It turns out being supersonic in the end. So, yeah, dirty 30 for Kazim. Just can't quite get it right. And for Calendars to be alive in this contest, they need to break this partnership soon, because it's through the roof at the moment. 185 pace through the first 4 overs.
Yeah, just to start, they need it. They decide to push up Huzaifa to open the batting, and the boys, he done an outstanding job, especially in the early days. Babar Ayub batting right at the top of the order. He was a touch too slow in a few innings. And I think this move to bring Huzaifa right at the top of the order certainly paid dividends for them.
It's been a masterstroke, hasn't it? And I think his keeping's been pretty top-notch as well.
And then where is this one going to go? It's going to be tough to stop this from going for a boundary. He's going to find the gap between long off and cover. It's another 4.
Yeah, same thing. Just seem to be able to find the gaps at the moment in the outfield. This couldn't have been placed any better. It wasn't hit too hard, but look, 2 fielders there converge, but the ball wins the race.
That's another wide over there. Yeah, so much pressure on this Calendar side. Or are they going to find a wicket here and break this partnership? It's all unraveled for them early this morning. This is another one that's going to be sent straight over the rope for 6. Just misses his length by a bit, Ahmed, and he gets punished by Khan.
Yeah, really nice hitting through the line of the ball. Again, just finding the holes. Remember, each team that you see today, they're only playing the one game. So they really only got these kind of 45 minutes in the field and 45 minutes with the bat to make an impression. Just one game today, one game tomorrow. That's only if you win, of course. Otherwise, it's the end of the tournament.
Misses his length by a bit again. Does it have enough to go for a 4? It certainly does. Yeah, just a few too many over-pitch deliveries here to start off for Ahmed. And Salman Khan is punishing him.
Yeah, runs away. Once again, the other side of the deep point. Bit of an outside edge, I suppose. But, yeah, trying to plug all the boundaries. End up with still a few holes.
Very well dug out here. It's going to be quite a chafance for the fielder. Can he get to it? He's going to attempt some foot fielding. And it's just going to be a single.
Yeah, not great running there. I think they assumed that was going to go for 4. I think the fielder thought it might as well, but he made good ground to at least pull it back with the boot. He trips like fantastic. Walks the tightrope.
Short, thrashed. Away it goes for 6. Into the training pitch. What a massive hit by Huzaifa, who's just 2 runs away from a half century.
Yeah, flying at the moment, aren't they? Into the 5th over. And Limassol Zeli a 96 without loss.
Yeah, the way they're going right now, the 200 is certainly on for this Limassol Zeli side. Been a little bit dejected and demoralized to start off this morning. The Calendars and the Zeli have pounced on it. They're absolutely hammering this Calendar side. Are coming back, of course, after a 1-week break, having played in Group A. Here's a look at some of our scores throughout this ECS. As you can see, the average score has been about 140, and the top score we've had, 228, scored by the Sri Lankan line, and the wooden spoon of 48. Of course, that belongs to Everest.
Yeah, but also a bit of an advantage. Wins batting first. Sometimes that changes, from tournament to tournament.
Great shot, terrifically played, really well struck by Khan. That one was sliding down the leg side. If he leaves that alone, it probably goes for a wide, but he gets some bat on it, and he gets it to go all the way.
Yeah, nice shot. It's a bit of a race to 50 at the moment. The 100 has come up now for Limassol Zeli. Outside the legs. When you're not really in form, you maybe don't catch up with these, but yeah, he struck it very, very nicely. Salman on 46.
Top ball there. He finds the wide Yorker, but it's so well played by Salman Khan, who brings up his half century. It was a bit of a race between him and Huzaifa, who'd bring up their 51st, but Salman Khan moves on to a half century. What an incredible opening partnership. 106 runs between the two of them, and Salman Khan contributes 50 of those.
He's hitting his straps at the right time, isn't he, Salman? And that was a tough one for the fielder to handle. Got a hand on it, didn't slow it down enough, and it rolled away for 4. 50 and 18 balls. I feel like he's just getting started.
Oh, he's dug that one out really well. Just look at how he whips his wrists right at the end to get underneath that ball. This is some top batting. I mean, they are hitting some of these Yorkers incredibly well.
Yeah, it has to kind of put everything into it, doesn't he, to maneuver that one up and over the top. And the result, 4 more, finds a gap down the ground.
Oh, this time he's missed his length by a bit. It's over pitch, and Huzaifa sends it away for 6. Another top shot.
Yeah, it's another good shot with Salman, I think. Just bring the wrists into play here. Look at the wrists, the way he just breaks them at the right time, gets that elevation.
Yeah, beg your pardon. That was Salman Khan. Oh, this is another one that he's managed to send straight down the ground. He's digging these ones out really well. He has such a strong bottom hand. And you just wonder, should they change their plan a little bit here? Maybe they'd be better off just bowling on a good length.
Yeah, but the thing, when they've dropped short, he's hit him even further. I think that this is almost a Yorker. It's like a metre off. I think you got to try and hit that block hole, because if you give him a chance to get under the ball, he will. And with these short, straight boundaries at the Ipsonus ground, it's just impossible to defend. He's pulled away in the race now, hasn't he? 66 to 48.
Required right now is 20.9. So they'd be on track to get to 210 the way these two are batting. Oh, once again, he's just missed that length by a little bit. It's got enough to go over the rope. 4 to 6, about a foot in front of it. And the Salman Khan moves on to 72.
Yeah, lifted up and over the top. And just carries the boundary. Maximo says Mas. And that will take us to the end of the over. That over had 6 boundaries. 6, 4, 4, 6, 6, 6. 32 come off it. And the score 128 without loss after 6. Magical pace here being set by Zeli.
Incredible opening partnership. And this is the way you want to set the tone to start off a match. I think they might just have batted the opposition out of the game within these first 6 overs. They're going to need something dramatic here, the Limassol Calunders. They're going to have to grab a cluster of wickets really quickly if they want to turn the tide in this game. Who do they turn to? Who do they turn to? Every bowler's been extremely expensive. And they're going to go back to Singh and went for 15 in his first over, hoping he produce the first breakthrough of this match. Huzaifa is 2 runs away from a half century. One is short and wide, and well, Khan was just interested to get back on strike and maybe pitch a single. Huzaifa, though, showed no interest whatsoever.
He's going to be chasing a bunch. Ever heard the expression "good toss to lose"? That's what I thought, actually, when when Zeli got inserted, considering how well some of their batters are hitting him now. It's a shame. He didn't actually bowl that, but I used to love it when you used to get a hockey shot, those ones. It's less and less likely now that you can't get off the pitch to hit them. Anyway, Huzaifa on 48.
That's another wide over there for Singh. He struggled quite a bit with extras. That's the 4th wide he's bowled so far this innings. Oh, he's a bit of a miscue, and this could be a chance. Parminder Singh's getting underneath it, but he's going to watch it just sail over his head. Huzaifa's miscue goes for a 6, and he brings up his half-century. A sensational bit of batting by Huzaifa, and he's helped guide his side to this incredible position they find themselves in.
Yeah, it's been a good knock. Tell you one thing we might have here, we've never had. I don't want to jinx them too early. Let me just wait this ball.
Width on offer, and it gets struck behind point for 4. The boundaries continue to flow here for the Limassol Zeli.
Yeah, so we've never had 2 batters score a century in the same innings. And there's been a few times this year that it's been close, and it's actually looked like it would happen. Talon Stallion scored 2-2-1. And Faraz Abbas had 2 balls to try and get the boundary, couldn't do it.
Oh, that one's going to evade the fielders. It was almost a commentator's curse
Yeah,
there.
I know. I'm living in jinx territory here. We also had All Victorians at the ECL. I think one game looked like they might do it. But you have the kind of perfect storm here, don't you? They're both scoring at a fairly similar rate. They've had a fairly even share of the strike as well. So, you know, let's say they face 10 more balls each. It's very, very possible.
Huzaifa will send this one all the way down towards long on. And this Calundar side at the moment, they're kind of just going through the motions. They look like a defeated team.
Hard to believe that these two weren't batting together from the very start at the top. But, yeah, Huzaifa, he's been such a great injection there. Salman, he did actually score a duck about 3-4 games ago. But since then, it's almost like he's super determined. It's another one that's going to take some stopping this time, though. It's only a single. 150 partnerships come up now for Limassol Zeli.
Yeah, this is up there as one of the biggest opening partnerships this ECS. We, of course, saw a huge run between Shere Punjab, between Neeraj Tiwari and Pavandeep. So the Sri Lankan Lions as well enjoy a big opening partnership when they posted that record total at the start of this ECS. This is struck out towards mid-wicket for a rare single. And Salman Khan will keep strike heading into the 8th over. Limassol Zeli, 152 for no loss.
Yeah, it's carnage at the moment, isn't it? Khan is electing to bowl, but I haven't had the answers so far. Again, you talk about the rest versus rust. It does look a bit rusty for them. And that's the run rate graph. You can see 12.8 yesterday. Normally, when you get to the finals, it goes up a little bit, but not always. We might get a few low-scoring thrillers as well, if the bowlers can get it right. And you can see fairly consistent there across all days, kind of between 12.5 and 1 or 2 days in the 14s as well. Here's Prashant Patel to bowl over number 8. Yeah, so think about it. There's a magical over to each batter here. They could both be on for a ton. Having said that, maybe neither will get. Maybe the house of cards will start falling, but already it looks like they've got plenty of runs on the board. 3 overs to go.
Goes short here, Prashant Patel. Doesn't really have the pace to bother Salman Khan. He strikes that one away towards square leg. Good looking pull shot.
Yeah, really good looking shot. Yeah, I know that a few people have been following the World Cup as well. I know, a bit unfortunate for all the Nepal fans out there, because that game against Sri Lanka was washed out in Florida last night. I know, I was on the phone to our good friend Andrew Leonard. He's over there.
6 more runs for Salman Khan, who moves on to 83. This time around, he picks the long off boundary, and they've got no answers to this incredible display of batting.
I'll tell you something that might happen. If someone can bring up the ton, then he'll be the first player to score 3 in a row on the card. I think we had Hamza score 3 in a day, but there was one in between. That was in Spain.
Struck Away for 4. Another top shot by Salman Khan. Moves 13 runs away from achieving that milestone.
Yeah, he's pulled away now. There's a good lead over Huzaifa. Again, just hits it hard. What makes him so successful is he is able to hit through the offside and he's able to hit straight rather than being very leg side conscious. And then he just kind of plays the line of the ball. 87 now in the form of his life here, Salman.
Goes short this time, Patel, and he's going to get deposited once again over square leg for a 6. And yeah, just going back to that point, he's got every shot in the book, doesn't he? Salman Khan plays beautifully with the full face of the bat. Can hit it towards the leg side. He can also open up the offside and hit some gorgeous looking cover drives. And here we see him hit a beautiful pull shot. Terrific batter, absolutely terrific.
Really can't bowl to him at the moment. He's got the answer for everything, doesn't he?
And he misses out on a low full toss here. Oh, as they often say, low full tosses can sometimes be hard to play than over pitch deliveries. Salman Khan now one big blow away from a century. So the biggest opening partnership we've seen here in Cyprus is 228. That was made by the Sri Lankan Lions earlier this series, actually, against the Phillips Warriors. Huzaifa will take the single just so he could farm the strike a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's fair. He deserves a few to catch up. That'll be the end of the 8th over. And the score 174 without loss. Yeah, a little while ago, a couple of months ago, I made a list, and it's called Final Frontier. And it's a list of things that I think will happen one day, but haven't happened yet on ECN. And in over 5,000 matches, most things have happened that you can imagine. But one of the things I've got on my list is 2 batters hitting 100 in 1 innings. And I think it is possible, especially since we're seeing so many more 200 scores. So now I think we're up to 41 200 scores. But a while ago, it was something like, a couple of years ago, we'd only ever had, say, 10 or something like that. So the fact it's happening more, and if you have like an opening partnership that's 220, 230, there is a chance that they might split the runs.
Oh, this full toss gets sent away for a 6. Huzaifa now's got a chance to catch up on Salman Khan. And we could very easily be heading into the final over with the 2 of them on the 90s, and they might take turns hitting a big shot to bring up their century.
I wonder how good they are at counting, because you'd probably have to keep the score in your head. But yeah, I've got some other things on there, like a 9-ball 50 we've never had, but it could happen. Had quite a few 10-ball 50s. 7-wicket haul is on there as well. Bowler taking a 7 for.
Oh, it's a miscue. Parminder Singh's getting underneath it. Is this going to be the end of this partnership? No, it won't. And they're going to come back now for the second run once they see him drop it. A little bit of ball watching at the other end for Huzaifa, but he comes back for the second run.
Yeah, really spiraling ball there. I think the sun was a bit of a factor as well.
That's a rare single.
It does bring someone back who's on 94. And I think if he gets 100, then I think he probably will be happy to give Huzaifa some of this try and give him an opportunity to bring up the 3 figures as well. Around the wicket.
Better ball there, much better ball. Just keeping the line nice and wide. Salman Khan looking to smack that over mid-wicket, but just wasn't playing the right line. This could be the century. It will be the century, the 3rd century this ECS for an absolutely terrific batter. He raises his bat in acknowledgement. Salman Khan has treated us to yet another clinic. What a century by this fine young cricketer.
Stuff of dreams, really, for Salman, who's just looked completely in command. And it'll mean even more because this is a must-win game for Limassol Zeli. And that was the shot that did it. Just beautifully struck over the leg side. Went miles over the boundary. His 3rd century in a very short period of time. Yeah, 3rd century in just 4 days of cricket. Really, less than 72 hours of cricket.
He's just been in electric form, and the great thing for the Zalmi is he's peaked at the right time heading into these knockout stages. This Zalmi side in general, who started off with 3 consecutive losses, have picked up their winning streak heading into this ECS as well. 6 more runs, that's a 7-up. And the free hit will be coming up here for Salman Khan as well.
Yeah, that's a terrible result. 7 for free as well. The wheels are off. I think the engine's been ripped out. I don't think there's too much left for Calendars. They haven't looked likely this morning at all. 196 and still over to go. Free hit coming up.
You just wonder if they'd taken Josefa when he was on 21, if they could have had a chance, but well, the way they've been batting, it looks like they were destined to make lots of runs. That one was wide down the leg side. Colin could have left it alone, but he decides to get some bat on it and gets it away for a boundary. Moves on to 110. Now let's see if Josefa can bring up a century in the final over and create some ECS history.
Yeah, so it's 200 up as well, and the 200 partnership, 200 without loss after 9. Absolute belting of the highest order. And now, look, Josefa's basically a magical over away from bringing up his century as well. So will this be a little bit of ECN history?
It could be, could easily be. Saul Ahmed's going to bowl this final over, and Josefa's going to strike this one straight down the ground. And oh, it's been taken wonderfully here by Qasim Mohammed. And it's heartbreak for Josefa. He would have been looking to bring out triple digits as well, but well, it's third time lucky for the Calunders against Josefa as he's sprinting off to get back to the dugout.
So it's going to be 79. Still a very good innings from Josefa. He's still got all that energy. He'll be out there with the gloves before too long as well. I used to say that some of the weaknesses of Tendulkar, sometimes loses concentration just after he scores 200. Maybe that's what happens here. There's a quick catch slow down, wasn't it, by Qasim Mohammed to take on his bootstraps. So 200 for 1. And Furkan Mohammed will get to come out to bat. Probably didn't think he was going to, but he's got 5 balls to make an impression.
Yeah, 5 balls here. And she'll look to blast as far as he can. A nice ball there by Ahmed to the new batter, but not much reprieve here for the Calunders as the dangerous Salman Khan will get on strike.
Yeah, well, now he's got no excuses. He doesn't have to worry about Josefa at the other end. He can just express himself, Salman. 110.
Yes, it's a wide here by Ahmed. Probably he's looking to bowl it wide because of how strong Khan has been hitting the straighter deliveries. Oh, he just misses line and length by a little bit, but it's going to catch an edge and go away for a boundary. So a little bit of luck by Salman Khan, but Ahmed certainly knows he can bowl a bit better than that.
Yeah, a little bit of inside out on that, but yeah, once again, his outfield's so fast. And 4 more to the total.
Shot. What a terrific shot. Takes a few steps outside his crease, gets to the pitch of the delivery, and digs one out and hits it for 6.
Yeah, lifted up, and yet another 6 runs to the total. 212 now. I think to get on that top 10 list now, you need to beat 221. So we need a 6 and a 4 here, or more.
Yeah, this is going to go away for a 6, an enormous shot. And that would put them just 3 runs away from that. So another 4 to end the innings. And they're going to be on the list. Already got 1 score here from this ECS when the Sri Lankan Lions made 228. But can they displace the Talon Stallions from that list?
Yeah, Talon Stallions, that was the innings I was talking about where it looked like they'd have both openers score centuries. But I think 2 or 3 balls with dots at the end. Also kept the VOC Rotterdam as the highest ECL score.
As he got a hold of this, it's been sent straight to the fielder, and they're going to miss out on their chance to make it onto that list. A good catch here out at long on the first couple of wickets for the Limassol Zeli fall in this final over. So just 4 runs away from making it onto that list in the end, Limassol Zeli. But this is a terrific score nonetheless. And they'll feel like they have 1 foot in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, so in the end, he's out of the very last ball, but not before making 126. What a great innings that was. And it's a monster total here, because especially with no bonus point player or anything, it's 219 or bust. But let's see if the Calendars can turn the tables in the second half of this Eliminator.
I'll take a look at the highlights of what was a thoroughly entertaining inning, certainly from Limassol Zeli's point of view. A 200-run opening partnership set them up really well. Mohammed Josefa and Salman Khan opened the batting, and the two of them were absolutely terrific. They struck 47 boundaries between the two of them, and it was a magnificent display of power hitting and T10 batting. During the power play, you could see them, they were playing within themselves. They were not looking to take too many risks, mostly just picking the gaps, and they got their side off to a good start, 44 runs during those first 3 overs. But once they got out of that power play, they really started to take some risks, looked to play the big shots, and they never looked like they were going to get dismissed the way the two of them were batting. The Calunders simply had no answer. They tried everything. They mixed their lines and lengths up, but whatever was bowled at them, they were sending it away over the rope. Salman Khan as well, bringing his 3rd century of this European Cricket Series, peaking right on time as his side head into the elimination rounds. Mohammad Huzaifa at the other end rode his luck a little bit. He had a couple of chances put down, but he punished the Limassol Calunders for their mistakes. He makes 79 runs, missed out on his 100 in that final over when he was dismissed by Sohail Ahmed. And we're just taking a look at some of these gorgeous shots that the Limassol Zeli hit. And that was the second chance that you could see Mohammad Huzaifa provided from Minder Singh, unable to take it. Salman Khan celebrating a century over there, bringing up his 3rd 100 of this European Cricket Series. That was the first wicket of this innings. It came all the way in the final over. Qasim Mohammed holding on to a good catch to get rid of Huzaifa, who would have been keen to bring up a century. Salman Khan was dismissed right at the end of this innings off the very, very last ball. So Sohail Ahmed managed to pick up 2 wickets. Let's have a look at the scorecard of this innings. As you can see, Salman Khan top scoring with 126, his 3rd century of this European Cricket Series. An incredible run of form he's had right at the right time of the series. Huzaifa 79 runs. He was dropped a couple of times, but he took full advantage of those drops and batted superbly. The Limassol Zeli, after starting off this ECS with 3 consecutive losses, just peaked at the right time now, and they look very dangerous heading into this elimination stage of our ECS. We'll have a look at the bowling figures of the Limassol Calunders, and there's only one word to describe it. Ouch! That looks like it hurts, doesn't it? Hardly a bowler covered himself in glory. They were all very expensive. And no one had an answer for this Limassol Zeli onslaught. Halfway through this match, we can confirm that the Limassol Zeli have posted 218 runs in their 10 overs, and the Calunders have a mountain to climb in this second innings. Will they be able to get to 219? Let's wait and find out, as the second innings is coming up in less than 5 minutes.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings. The Limassol Calunders have a target of 219 to chase down the second innings. They want to advance to the quarterfinals. It's going to be a tough task, but we've seen this Calunders side produce some remarkable chases in the past. Can they do it here again? And the Limassol Zeli, of course, they batted superbly in that first innings. Another outstanding knock for Salman Khan, his third century of this ECS. And he was ably supported by Huzaifa at the other end, who made 79 runs. The opening stand was worth 200 runs, and it really set this Calunders side up terrifically. There's Mohammed Qasim coming into your screen, a man who's made 100 earlier this ECS. He's going to need to play another very special knock. You'd imagine that they need another century for him. Certainly a big demand from a batter. Hey, go out there and get us 100 in a T10 match. But we do know that they've certainly got the quality. He's certainly got the quality. There's some good hitters in this Limassol Calunders side. Obviously, these two opening the batting, Sohail Ahmed and Qasim Mohammed, are certainly powerful hitters, but they've also got the likes of Prashant Patel in there, who we certainly know can hit a long ball. The main thing, though, is do they have the energy really hitting it? Are they mentally in the right place? Yeah, they look so demoralized and dejected during that second innings. They were just going through the motions. Maybe, just maybe, because this target is so large, they can just bat freely, not worry too much. They know they're playing with house money in the second innings. There we go. Mudassir Shah bowling the first over. Doesn't quite middle that one. It comes off the toe end of the bat. And the Calunders are off the mark. Yeah, so love to hear your take on the chat about that first innings. Lovely movement away there by Mudassir Shah. Not sure backing away and looking to hit it towards the offside is the right plan when the ball's swinging around as much as it is. Maybe he should look to go across it, try to play that outside the line. Not really in control there, Ahmed, was he? His head was falling away. He wasn't well balanced when he went to play that stroke. Beats the fielder at mid-off, and it goes away for a 4. So the first boundary of this innings. Ahmed finally getting some bat on ball. It's a very quick outfield, as we mentioned here. So anytime you beat the fielder, you know it's going to race away for 4. Not much grass covering on this outfield. It's a pretty dry, to say the least. And they've just made a change here in the field. They put Salman Khan at mid-off with it. It was a little bit quicker. Changing personnel. This one's gone up in the air. Fielder's underneath. It's always going to be a tough catch. And he was never going to get to that. Amr Mohammed. Shorter delivery. He's looking to pull this one away. Mohammed, just loses track of the ball, running backwards. Always going to be a tough catch. Straying onto the pads, and it's going to go away for a 4. Nicely played by Mohammed. Doesn't look to overhit it. And 10 runs come off the first over. And just to emphasize how tall a task this is for the Limassol Calunders. 10 runs is a very, very bad over for them. They need to get more than double that every single over if they want to get to this target. Here's a look at how many matches it's been since we last had a golden ball. It's been 7 games. We had a golden ball on Monday. We've been treated to a lot of close matches here in Ipsanas. Zishan Khan is going to bowl the second over. Down the leg side, and it's a wide to start off for Zishan Khan. Yeah, wind predictor, that looks really unkind for the Limassol Calunders right now. Just 1%. And we're barely an over into the first innings. Good variation there by Zishan Khan. Just rolls his fingers across that one. Down the leg side, another wide. Yeah, a little bit wayward, a little bit loose here by Zishan Khan. Got a big smile, a big grin on his face. Always plays with a big smile on his face. Very passionate cricketer. I could just see Ahmed. He doesn't quite have the balance when he's going to play those strokes. Yeah, just falling towards the leg side. Just not going to middle the ball. Or get the power he needs when he's lacking the balance to play these cricket shots. Like that, another wide. So, yeah, this is... he's got a lot of runs to play with, and of course, run rate, bonus points, none of those things matter in an elimination match, but you know, you want to carry good habits into the elimination round. And I think this is not the way Zishan Khan would want to be bowling. Certainly hurts his own personal figures as well. That was a good ball. It was a really good ball. But I think Ahmed, he's probably trying a little bit too hard. You know, there's obviously that scoreboard pressure. And I think he's just looking to wildly swing at everything. You know, just look to play good cricket shots. I think, keep in mind those first 3 overs, the Limassol Zeli were really not overhitting the ball. They were playing within themselves, and it was just good power play batting. This is a fantastic Yorker by Zishan Khan. If you remember, they were just playing within themselves. They were picking out the gaps. They knew it was a power play, so they could clear the infield. They could get a boundary. Anything that went past the fielders inside the ring was destined to go away for a 4. And that's how they batted Salman Khan and Huzaifa during those first 3 overs. And then once they knew their side had 10 wickets in the bank, then they really started to go look to play those big shots. But they were always in control. You look at someone like Salman Khan, for example. You know, he doesn't just wildly throw his bat at everything. He plays good cricketing shots, times them well, and they go for 6. A great hit there by Qasim Mohammed. Zishan Khan with a poor delivery, a full toss, straying onto the pads. It's served on a silver platter, and it's smashed away for 6 more runs. Always a toe ender. He hasn't quite middled this one. And it's going to go out to Zia-ur-Rahman and long on. A very chatty player. You hear him throughout the game talking to every fielder. Just see Qasim Mohammed requesting a new bat. That one's come off the toe end. He's just showing it to the umpire right now. Into the second over. Limassol Calunders at 21 for no loss. That's how many runs they need per over. I think at the 2 over mark. It's far too slow for them to be at 21 for no loss.
Has this happened before?
Yeah, they're going to bring back Mudasar. Shasa is going to be bowled out inside the power play. Just have a brief pause here in the game. As a few things are sorted out, looks like there is some kind of an issue that needs to be resolved before we can resume play. Now then, when are we going to get set to a resume action? It just seems like there is some kind of a delay, and we'll keep you updated if we hear anything. So, yeah, the match summary, of course, is that the Limassol Calunders are looking to chase down a target of 219. And of course, they managed to get to that total because Salman Khan batted beautifully. Made 126 runs in that first innings, his third century of this ECS. Meanwhile, Mohamed Huzaifa ably supported him at the other end, making 79 runs. And I think a few players are just moving back to their fielding positions here. Maybe this is an indication that we might be coming closer to resuming play. Yeah, it seems like the umpires are still in communication with some of the scorers. But here we go. Looks like we're about to get underway. So we can get back to some live action here. Goes big. And does this have the distance? Yes, it does. 6 more runs. Superbly struck by Qasim Mohammed, of course. Qasim's been the leading run getter for this Limassol Calunders side throughout this European Cricket Series. Of course, scored a century earlier this series. Brilliant knock, a brilliant 100 back in the first week of this ECS. He's going to have to play a very, very special innings here. A great bit of fielding out on the deep by Ziaur Rahman. Oh, and they might look to pinch another run here. They're going to have to take some risks if they want to chase down 219. And they will pinch that extra run. Ziaur Rahman out at long on. As I said, he's a very chatty player, very passionate player. And he was so frustrated that his good fielding was not able to save his side as many runs as he would have hoped for. Straight down the ground. That goes for 6. Wonderful shot there by Qasim Mohammed. Sails well over the camera tower. Yeah, Naveed Khan saying it's very heartwarming to hear Pashto speaking. Yeah, a lot of Pashto speakers amongst this Limassol Zeli team. Sure we can pick up some of their conversation with our microphones. This is the over that the Limassol Calunders desperately needed. They need a really big one. Another top shot. This is going to go to the left of our commentary position. And we see back-to-back boundaries for the first time this innings. And yeah, just keep in mind, the Limassol Zeli were 44 for no loss at the end of their power play. And then they really picked things up during those middle overs where they were consistently batting this run rate above 25 during those middle overs. This is played away very nicely off the pads by Qasim Mohammed. Now then, can the Calunders bring up this half-century partnership inside the power play? That would certainly be a big morale boost for them. 24 off this over so far. Can they make it supersonic? I think that would just give them a glimmer of hope heading into those last 7 overs. It goes big here. Has it gone the distance? It has. Incredible hit here by Mohammed. And the Calunders bring up their 50 inside the power play. So this was the over they desperately needed. This will wake up a few people in that dugout. And the Calunders, well, are they going to make this a nervy one for the Limassol Zeli? As long as that man, Qasim Muhammad, is out there, anything is possible, you feel. We're going to have a look at the comparison. As you can see, they're 7 runs better than what the Limassol Zeli were at this stage. But the Limassol Zeli, just look at those middle overs. Everything is above 25 runs. You know, between overs 4 to 6, they managed to score 84 runs, which is a truly mind-boggling. Now this man, though, Sohail Ahmed, he's going to have to start batting a lot better. He's really slowing his team down at the other end. You know, he's just struggled to find his balance. You feel he's overcommitting because of scoreboard pressure. He constantly is falling away to the leg side whenever he's playing these shots. And, oh dear, you can just tell he's trying to make some room to hit it towards the offside. And Qasim Muhammad's getting a little bit frustrated at the other end at the number of dot balls he's playing. He's just giving him some advice. And credit to the Limassol Zeli, they're just keeping it nice and wide against him. You know, he's not made any adjustments during these first 9 deliveries. Oh, he gets a single over here. I guess it's better to at least get Qasim Muhammad on strike if you're struggling to find the boundary rope. We have seen a 150-plus score during this ECS by Pub and Deep. And also, that's just got enough on it. Rahman's interested, but he's going to watch it sail over his head for a 6. There were some pretty short boundaries out there. And it goes away for a 6. And Muhammad now 2 runs away from a half century. Salman Khan gets a taste of his own medicine after smacking these bowlers all over the place. Of course, he smashed Qasim Muhammad for 30 runs in that first inning. So a chance for Muhammad to return the favor. This one was going down the leg side. I think Qasim Muhammad will feel he's missed out on one there. A little bit of extra pace there by Salman Khan. Oh, what a shot. Gorgeous stroke, hit with the full face of the bat. And Muhammad brings up his half century in just 13 deliveries. He's giving his side a chance here with the way he's batting. Win predictor still just puts him at 1%. It's been a superb innings by a batter who's really taken this ECS by storm. Goes big again. A few fielders are interested. And you feel if they take this catch, that might be the catch that will steal this match. And look at the Zeli there, absolutely delighted. They feel like this wicket might just have won them this game. Well, the star batter, Qasim Muhammad, will depart for a half century. Really feel he had to go on and play a massive knock. Well over 120 runs, most probably. Asking a lot of a batter. And in the end, it was one shot too many for Qasim Muhammad, who had to go big on every single occasion. And the Calunders lose their first wicket. They're 64 for 1 at the end of the 4th. Well held onto by Naveed Ahmed out in the deep. And Babar Ayub is going to bowl this 5th over. Fielder out at deep backward point is interested, and he will take that catch to Ahmed. In all honesty, he wasn't doing his side too many favors while he was out in the middle. As you can see, 6 of 11. That's not the kind of innings you need when your side is desperately trying to chase down a massive target, well over 200. The catch is taken, and another wicket falls here. The Calunders now 64 for 2. Patel looking to target that leg side. And fails to connect over there. He's just playing across the line here, Patel. And look at his head as well. He's not watching the ball closely, is he? Swings his bat at that one, Patel. I think it'd be a better serve if there was a little bit of foot movement there if he tried to get closer to it. He's just throwing his hands at that ball. Pick up single over here, Prashant Patel to get off the mark. Amr Hussain gets set to face his first ball. Babar Ayub, top bit of bowling there. Jams that toe-crushing Yorker in. And Amr Hussain so far this ECS managed to score 134 runs in the 5 innings he's batted in, a top score of 46, a couple of 30-plus scores for him. This time he's going to have to play the innings of his life if he wants to get his side close to this target. Top shot there by Amr Hussain to muscle that away for 6. It's got a little bit of length here. He gets underneath it, and it sails over the fielder. Backward square leg, who was making an attempt to get at that. 71 for 2 at the end of the 5th over. Well behind that required run rate. Here's a look at the centuries we've had so far this European cricketers have been blessed to have tons of hundreds during this ECS in Cyprus. As you can see, almost taking a page of its own. And right at the end there, you can see Salman Khan's name 3 times, 3 centuries for one of the finest batters in this country. Comes on to bowl the 2nd over. Prashant Patel, he's batting a lot like Amr Sohail earlier, isn't he? Should say Sohail Ahmed. Watch this, he's just falling away to the leg side. Needs to keep a nice and steady base when he's facing these deliveries. Obviously, the scoreboard pressure must be getting to him. This one's straying onto his pads. Struck him well outside the leg stump. It's going to be leg buys. This is played out towards mid-wicket, and it's going to be a single. Well, they're going to come back for a 2nd run, actually, in the end. It's a slight misfield. Looked like it was going to be just the 1 run. And the umpire wants to have a look. The initial inkling is that he's probably made it back in time, but let's see if he slid his bat all the way in. And look at that. They just take advantage of that slight misfield. Oh, no. Has he grounded his bat in time? This is going to be interesting. Looks like he should be fine. I think he's safe. And we'll just wait to hear from the 3rd umpire. Yeah, our match officials are, of course, Munibur Rahman, who's currently standing at square leg. Tracy Pasquille behind the stumps. Goes short. Doesn't quite middle it. Comes off the bottom part of that bat. And it's just going to be a single. Sujith Tenakun is the 3rd umpire, and they're all led by match referee Tyrone Peters. Forced to hit this straight down the ground. Zia Rahman is interested, and he will take that catch. You've seen him do a top job out at long on. He saved plenty of runs for his side in this innings, and now he holds on to a catch to get rid of Patel, who really struggled to start out this innings. The scoreboard pressure got to him, and the third wicket falls here for the Calunders. That required now is just hovering around that 36 mark, so I think we're reaching the point where we can call them winning a complete impossibility. Yeah, the Calunders now, I think it's always really tough to play out these remaining overs, especially when you know you're at the end of your campaign. So let's see how they bat these last 4 overs. Maybe a few of them can get some personal accolades, improve their run tally. It certainly seems like this is the last time we're going to see the Calunders in this European cricket series. Required right now is at 35, which means they pretty much need a 6 of every single delivery to win it from here. Nice ball there by Salman Khan, bowling with good pace. Get some bounce over there as well. And the 6th over comes to an end. The Calunders 76 for 3. Look at that. Just takes off the pitch. And in the end, the batter just plays that with soft hands. Required now, that's 36. So Calunders need a 6 of every single delivery from here till the end of this innings. And look at the scorecard. Qasim Mohammed started off really well. He just gave a glimmer of hope to this Calunders side when he was going. But unfortunately for him, he's had no real support. And he had to keep going, of course, and probably hit a big 100 himself to give his side a chance. But it was one shot too many for him, as he was eventually caught at mid-wicket. Yeah, I just wonder if the Zalmi will start to experiment a little bit after this over, and maybe give a few other bowlers a chance to roll their arm. Or do they want to go with this set bowling attack? There's an edge there. They're absolutely convinced. The Limassol Zalmi, Munibur Rahman is unmoved and undeterred. They are convinced it's out. Let's take another look at this. Was there an inside edge? I think it's just come off the pad. You can see he just brushed the pad along the way. And that's where the noise came from. So very good call by the umpire. Caught, taken. It's a second catch for Ur-Rahman. Hussain was looking to smack that one away for 6, but in the end it's struck very flat and straight at the fielder, who takes it down low. And the Zalmi really enjoying themselves out there, and why not? They had a difficult start to this campaign with 3 consecutive losses, but now they have really just peaked at the right time in this ECS. And they look to be a very dangerous team, a team that could go on and really cause some problems. And they get to the quarterfinals, of course. The winner of this match will play Sher-e Punjab tomorrow in the final match of the day. So I think we can just pencil in Limassol Zalmi against Sher-e Punjab for tomorrow. What a match that would be, of course. Neither of those sides have played each other before because they were in different groups. Sher-e Punjab also playing in their first ECS. Limassol Zalmi played in the European Cricket Series last year in spring, but were not involved in the ECS in January. Yeah, so I think the batter has taken more than 60 seconds to get to the crease, so we could have penalty runs over here as well. This one goes past the fielder. I think he should have taken that catch. It's probably the first mishap we've seen from the Limassol Zeli. I don't think he's going to get too many. He's going to draw too much of his team's ire for that dropped catch. That was Feroz Khan. Oh, great bowling here. He's hitting these lengths with a terrific consistency. Yeah, top bowling by Zishan Khan. He hasn't let up despite how large this target is. And yeah, we can now confirm that 5 penalty runs have gone against the batting team because the batter took more than 60 seconds to get out to the middle. Well, that's just going to rub some more salt on Kalunder wounds. So that would also put them into the top 10 scores now, I think. I was just informed that. Very, very interesting. One of the unlikeliest ways of getting one of the top 10 scores, of course. We saw them right at the end. They need to hit a boundary to add their name to that list and knock off the Talent Stallions. And with those penalty runs, their total team score will move up to 222. So the Talent Stallions will slide off that list. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match between the Nicosia Tigers and Everest. Everest making their way into this elimination round, and they'll be going up against the Tigers. Should be a very exciting match, as we can see. Nishan Mahmood, the top points getter for this Nicosia Tigers side, has been amazing throughout this European cricket series. Meanwhile, Arjun Shahi for Everest, he's up there with 694 points. He's played a big role with bat and ball in hand, and he's also the best fielder on his side. So a truly, truly talented cricket player. There's nothing he isn't good at. And I look forward to seeing him in our upcoming match, which will be on in about 30 minutes' time. That was a full toss over there. And he will feel like he should have battered that one away. Let's just check the height on this one. Yeah, it looks like it's dipping down in time, so that's going to be a legal delivery. Oh, he's getting this ball to dip down a lot, isn't he, Rahman? Just dipping very late. It looks like it's going to be a full toss, and then watch how it just dips right at the end. Makes that so challenging for the batter to play. Oh, down the leg side. That one is very wide. And they're going to steal a few extra runs here. And the keeper, well, that's a little bit casual, Bob. I know you've got plenty of runs to play with, but you might want to play with a bit more energy. You can just see that target has now been updated to 224 because 4 more runs, beg your pardon, 5 more runs have been awarded to this Limassol Zeli side. So they've officially got the 9th or 10th highest European Cricket Series score of all time. I think we'll have a look at that to confirm very shortly when that graphic comes up. It's also a chance to say good morning to a number of people joining us in the chat. Great to hear from Ivan, Rob Thompson, Emmanuel Robbins, and also Steve McVeigh. And yeah, Steve McVeigh making a good point that it's time to just bat for your average. Yeah, I agree. I think this moment in time, the only thing they'll be looking out for are their own personal accolades. Interesting campaign for the Limassol Calunders, of course. They certainly had their bright spots. They ended up in 5th place, winning 4 of their 7 games. And I think we saw some real flashes of brilliance by them at points in this European Cricket Series. And of course, started off their campaign against Everest, played out a real thriller against them, won that match by 9 runs. That was a real low spot for them when they got absolutely battered by the Napa Kings. They were up and down throughout this ECS. They posted 121 against the Napa Kings and managed to chase that down. with 3.2 overs to spare. It's a full toss. And it's a struck out towards mid-wicket. Yeah, no problems with that one, of course. And then the Calunders, of course, had a really good day when they managed to beat the Nicosia Fighters and the Phillips Warriors very convincingly on the 4th of June in back-to-back matches, and he just felt like maybe this side could turn their momentum around and they would carry some good form in to the knockout stages, but then they were humbled in their last match against the British Forces Cyprus, losing by 85 runs. The British Forces scored 177 thanks to a big innings by Scott Burdick, and in response, the Calunders could only muster 92 runs. So it's a very similar story for the Calunders. I think this is what we saw from them in both of the previous ECS they were involved in. They're a side who, you know, they can get a winning record. They tend to be around 500. You know, they were 4-4 during the 8 games they played in January. This could be a stumping. And we'll have a look at this to confirm. So obviously it's going to be a wide, but let's see if there's going to be a wicket over here as well. Looks like they're going to experiment with their bowling attack a little bit, throwing in Feroz Khan. So yeah, that's obviously a wide, but let's see if he has managed to stump him here. Huzaifa, I think it could be in some trouble. Oh, he's a little bit slow, Huzaifa. I think he's just a little bit casual. Let's just see. Let's see. I think he might be back in time. Yeah, he should be back in time over here. Yeah, just very casual by the wicketkeeper. I think he just knows that this result's been settled. Oh, he's going to clean him up the very next ball. This one's a no-doubter. That's definitely out. And Feroz Khan picks up his first wicket of this European Cricket Series. Gets a chance to roll his arm at the end of this knockout match when his side have picked up the victory. Or at least closing in on the victory. It's a good ball. Right between that gap between bat and pad, and he's castled. Cleaned up. Half the team sent back to the shed. So yeah, I think for the Calunders, this is becoming a bit of a theme for them, isn't it? I mean, they're a side who, you know, do okay during the group stages. They just about managed to make their way into the elimination round, but once they get here, they've not really been able to make much noise, I think. In that last ECS, which they had against Encore, well, they did lose in their first elimination match, but that was certainly a closer game against the Encore side who were in good form heading into the knockout stages. But this one, it's been a real drubbing. It's been a shocking performance by them. Yeah, beaten by the lack of pace there, Naeem. So yeah, they'll have a lot of thinking to do ahead of their next ECS appearance. Obviously, there won't be another ECS in Cyprus this year, as this is our second one in the country. Probably won't be back until next year, so they're obviously going to be playing quite a lot of domestic cricket in between. They won't be on the European Cricket Network, and it might be a chance for them just to look at a few things they can address. I think, you know, they probably need a couple of bowlers, maybe even add a spinner to their attack just to give them a little bit of variation. And then I think batting depth is going to be another key for them. They have certainly got a quality top order. Once they lose a few wickets, that middle order can be a very, very fragile. Yeah, it's a very brittle middle order. So the Calunders will look to address a few things before their next ECS appearance. Yeah, it's another full toss they've not been able to get away. And both Naeem and Ali just look a little bit out of sorts. I'll have a look at this. Is it dipping down in time? That's the question. Is it just going to be dipping down below that waist in time? I think in the end the umpires have deemed that it is a legal delivery. So the penultimate over comes to an end. The Calunders are 97 for 5, and they're not even halfway towards their target. We'll have a look at the bowling figures for this Limassol Zeli side. Mudassir Shah was very expensive during the power play. I think he'll be considering himself very unlucky that he had to bowl the vast majority, or I should say all of his overs, to Qasim Mohammed. And meanwhile, the rest of the bowling attack have just been able to bowl to the lower order, who've not even been able to get away full tosses. Shakib comes into bowl, another bowler who we haven't seen bowl much this ECS. A chance for him to get an over in on the European Cricket Network. I think it's just caught a little bit of line as it's gone through to the keeper. Yeah, good call there by umpire Pasquil. But yeah, let's just have a discussion about this Limassol Zeli side. Of course, they had a shocking start to this European Cricket Series, having lost 3 straight games to start things off. The biggest of those losses, of course, being the really, really surprising loss to the Cypress Tigers of Limassol. The biggest upset of this ECS. And that's down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. It's going to be played away, and does it have enough to go to the boundary rope? It most certainly does. That's 4 runs. The Calunders bring up their team 100, so they will at least get to triple digits. Yeah, so Limassol Zeli, of course, started out this European Cricket Series with a couple of matches against both the Tigers of Nicosia and the Tigers of Limassol. They were beaten by 40 runs in that first match. They missed out on the point as well in the end. I think they're just going to retire the batter here and then maybe give someone else a chance to face a few deliveries. Looks like he's hurt as well, so a new batter will come out to face these last 3 balls. Yeah, so the batter, of course, looks like he's been retired, hurt, so a chance for a new batter to face a couple of deliveries before the end of this match. That's a low full toss, going to be played out towards mid-wicket. So yeah, the Zeli, keep in mind, they started off this ECS by a bonus point defeat against the Nicosia Tigers. They need to get 92 runs to pick up the single point, and they were very casual right at the end of the innings and only got to 91. Then they had the shocking defeat at the hands of the Cypress Tigers. And then we all came in the next day expecting them to have a big response in the morning. A catch is put down on the final ball of the innings against Sher Punjab. Going back to that match, of course. And they managed to muster just 68 runs in that game, losing by 77 runs. And how different a team have they looked since then. Of course, they turned things around when they beat Encore by 157. And right now, well, this is the Limassol Zeli we are used to seeing. They have punched their ticket to the quarterfinals. They'll be playing Sher Punjab tomorrow at 2 o'clock local time in our final match of the day. And I'm really looking forward to that. Should be a mouth-watering clash between 2 quality teams. The Limassol Zeli, after starting off with 3 straight losses, you can just see they're going to lift Salman Khan. He made 3 centuries so far this ECS, his 3rd one coming in the first innings. And this team are peaking at the right time, and maybe they can go on to make a big run and lift their first European Cricket Series crown. You can see Huzaifa lifted as well. He batted terrifically in that first innings, making 78 runs. And that 200-run opening stand really set up the Zalmi side superbly. They'll be delighted. That makes it 5 wins on the bounce for them in this ECS. What a sensational win, what a sensational performance. Here's our upcoming match between the Nicosia Tigers and Everest. Of course, the Tigers will be heading into that match with a bit of a losing streak. They've kind of lost their way at the end of this of these group stages that they were involved in. And they're going up against an Everest side who certainly play with a lot of heart and passion. We do know if the likes of Arjun Shahi can get going, they're certainly capable of doing great things. Of course, the big news is no Ashish Bam for them. That is a horrible, horrible blow. We know what an important batter he is, but they can certainly turn to the likes of Shahi and Limassol and expect them to do great things. The Tigers have won the toss for that match, and they're going to have a bat first. Let's see if Everest can run through that batting order. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. They were a little bit slow those first couple of overs, the Limassol Calpe. They managed to muster just 21 runs. But in that third over, bowled by Mudassir Shah, they managed to score 30 runs thanks to some terrific batting by Qasim Mohammed, the top run getter for the Limassol Calpe in this European Cricket Series. That over would go for 30 runs. And just wondered if they had a chance. Keep in mind, Limassol Zeli were 44 for no loss at the end of the power play. Meanwhile, the Calunders were 51 for no loss, thanks to that superb display of batting at the start of the innings by Qasim Mohammed. But in the end, it'd be one shot too many for the danger man for the Calunders. He'd send one to Naveed Ahmed at mid-wicket, and the innings would just unravel from there. The rest of the batters would have just single digits. No one else was able to muster a score of note. Wickets would continue to fall at regular intervals throughout the innings. Just 3 boundaries by batters not named Qasim Mohammed in this innings. They needed a big performance with the bat. They just weren't able to get to it. The scoreboard pressure got to them. And in the end, the Zalmi just played around a little bit with their bowling attack, gave a few different bowlers a chance to roll their arm, and they take a dominant 119-run victory. I mean, that is an incredible margin of victory for a T10 match. And they'll be making their way to the quarterfinals, where they will play Sher-e Punjab. Let's have a look at the scorecard. As you can see, after Qasim Mohammed, it looks like a phone number, doesn't it? 6919411. No real scores of note outside of Qasim Mohammed. The scoreboard pressure just got to these batters, and they simply weren't able to get their side anywhere near this target. In the end, they couldn't even get halfway there. We'll move on to have a look at the bowling figures for the Limassol Zeli. A great bowling performance all around. Mudassir Shah will feel very unlucky that he was brought back for a second over in that power play. He has to bowl to the dangerous Qasim Mohammed. That doesn't do his figures any good. And then, as you can see there right at the end, they experimented a little bit, gave Feroz Khan a chance to roll his arm, as well as Samiullah Shaqaib. The match summary for this game is that the Limassol Zeli have punched their ticket to the quarterfinal, where they will be playing Sher-e Punjab in our last match of the day tomorrow. They did it thanks to some incredible batting in that first innings, a 200-run partnership between Salman Khan and Huzaifa, which just set them up terrifically, and then they bowled out in an outstanding manner in this second innings. They get rid of the Calunders, and the Limassol Calunders will once again be heading home in the elimination round. They failed to win an elimination game for the second ECS running, but it's all about the Zalmi, who make it 5 wins in a row. They're red hot heading into the right stage of this tournament. Join us again in just over 10 minutes when we'll bring you our second elimination match of the day between the Nicosia Tigers and Everest.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back to Eeps and Us on this Elimination Wednesday. We've got another big eliminator coming up here between the Nicosia Tigers and Everest. Should be a very exciting matchup, of course. The Nicosia Tigers won the toss and decided to have a bat first. Let's see if they can put a big total on the board here and put some pressure on Everest in the second innings. We'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard over here as the Tigers and Everest get set to do battle. And before we go there, we'll have a look at this beautiful drone shot of this village of Ipsenas. We are just 7 kilometers west of the port city of Limassol. That right there is the fantasy dashboard. As you can see, Nicosia Tigers 3-4. They started off this European Cricket Series with 3 straight wins, so they're on a massive losing streak here, heading into this knockout round with 4 straight losses. They're going up against Everest, who were a bit up and down during the group stages. We know they can certainly cause an upset when it's their day. So this could be a very interesting match. Obviously, the Tigers, they just fell away during the group stages after getting off to a terrific start. And a window opportunity might just have opened up for this underdog Everest side. As you can see, the win predictor puts the Nicosia Tigers at 68%, whereas Everest are 32%. You feel that's pretty fair. I think the Tigers, they've got the quality. They've certainly got the players. Let's just see if they will find their form in this crucial elimination match. Of course, for Everest, the big news is that Ashish Baum is not playing for them. I mean, not only is this a big blow for them in the second innings, as he's their second highest run getter this ECS, but he's also their wicketkeeper. So we're going to see a different player deputize behind the stumps. So new wicketkeeper in place for this Everest side. So it's going to be Jeevan Lumsall wicket keeping for Everest. And we know Lumsall, he's a good wicket keeper. He's often had the gloves when Ashish Baum has been unavailable for his team. Let's see how Everest do here. Key for them is to bowl nice and accurately. They don't have the quickest bowling attack. Shahi, the only bowler with a bit of pace. I think consistency is going to be the key for these Everest bowlers. Here we go. First ball. And he starts out with a dot ball. Now Hussain, he is someone who certainly has a lot of pace. A very, very exciting bowler. Wonderful left arm bowler who's a real firecracker. Very, very exciting to watch. And he attempts a Yorker there, gets it slightly wrong, turns into a low full toss. Mazumdar doesn't look to overhit it, just gets enough bat on it to get it away for 4. So he's off the mark with a boundary. And you can just see he's looking to jam that Yorker, and the umpire does really well to get out of the way of that. That's such a Tharanga behind the stumps. He's joined by Sajith Denakun, who's out at square leg. Abdul Rahman is the third umpire. Oh dear, where has this caught Mazumdar? He looks to be in some pain here. Has this just caught him on the forearm? Okay, yeah, that's caught him somewhere much, much worse. I think we don't need to take a look at that again. Well, yeah, very, very uncomfortable right now for Roman Mazumdar. Will oh dear. Well, We'll give him his moment just to recover and just a chance to talk a little bit about this match, of course. The Nicosia Tigers, as we mentioned at the top of this broadcast, came in with 3 consecutive wins, but then they went in to a massive slide. A lot of their batters seemed to lose their timing. They were struggling with their bowling as well. But of course, I think they maybe got a bit fortunate here with this matchup against Everest. Side, I don't think too many people would have fancied to make it into the elimination round. Have somehow managed to get here. And you certainly feel they're big favorites in this match, the Tigers. If they play the typical Tiger way, you'd expect them to take this win. This is a full toss. That's it straight to the fielder at cover. And it's just going to be a single. Hassan Rasidul is going to get back on strike. He's a batter who certainly lost his form and lost his way after starting out the European Cricket Series really well. They had a terrific 49 in their 3rd win in this ECS and was consistently getting good scores. But then after that, he just got a little bit too slow. Of course, he had that 22 of 20 in the match the Tigers lost against the Cyprus Tigers. And since then, he just hasn't found his timing. He's been a little bit off, Hassan Rasidul. So a nice over so far for Mohamed Hussain. Obviously, we know Rico is a big fan of his. Loves to watch him play. Can he get a wicket here? Just will dig this one in short. Muslim, they're not quite able to control it. And the over comes to an end. Good start here for Everest. Just 7 runs off that first over. Let's have a look at the groups for the ECC, of course. So this year we have a big difference in the fact that all the nations have been divided into a challenger division and a premier division. Just gives sides a chance to play against the other nations in their weight class, allows some of these teams to go in with a chance at winning. Of course, the host nation of this ECS, Cyprus, as you can see, are in Group 2. Group 2 is set to start on the 27th of September, and he attempts some foot fielding. The fielder at mid-wicket, it gets past him, and it goes away for a boundary. Shahi, very unlucky there. That one didn't deserve to go away for a 4, so Deep Khatri not covering himself in glory. Full toss again there by Shahi, and this is a poor misfield. And you gotta feel for Shahi. No, he really doesn't deserve that. That's a regulation bit of fielding. And 99 times out of 100, he would be stopping that Sahil Akhtar. But this time around, it goes right through him. It wasn't even struck that firmly. There was no Tortuga bounce. There was, in all honesty, no excuse for him. Oh, beautiful shot. Gorgeous shot. That's the thing with T10 cricket, though. I mean, you're obviously going to have a few balls that are going to go away for 4. It's about at least preventing some of these avoidables. I mean, that's 2 boundaries you gave at the start of the over needlessly, and all that pressure that was on the batters after the first over has suddenly been relieved. Plays this one nice and late. Mazumdar, and oh, well, not fielded too convincingly. And you could just tell Shahi, his heart would have skipped a beat when he saw that slight misfield out in the deep. In the end, it doesn't cost his side any runs. It's just a single. Nice ball there by Shahi. It's a good comeback after getting hit for a couple of boundaries. The Tigers are just contemplating stealing an extra run over there, but it certainly wasn't on. Goes short. And he's not able to control that one, Mazumdar. And it's just going to be a single to end the over. So Shahi, very, very unlucky in that over. Obviously, 2 boundaries went away for absolutely no reason at all. Some really shocking fielding. And the Nicosia Tigers are 22 for no loss at the end of 2. Let's see if they continue with Mohammed over here. Hussein. Obviously a terrific bowler, and I think usually the plan in T10 cricket is you keep your best bowlers on early in the innings, hoping they can get a few breakthroughs. And both the batters really struggled to get Mohammed Hussein away, but instead Sahil Akhtar's coming in to bowl the final over of the power play. Mazumdar doesn't quite time this as nicely as he'd like, and it's just going to be a single. Yeah, you take away those 2 lucky boundaries for Mazumdar, and he'd really be batting on 15 of 11, because those 2 really should have just been singles. Now struck firmly down the ground by Rasidul, and it's going to go away for a boundary. Nice shot, really good shot. Knew that mid-off was inside the ring, so he's just struck it towards that long off boundary. It's a touch short by Sahil Akhtar. And it's been bashed down the ground for a 4. So long off and long on are out now. They just brought a square leg into the ring. The wicket keeper is not able to hold on to that one. It's going to be a bye. Yeah, someone like Ashish Baum, you just feel he might have been able to hold on to that. He's the regular wicketkeeper for this Everest side, missing for this match. Oh, nice ball there, keeping a nice and wide line. We know Mazumdar is very good at running the ball towards third man. Two balls left in this power play. Comes down. Look how far down he comes, Roman Mazumdar. He just often does that. Mazumdar always does this, though. He loves to walk out of his crease. And he's been dismissed a few times when they've looked to bang it in short. He's almost out of the frame. That's how far he's... Yeah, I've seen him get done with a short one a number of times when employing that strategy. This is strength sent straight towards long on, and the first wicket falls. Shahi holds on to that. He never makes a mistake when he's out in the field. And they get the wicket they desperately needed, Everest. The Tigers lose their first one right on the final ball of the power play. Credit to Akhtar. He bowled really well that over, kept things nice and tight. And he's a bit lucky that one hasn't been smacked away for a 6. That was a full toss. That really should have been punished. Shahi takes the catch. No mistake there. And I think this Everest Cricket Club will be pretty pleased with that power play. 29 for 1. Now, let's certainly take that at the end of the 3 overs. Of course, I'm Nishjay Bhatt, and joining me is the voice of European cricket, Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
Thanks very much, Nish. Great to be here once again. Yeah, Everest kind of parachuted in, and I think that's a pretty good power play for them. Obviously, you saw some delightful stroke play. Mazumdar's straight drive was classical, wasn't it, early in the piece? But yeah, creating and taking chances, that's what it's all about. We saw Calendars come in earlier and just didn't really hit the ground running at all, didn't they? But Mazumdar is still there, and he's got 21 of the 29 runs in the power play. Just didn't get a lot of help at the other end. As Country comes on to bowl over number 4. Starts with a full toss. This time it's not going to work out too well. Clipped away. 4 runs to start the over.
Yeah, that's not how you want your captain to start off, do you? Yeah, it's a full toss. And Mazumdar just helps it along behind square leg. Mazumdar, really feel, holds the key for this Nicosia Tigers side. Very important batter. We've talked at length about him throughout this ECS. No worries there. That is definitely below the waist. Yeah, easy pickings for the Tiger.
Yeah, got to get it right. He doesn't the first ball. First ball's so important. I know it's not easy. You never quite know what the ball's going to do, for example. But length is something you can control. Okay, the line can be a bit more difficult with the newish ball. This is a step hit delivery, and it's going to be out of the ground. So 4 and 6 pick up sticks as Mazumdar regains control of this innings.
Very, very good shot there by Roman Mazumdar. Targets that shorter, straight boundary, and he hits it away for 6. Khatri, though, struggling to start off, isn't he? He's been quite expensive throughout this European cricket series, an economy rate of 16.5 during the group stages.
Yeah, gets this wrong down leg side. Pretty good take. Yeah, do have Limassol behind the stumps. There's Pandit, unfortunately, wasn't able to take his regular position. Thought that might have just grabbed a little bit of something on the way through. Umpire didn't think so. Calls it a wide. Next one into the leg side. Doesn't really get hold of that. And I've got to say, Zishan Mahmood, he gets a hit. He's one of my cult heroes here in Cyprus. He's built for power. He's not afraid to use it. And he's got his own kind of style, which I would call violent with the bat. Let's see what he's got here in this elimination match.
Yeah, the bat just looks so small in his hands, doesn't it?
Yeah, just going to clip that one away effortlessly. And it goes all the way over the rope. Maximo for Zishan to get his innings underway.
No, he's an incredible hitter, Zishan Mahmood. I've been calling for him to open the batting every single match. I think you want a player like him facing as many balls as possible. The top run getter for this Nicosia Tigers side so far. And he starts off with a big one. And this huge elimination match for his side.
Khatri goes short this time. It's a little under edge, but it's a thing on this outfield. If it beats the infield, it just continues to run away. A little tap there from Zishan on the backside to Khatri saying, hey, you probably beat me with the short ball, even though I end up with the 4 runs. It's, yeah, also a nice little way to assert dominance. It's almost like, you know, you have your little brother bowling to you and you say, yeah, he almost got me there. Nice. Only a 4.
Yeah, love to see that touch there by Zishan Mahmood.
So he's gone magical already. But Khatri, credit to him. Those last 2 balls probably gets the better of Mahmood, but doesn't say it on the scoreboard. 50's up as well for the Tigers. 51 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, good recovery this over the Nicosia Tigers. That one going for 22 runs. Bhuman Khatri struggles throughout this ECS. Continue into this match. We'll have a look at this graph here for the Nicosia Tigers. They made 29 runs inside the power play, but they do get 22 in that over right after the power play. I think looking at Zishan Mahmood, you know, we've been talking a lot about all the centuries that have been made here in Cyprus throughout this European cricket series. He's yet to even get to a half century. He's had a lot of scores in the 40s throughout this ECS. And I'm sure he'll be looking to make a score similar to the one written on the back of his shirt. Mazumdar picks up a single, so this is a good move, bringing Mohamed Hussein right back in here to bowl to Zishan Mahmood. And this is maybe why they held him back for a second over and didn't bowl him out in the power play. I think they wanted their gun bowler, Mohamed Hussein, going at the best batter in this Tigers team.
Yeah, it's a good point you make. Mohamed Hussein steaming in. And gets this wrong. It's going to be a no ball. It's going to be stopped at least. But we got a free hit coming up. We have seen this sometimes, especially today actually. There's been a few of them. Bowler's searching for that full length. Okay, he's already slightly out of his crease, but it was an on-pace delivery. You can see it probably gets him kind of abdominal height and sliced away. It'll be Mazumdar though, that will be in position to capitalise on the free hit.
He's obviously maybe just trying a little bit too hard here going against Zishan Mahmood. He's probably feeling he desperately needs to get rid of him for his side. But anyway, free hit coming up for Mazumdar.
He misses out. He wants the wide there, but I think the natural angle of the left armour beats him. No, that's fine. Probably good location there from Mohamed Hussein. Yeah, they're hoping that they can kind of go bang bang here, get into the middle order of the Tigers and Everest. I got some good players themselves. You mentioned a couple that are out in this contest. He runs at him, changes the length, gets a short ball, hooks it away. It's almost like Hussein said, all right, I see you coming at me. Deal with this. But he just seemed to have so much time to play that shot. And Hussein's not slow. Kind of sweats. And the thing about that from Roman is he's still pretty still at the moment that the ball's delivered. So he makes his position, then stops. So his head wasn't really moving, played it really nicely.
Yeah, it was very still at the point of contact, Roman Mazumdar, and I think Hussein will be disappointed that he hasn't served him up a spicier bouncer. Mazumdar gets that away.
That's pretty close.
I think he might just be pitching outside the leg
Yeah,
stump.
that was my initial reaction, but it was very close to pitching on line. Let's have a look. Just outside leg, probably hitting outside leg as well. And close, but not close enough. Good umpiring. Umpires have been outstanding today. And throughout the whole tournament, for that matter.
Yeah, these two balls, though, are going to be absolutely massive. Hussein against Zishan Mahmood. I think this is why they held him back for the second over. Can you get rid of the main man?
He can. He knocks him over. Keeps a bit low. Zishan almost snaps his bat in half in disgust. But Hussein does break this partnership. Although it's not Mazumdar, does get Mahmood off just the fifth ball he faces here in Eliminator 2. It's 59 for 2.
And this is the most important wicket for the Nicosia Tigers. Zishan Mahmood has been their top run getter this ECS. Could have had even more runs if he wasn't batting in the second innings a number of times. Let's have a look at this once again. Yeah, crashes into the middle stump. Top bit of bowling. Stays a little bit low. Doesn't take off as much as you would expect. Wonder if he's just taking some pace off the delivery over there, Mohamed Hussein. And it's his top captaincy by Bhuvan Khatri. I think I really love the way he thinks. He's a captain who thinks on his feet. He adjusts his field setting a lot throughout the game. Holds back Hussein because he wants him to bowl to Zishan Mahmood. And it's done the trick.
Tomo Amnul is the new batter. It's a pretty good Yorker first up. Jammed out, well dealt with actually by the new batter, Tomo. And he'll retain the strike. It's the end of the fifth over and halfway through. It's pretty even Stevens here for me. It's 60 for 2 after 5.
Yeah, it's really finely poised so far this match. I think Everest have bowled terrifically. I think other than that one over bowled by their captain, I'd be surprised if he comes back for a second over after that one. They've kept things very tight. They've bowled good lines and lengths, been fairly consistent. I think you've got to credit their fielding as well. They've all done their job. Just a couple of errors in that second over which Shahi bowled, but since then, I think they've been on the money.
They have. But yeah, it starts with the ball, doesn't it? I mean, we've said it so many times. Shahi will return. First one goes down the leg side. But yeah, when you're the bowler, you're actually the only person on the whole field that's actually in control. Everything else is reacting to what you deliver. So you know, if you can get your part right, suddenly it's easy to set fields to. You make it difficult for the batter to assume that control. But if you don't get it right and you're not in control of the actions, well then you're going to have a pretty bad time, especially when the conditions are so batting friendly like they are here at Ipsonas.
Yeah, so the captain here is going to bring back Shahi for his second over. So not holding him back for the death overs, the captain. This is a slower ball that has gone wrong for Shahi, and it's going to be a wide.
Yeah, just not a bad spot to miss, really, but you'll have to re-bowl that one. Mazumdar, 37. And he gets castled. Shahi does decide to come back on for a second over, and he gets it right, doesn't he? He gets it full, gets it straight. Roman tries to go across the line, but a bit like Zishan last over, he loses the castle. 63 for 3.
Not good shot selection by Roman Mazumdar. I think we do know he plays beautifully with a straight bow. I would have liked to see him play this one through the line, particularly when there's a big gap right here at long off. And his decision to swipe across the line doesn't pay off. He gets bowled.
It's just what we were saying, though, getting it right with the ball. So he It's one thing to know where to bowl, another thing to actually execute. And that's a really good example of execution and basically forcing a bad shot. It was a bad shot, really. If you saw that straight drive earlier, you'd know that technically Roman's certainly capable of dealing with a ball like that. But credit to AJ. Comes up with the big wicket. This is pretty close as well. It's going to be a Golski. It's going to just come off really a thick inside edge. Vansham is the new batter. That was pretty close to trapping him as well, but he'll get 4 runs to get off the mark.
He's a good middle order batter, Vansham. He's certainly someone who's capable of hitting a long ball. I think this Nicosia Tigers side are blessed to have quite a bit of depth. Their captain, Jahid Hassan, is still there, so there's still plenty to deal with for Everest in this second half of the innings.
He's been right at the money here. It's funny, when you start bowling good balls, it suddenly becomes easy to bowl more of them. Such a rhythm thing bowling, so many moving parts to it. But, it's been a really good over so far. And this one's in that offside channel again. Instead of field to that, they've got deep backward point back there to keep it to a single. Shahi would love one more breakthrough here with his last delivery.
Tom Alaminal facing the final ball of the 6th over.
That's a pretty good one. Excellent over there from Shahi. He gets the danger man. Tigers in the corner slightly here. After 6 overs, they're 68 for 3.
Yeah, it's a tough decision coming up here for the captain, though, because who's he going to bowl these remaining 4 overs? He's obviously bowled out Hussain and Shahi. We'll have a look at the scorecard here for the Nicosia Tigers. As we can see, Roman Mazumdar got off to a start, but this is becoming a bit of a theme for him, isn't it? He's getting these starts, but he's not been able to go on and play the big innings. Zishan Mahmood hit a couple of boundaries earlier in his innings before he was done by a terrific ball by Muhammad Hussain. And now, well, the captain is gonna introduce the 5th bowler into the attack. It's Kishore Boston. It's the Candyman coming into bowl the 7th over.
Well, let's see if he gets a sweet result. Not a bad first ball. It's miles in the air. Not going to carry, though, to the outfield. It's so high, they'll actually be able to get through for it. Well, I was going to say get through too, but this ball's hit the stumps, and I just don't think he's made it. I think there's no chance Aminul has gotten home. I don't know if this flicks the bowler's fingers on the way through, but the ball crashes into the stump from side on. Let's check it out. Yeah, he then gets in front, but I actually think it might have flicked the bowler's fingers here and gone onto the stumps, but you can see he's definitely short. And so, unfortunately for Aminul, he'll be run out the non-striker's end. And I think he knew the writing was on the wall there. I think it just flicks the fingertips. Whether it did or it didn't, the ball definitely hits the stumps. And Aminul is going to have to go. I was going to say comfortable too, but then I realised there's nothing comfortable about it. In fact, results in a run out at 69 for 4.
Incredible throw. What an arm. He's somehow, with laser-guided precision, managed to get the direct hit there. That was a top throw. We'll take a look at that again. That's Sudeep Khatri out in the deep. Hasn't featured too much this ECS, but then he comes up big for them in such a crucial moment in this ECS match. This one is smacked away for a 6. Just straying onto the leg side there, the batter, and he gets punished. Bunsham hits the long ball.
Yeah, whacked away. Just losing his line slightly.
Yeah, the key here, though, for them is they just need to maintain this discipline for these remaining 3.4 overs. I think Shahi, Akhtar, and Hussain have done a terrific job in the first half of the innings. Can these new bowlers continue their good work? This one's another huge hit. Goes away for 6. Back-to-back 6s for Bunsham. I did mention he's someone who's a very handy middle-order batter, and he's coming in here hitting some big runs right when they need them.
Yeah, it's a good bit of ball striking, isn't it? And Vansham did get the strike back, even though it cost him his batting partner. That's a couple of great blows back-to-back. And this one looks like it's flying as well, but does it have the legs? It does. Maximo. And 3 on the spin for Vansham, who's taking this innings up a notch.
He's Certainly is. Another big blow, a hefty blow. The fielder, well, that one just sailed over it. No chance at getting at that.
Yeah, it's a good comeback though from Bassett. Around the wicket, just beats him on the outside edge side. Now he pushes a bit too far, thinking about sneaking a run, but a little bit gun shy, I think, after that run out.
Oh, it's been a really good over so far for the Nicosia Tigers. Will Vansham inflict some more punishment before it ends?
Yeah, he will. He'll just step down the wicket and casually stick it over the fence. So there is a wicket in that over via the run out, but also it goes for 26. So magical stuff for the Tigers. And this is a powerful display from Vansham at the moment. End of the 7th over, 94 for 4.
Yes, once in the slot, Vansham gets a chance to free his arms and he bashes it away for a 6. And these two big overs, bowled by Bhuvan Khatri and Kishore Boston, have just kept this Nicosia Tigers side in this game. We'll have a look at our European Cricket Series calendar. Of course, we started off this year back in Cyprus in January. We're back for a second time. And just look at some of the wonderful grounds we plan to visit for the remainder of the year. Looks to be a great calendar, and it's going to be a great pleasure to bring you all these matches over these next 6 months.
Oh, you can go to the keeper. He's going to be out. This is wasteful, really. It's going to be a golden duck here for Hassan. Oh, well, what a mess this is. He chops it into the ground, and technically it's his call. It's the captain here, Jahid Hassan. Technically it's his call, but Vansham, he just says, look, I hate to do this to you, Skip. I don't think there's a run there. And it was good work for the keeper to get up to the stump straight away. And the bowler recognised it, doesn't have to throw at the stumps, doesn't have to do anything crazy. Let's just pinpoint where it goes wrong. So he's kind of like, okay, I like that you called, yes, but I'm not on board. So I can't sacrifice myself. And I honestly think that if they had gone for that run, Vansham would have been run out. So it's lesser of two evils. But another run out, 94 for 5. Momentum killer, to say the least. And credit to the bowler and the keeper there, just kind of recognising the situation, keeping their cool and executing the run out. Matab, the new batter.
Oh, this is very nicely played there by Matab. Really, really good stroke. He's hit this one across the line, just picked it up off the middle stump and struck it away for a boundary.
Yeah, pretty well hit. They seem to not been too slowed down by the fall of wickets. Normally wickets fall, run rate slows down, but Vansham's on his own little personal heater, isn't he? Oh, great slow ball. Really good slow ball. See the frustration of Vansham, who's kind of getting left on the shelf at the other end at the moment.
Yeah, the beauty of being the captain is you can award yourself a second over despite being a bit expensive in the first one. And that's a good ball there by Khatri. I think he's come back well in the second over of his spell.
This one hits
There
him on
a
the foot.
chance over here. Yes, it is. It's been given out. The umpire raised his finger. I was just wondering, because he was outside his crease there, Matab, would that create some doubt in the umpire's mind?
It's another one of these slow balls, though. And I suppose there's not many of these that are actually going over. With this over spin on the ball there. But he hits him on the foot. And the umpire's saying, look, well, I think it hits him in line. And, yeah. So, I mean, if the umpire's confidence hitting the stumps, it probably does hit him in line just. Hits him on off stump. It probably isn't going over. And it's probably not missing either side. A process of elimination. Umpire's happy with it. Yeah. It was a long way forward, though. That does create an element of doubt, but the umpire was happy enough that it was going to hit the stumps. So that's the end of the over. Pretty good one once again for Everest. And the score is 98 for 6. Vancham will get the strike, though, in the 9th.
Yeah, that was a great over by Bhuvan Khatri. Obviously went for 22 runs in the first over he bowled, and he comes back really strongly. And, well, this penultimate over is going to be bowled by Sahil Akhtar, but then he's going to have a bit of a decision. Who does he want to bowl that final over? Kishore Boston went for 26 in his first over, so it'll be tough to see him coming back for a final over. Here we go. Sahil Akhtar bowling the 9th. It all happens in the 9th, as they say, and this is a chance. This could be a huge catch. It is a huge catch. Arjun Shahi, well, he never makes a mistake out in the field, one of the safest pairs of hands, and he's taken a very, very important catch here. Vancham is gone, and now we're into the lower order, so where are they going to find some more runs here than Nicosia Tigers?
Yeah, Vancham was like a pie that was cooling on the shelf, but eventually went cold, didn't he? Didn't get to face the ball in that last over, had to watch from the other end. He saw 2 wickets fall for 4, but now he becomes a statistic himself, doesn't he? As he'll depart for 30 of just 10. Again, good catch by Arjun Shahi. And Everest, they've really turned up for this contest, haven't they? The Tigers, they've had their moments. They're still, I think, going to get to what I think is a competitive score. I think a moment ago I saw that win predictor, 50-50. So right in the balance is Bikash Shretha coming in. You say it all happens in the 9th. Well, let's see if Bikash can make something happen. I guess went off the end of the bat first up. I mean, yeah, some of it has been good bowling, good fielding, but then a couple of those wickets, I think the batters would have to look in the mirror and say, yeah, that was my mistake. I presume they're trying to go across the line, getting castled. The run out where Captain Jahid Hassan took off. Okay, the other run out, direct hit from miles away. You know, sometimes you just got to say you're a bit unlucky, but also yeah, some of the dismissals have been a bit avoidable, you'd have to say. Worked away towards fine leg, not too much on it. They're kind of spooked to take on the second, so they'll just take a single. Nicosia Tigers actually falling slightly behind now in this game. 100 does come up for them though. And over and a half still to play.
Yeah, Bikash Shrestha, obviously a very interesting story. He's playing against a side who he knows very well. He's played in the past for Everest. And he has admitted to us a few times that when he's not playing against Everest, he often roots for them in these European cricket series. This one's struck out towards mid-wicket, of course. Bikash Shrestha is of Nepali heritage himself. He is playing for the Nicosia Tigers in this match.
Yeah, obviously these teams and players get to know each other really well. It's a community, isn't it? No matter where we go in Europe. Quite a kind of niche community normally. Probably the exception was England, where we had a series late last month. Oh, well, I just looked at the scorecard and I saw S. Akhtar and I said, well, let's see if he can bowl one like him, and he does. That's a nasty one. I honestly hope this hasn't gone through the helmet. Oh, I think this ball is actually, it's tested the integrity of the helmet. But it's a bouncer that was right on target. Now, he's still up and he's still, having a chat. And he's definitely going to get the quick concussion test to make sure that he's okay to continue. But might be the worst idea just to pull him out of there with more wickets in hand. And he's going to have to face another ball from Akhtar.
Yeah, it just felt like it hit him at the top of the grill or somewhere in that gap, which is always a very scary. We'll have a look at this replay. Looks like it just hit him around that visor area.
Yeah, and that's the thing. See, a ball shouldn't get through there, but it goes pretty close. And that's good that the helmet is obviously correctly put together. Because it used to be you could adjust the grill. Now they don't make them that way anymore because it's set. But it used to be some people would adjust it and a ball could actually get through. And obviously that has disastrous consequences. But the helmet does its job there. It looks like he's going to be able to continue. Ahmed But how about that bouncer? Sahil can't bowl another one, though. Yes, yeah, everyone having a good laugh, saying, yeah, one for the over. He says, I'm pretty aware that it was above my shoulder. It was already hit me between the eyes. Anyway, here's the last ball of the 9th. All happens in the 9th, really does. Oh, well, that's good comeback. You always get knocked out, but then you hit back and you go Maximo. And you know that one's got to be a bit fuller at least. And Tigers bite back at the end of the 9th. They had a bit of everything. It's 107 for 7.
Well, how does the old saying go? It's not about how hard you can hit. It's about whether you can get hit and keep coming back. And that's exactly what he does there. Cops a blow and then whacks a 6. So great courage there by Ahmed to recover after getting struck right on his helmet. And now here's a big decision coming up for the umpire. A big part of the captain, I should say. Who's he going to give this final over to? Kishore Boston, obviously very expensive in his first over, but he does go back to him here, so he has faith in Kishore Boston to turn things around in his second over.
He likes to get across and kind of flat bat, doesn't he, there? Shrestha gets a single. Over to Ahmed, who went in the classic. Almost knocked out, then hit out at the end of the 9th. Tigers scrambling for every run possible. Bring the deep cover up here. So obviously feel he's not likely to try and go offside. Thinks he's going to go. They think he's going to go leg. Here's the candy man. Oh, it's actually pretty close.
Yeah, I think he's just been spared by the fact that the impact was maybe just outside the line of the leg stump.
I reckon this is much closer than you think. Look. If it hits him, well, yeah, probably just outside leg. But, I mean, super close. It might have been a little bit of that ball that was in line, but umpire's call, I think he gets it spot on. Now, there's that favourite pull shot. It's a bit of under edge. They might think it too. They won't in the end. So, yeah, Everest certainly coming in to this contest. I think most people would have had them as underdogs. But, they're certainly representing pretty well. They were 32% coming into this game. Right now they find themselves on top. Oh, it's still pretty even. He drags this one from outside off, but he gets it. It's quite a good shot, actually. It's interesting because, like I said, cover's up in the circle, so they obviously feel that Ahmed wants to go leg side, but yeah, even though they've plugged that area, they can't plug all the gaps.
Yeah, maybe he should look to get hit at the start of every innings. Ever since he took that blow, he's been batting superbly, Ahmed. That's the second boundaries hit after that short ball.
Yeah, swing and a miss. This is real middle of the road stuff. 50-50 at the moment. Oh, that's played away nicely, and that's going to be 4. So it's a good finish from Ahmed. Hey, courageous batting from him after that nasty blow in their helmet. He'll finish it with 4 runs, and it's 118 for 7. It'll be 119 for Everest to stay alive in this European Cricket Series.
And all those wickets that Everest managed to pick up were so crucial. They gave up just 24 runs in those last 3 overs. Obviously, the lower order not able to accelerate quite the way some of the quality batters can at the top of the order. I have to say, though, I think Boston was a little bit wayward in that final over. I think if he was much tighter, they could have had an even cheaper over, because looking at this game, you feel like it's hanging on a knife's edge. It could be a very, very tight one. Tigers end up making 118 runs in their 10 overs. Well, have a look at the highlights of this inning. So Mazumdar opened the batting alongside Hassan Rasidul. Mazumdar struck 7 boundaries during that, 6 fours and a 6. Rasidul at the other end, well, he was just not himself today, was he? Barely on the ball before he was dismissed by Sahil Akhtar. This was a good catch out of the deep by Arjun Shahi. The first of 2 catches he would take in this innings. And we saw Zishan Mahmood come out, and number 3 is a little bit surprised he didn't open the batting, but He'd make 11 off the 5 balls he faced before Mohamed Hussein would get rid of him there. Top bit of captaincy by the skipper Bhuvan Khatri. I just said that Mohamed Hussein should be held back maybe for an over so he can get to bowl to Zishan Mahmood. Got a couple of balls at Zishan and he got rid of him. This was an outstanding throw by Sudeep Khatri, right on the money from mid-wicket. Laser guided precision. And that would be the end for Tomo Aminul. This is another run out here. This would be the end for the captain, Shahid Hassan, who would depart on a golden duck. A huge mix-up for him. Emadur Mahatab would go out for an LBW. Nice bowling there by Bhuvan Khatri. Khatri was very expensive in his first over, but then he came back for a second over and bowled superbly. The captain gave up just 4 runs and picked up that wicket of Mahatab. Had some great use of the slower ball. That was Faisal Ahmed. He caught the blow on his helmet, and then he would strike 3 boundaries after that. Came out very strong. Really gutsy and courageous innings by him. Member of the lower order, but he made some handy runs at the end. 15 of 8. And think about this, those might be the runs that could win his side the game. I mean, you take away 10 runs from this Nicosia Tigers target, and well, 109 in the second innings is a lot easier than 119. We'll have a look at the scorecard here for the Nicosia Tigers. As you can see, a few starts in there. Roman Mazumdar got off to a decent start, but maybe he wasn't accelerating at the rate he should have. Maybe he should have gone on to play that big innings. Bunsham was terrific during those middle overs, managed to make 30 of 10, but in the end he didn't have too much support and he was eventually dismissed by Sahil Akhtar. Nice runs at the end there as well by Faisal Ahmed. I'll just reiterate that point. 15 of 8. That little innings by him at the end could prove to be the difference. I mean, we all saw that match India and Pakistan played in the T20 World Cup, and those handy runs managed to make right at the end with the likes of Siraj and Arshdeep were so crucial in helping them win that game. Could be the case here as well for the Nicosia Tigers. We just had a look at the bowling card for this Everest side. Great figures all around, I think. Sahil Akhtar will be very impressed with his performance. 2 for 14, picked up some very important wickets. Mohamed Hussein, as usual, he was on the money, 1 for 15. And those 3 players that you can see on your screen, Akhtar, Hussein, and Shahid, once again helped their side restrict the Tigers to a below par total of 118. We should be in for a very interesting second innings, and maybe the Tigers will be victims of another upset here against Everest. Well, come back in 5 minutes when we'll be bringing you our second innings.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings, and we witnessed a really entertaining first one where the Nicosia Tigers were restricted to 118 runs by Everest, who have a chance to make it to the quarterfinal. So a side who many people didn't even fancy to make it to the elimination stage could take the next big step and knock up one of the big boys in Cyprus cricket, the Nicosia Tigers. As we mentioned, the Tigers, they're on a big slide there in a 4-game losing streak. They somehow managed to make it into the elimination stage by virtue of some of their bonus point victories early in this ECS. And could they be eliminated here in the very, very first elimination game they were involved in? Of course, the Nicosia Tigers went 2-6 in the ECS we had here in January. They failed to make it into the knockout stage at all, so it's been a difficult year for them so far in this ECS. Of course, we know they're a team that certainly have very high expectations. They've got the quality. They're an established name in Cypriot cricket. They made it to the very first final we had here in Cyprus back in the ECS in July 2020, but silverware has eluded them. They've not been able to go all the way, and their first innings performance wasn't too convincing. And the players will be making their way to the field very, very shortly. We just have a slight delay, of course. The one good bit of news, if you're a Nicosia Tigers fan, is the fact that Ashish Bam is not playing for Everest. We know what an important batter he is. Him and Arjun Shahi opening the batting. The two of them are really capable, I should say, of pulling off some heroics. And I'm interested to see who's going to open alongside Arjun Shahi. My initial instinct is I think it's going to be Sahil Akhtar. Hasn't done too much with the bat throughout this ECS, but he's got a big part to play here. And there he is. I think we confirm Sahil Akhtar's out there. Look at this. He's getting a run in. He's getting a jog in. I don't know if he can catch this one, but he's just taking a little jog. And he looks ready. I think he knows that one of the key things he has to do is make sure he doesn't face too many dot balls. There he is, starting off his pre-innings warm-up with a little jog. Yeah, I think the key here for Sahil Akhtar is avoid dot balls, make sure that Arjun Shahi can face as much of the strike as possible. And also just try to help his side pinch some extra runs wherever they can. Arjun Shahi scored a century in this European Cricket Series, but he also made a sensational 85, which was probably even more impressive than his 100 because it came in a key pressure situation for this Everest Cricket Club. And it's one of the reasons why they got the seeding so they can play this Nicosia Tigers side. Here we go, first ball of the innings. And this is struck towards point. Good bit of fielding to prevent a 4. A fielder at point has saved the side 3 runs. That one could easily have gone away to the boundary. That's Faisal Ahmed. What a great last 15 or 20 minutes he's had. Of course, he copped a blow in the helmet. Then he made those crucial 15 runs of just 8 deliveries at the end, which, if this game comes down to the wire, could be the difference. And now he starts off with a top display of fielding to save his side 3 runs. This is nicely played by Akhtar. Beautifully played. Just closes the face of the bat. Works it away towards mid-wicket as it's 4 runs. Classy way to get off the mark. Yeah, lovely batting. Oh, it's a wide delivery. It's a good thing there's a short third man in place. That's Vikas Shrestha. Saved his side some runs. That one went past the keeper. And if he's not there, that's certainly going away for a minimo. top bit of bowling. Just gets a little bit of seam movement away there, doesn't he, Aminul? It's angling in and just watch how it seams away. Beautiful delivery. And not too much foot movement by the batter. He's just pushing at it with his hands. That's a good comeback by Tomal Aminul after getting hit for a 4. They just move a deep cover into the ring and they've sent long on out, so probably a full and straight one coming here. It is full, but it isn't all that straight. And yeah, I think, as I said at the start of this broadcast, Akhtar's main responsibility here is not to play out too many dot balls. I think he should be looking to play that ball on the offside, especially when it's moving away like that. Bring out the cover drive. Two balls left in this first over. That goes big. Has he got a hold of it? Jahid Hassan is there. He's interested. And the move to bring Sahil Akhtar to open the batting doesn't pay off in the end for Everest. He makes just 4 runs off the 4 deliveries he faced. Great start here for the Nicosia Tigers. They pick up an early wicket. And Everest, well, they've fallen behind early in this chase. It was in the slot. You really think that Sahil Akhtar should have managed to clear the boundary up there, but he's picked out the captain in the deep. Now he was targeting that shorter boundary straight down the ground. But he's failed to get it away. So it's Jeevan Lumsel who's going to come in at number 3. He's a very classy batter. He's technically quite gifted, but you just feel he struggles in T10 cricket a little bit. Isn't always able to accelerate the way one would like, and this is going to go away for a minimo, so it's a nice gift here by the Nicosia Tigers. It's the second time he's bowled one that wide, Tomal Aminul. He got away with it last time because Bikash Shrestha was able to cut it out. Not this time around. Not this time around. It's done everyone over there. They just brought Long off into the ring now, and they've sent deep mid-wicket out. He's going to push at this low full toss lump, so he's going to keep strike heading into the second over. The first over comes to an end. Everest are 12 for 1. It's been 8 matches since we last had a golden ball in the European Cricket Network. We were privileged to get a golden ball on Monday. We've had a few close matches since, but haven't been able to break that streak again in its infancy. And this could be a golden ball total. I mean, how entertaining would it be to get a golden ball in an elimination match? You know, this is a just under par score. 119 is the kind of target that tends to get you a golden ball. Something around that 120-ish range I always feel is a very good golden ball kind of target. So well, we could get one here. Rahman coming in to bowl the second over. And this, just talking a little bit about this Everest side, of course, they picked up 2 wins during the group stages. One coming against the Phillip Warriors, who obviously are massive, massive underdogs in Group A. Side had failed to register a victory, and this is going straight to the fielder. For a second, he just wondered whether it'd be able to clear him. And this is a bit of a calamity for Everest. They lose Lumsel as well. They needed to get some runs out of him. Everest are 12 for 2. Very risky by Lumsel as well to target that boundary where there was a fielder. He should have been looking to hit it towards some of these vacant boundaries. And the second wicket falls very quickly here for Everest. What a start for the Tigers, just what the doctor ordered for them. Yeah, well taken, very well taken, right in front of the scorer's table. Everest in some trouble early. And the captain, Bhuvan Khatri's coming out here. I think we know about this Everest side. We talked about this a lot whenever they play, but they're an extremely top-heavy side, usually so dependent on Ashish, Bam, and Shahi to make all their runs. Of course, Bam not playing today just hurts them so much more. And they're just going to need a special performance here from Arjun Shahi. This is pushed out towards cover for a single, and the danger man for Everest comes on strike, and it's going to be so tough for him because you just know he's going to feel all the pressure in the world right now. He's been amazing throughout this European cricket series, made lots of runs for his team. Now he made a brilliant 112 not out against the Phillips Warriors and had an even more impressive 86 against the British forces. Is this enough to beat the fielders? Jahid Hassan is trying to get there. He puts his body on the line, and he prevents that from going for a 4. He saved his side a couple of runs. The captain leading the way over here and setting an example for the rest of the team. Yeah, let's look at this. Puts the. I'm not sure he's actually dived to try to stop that. I think he just lost his footing at the end. But top effort by Jahid Hassan. And that's going to be a wide. So yeah, just 2 wins during the group stages for Everest, but 2 important wins. They managed to get bonus points as well. One of them against the Phillips Warriors, which certainly helped them. First win was against Phillips Warriors. They won that one by 139 runs. They had a huge opening partnership between Bam and Shahi. That really just set their side up. 71 runs between the two of them. And then Jeevan Lumsel came in at number 3. Batted superbly as well. Made 44 of 19 in that match. But Shahi was a standout performer with 112 of 35. But the best innings Shahi has played was against the British forces. British forces, of course, were superb in Group A. Were up there as one of the very best teams. And Everest were obviously in tons of pressure heading into that match against the British forces, who set them a target of 159. And then Shahi came out in that match with all the pressure on his shoulders. Made a terrific 86 of 27 against some quality British forces bowling, and guided his side to an unlikely win, which helped them get into the knockout stages. Good over there by Rahman, just helps the Nicosia Tigers get in front in this second innings. He picks up a wicket, and he also gives up just 5 runs. Rashidul Hassan coming in to bowl this 3rd over. It's been a good power play so far for the Tigers. Down the leg side, an erratic shot there by Shai. It was a little bit out of control. He's obviously trying to bash that one towards fine leg. Oh, he gets some bat on this. It was going to be a wide anyway, but it's gone the distance for a 6. Yeah, I mean, Arjun Shahi, he's not scared to chase wides down the leg side if he feels he can bash them away for a 6. And he's been dismissed once or twice doing that as well. But he helps us over the rope for a Maximo. First 6 of this innings for Everest. Oh, well, he's swinging really hard at these deliveries. Maybe he needs to watch the ball a little bit closer. Yeah, especially with no Ashish Bam playing this match. You could just sense he's feeling so much pressure in this huge knockout match. I think he just needs to play his natural game. We know Shahi, you know, he's a quality cricketer. He can hit some straight bat strokes as well. As he got a hold of this, not quite. It's only going to be a single. I can just imagine Shahi, after every shot that he fails to get away to the boundary, he just groans, and I can just tell that he's feeling the strain the mental strain, the pressure of this chase. It's a moment he probably feels like he just needs to make all these runs for his side on his own. Pick up a single over here, and Shahi is back on strike. Nicosia Tigers, you can see they just edged ahead right now on that win predictor. They're at 59%. What's another wide here? They're struggling with extras, the Nicosia Tigers. This is the 5th wide they've already bowled, so they've almost bowled an extra over, and we're not even at the end of the power play. Keep in mind, one of those wides was a minimum as well. Straying onto the pads here, Rasidul Hassan, and Shahi will help it away for a 4. Yeah, not too many celebrations by Everest. Usually they cheer every run that's made, but I could just sense there's a lot of tension in that Everest camp. They feel like they have a chance to pull off an upset. And just looking at them, there's a lot of anxiety, a lot of nerves. It would be huge for this cricket club if they can make it to a quarterfinal. Obviously, a side will generally go into these European cricket series unfancied, but they play with great spirit, with great heart, with great passion. Oh, and he ends up stopping that with his feet. That's so painful. But oh, they're going to come here. They're going to pinch a single. Oh, well, we have to have a look at this one. What's happened here? Has the keeper struck the stumps with his gloves first? Oh, well, let's have a look at this entire sequence first. So first of all, you can see this goes straight to the fielder at mid-on. It looks like it's going to be a dot ball. He attempts a direct hit. Rasil Hassan stops it with his feet. Extremely painful. Shahi's desperate to steal a single. But oh, well, I think Mazumdar might just have dropped the ball here. Let's have a look at this. Oh, he's kicked it over with his foot first. Or, yeah, you can see he just kicked that over with his foot first. But you can just see he knocks the stumps over completely with his gloves. So this could be out. He could be given his marching orders. Yeah, I think he could be in some trouble here. I think even though he's kicked it first, he then knocks the stumps over while holding the ball. And that's going to be it. So Shahi was obviously desperate to get that single so he could get back on strike for the next over. In the end, it looks like Khatri has been run out. And Everest, they've lost a flurry of wickets, a real cluster of wickets here during the power play. That's the 3rd one that's fallen for them. And oh, well, oh my. It just increases the pressure on Shahi to go on and score all these runs. We know he's capable of doing it. We've seen it during this European cricket series as well. We saw that spectacular innings against the British forces. My word, how much pressure on one batter to try to guide his side to victory. Everest going below their asking rate as well. There's an inside edge there, but is it going to go away for 4? Yes, it will. So it's a boundary, lucky boundary there for Arjun Shahi. And Vansham's over starts with a 4. Vansham obviously played a big role with the bat in hand in the first innings, made 30 of 10 deliveries. How crucial was that innings he played in the middle? This one's gone up in the air, and Tomalaminal doesn't take that. And doesn't have enough to go for a 4, not quite. A heart and mouth moment there for Everest. If Tomalaminal holds on to that, you feel that would have been the game for the Nicosia Tigers. Oh, it's these big moments, these little moments that determine the outcomes of these matches. Shahi chased a wide one. He could have left that alone, and he would have had a wide. How disappointing would it have been for him to get dismissed on a delivery like that? Oh, the tension is palpable. And we're so early into the second innings. Oh, good ball there by Vansham. Really good delivery. I gotta say, these Tigers bowlers have bowled superbly to start out this innings. Bowled with great accuracy. Probably bowled a few too many extras, but other than that, they've kept freebies at a minimum for this Everest side. Shahi's going to go big, and he's going to go long. See ya later. That's a massive hit for Arjun Shahi. And that one has been deposited into that football pitch out at mid-wicket. Now we know how strong he is through that region, Arjun Shahi. Doesn't quite get a hold of this. And it's going to be a single. So for Khatri, he has to treat this as a free hit, basically, because I don't think you can afford to take a single over here. You'd want Shahi on strike for this 5th over. So Khatri's got to treat this like a free hit. Look to play a big shot. Oh, was there an edge there? Yes, there was. Oh, it's taken a thin edge through the keeper, so the Nicosia Tigers are taking tons of wickets at the other end. Shahi is still out there, but no one's been able to provide him that support. No one's been able to build a partnership with him. Another wicket falls over here for Everest. Doesn't quite have the room to play that shot. Takes a thin edge through the wicketkeeper. Well taken by Roman Mazumdar, and the 4th one falls for Everest. They're 44 for 4 at the end of the 4th overs. Is 4s all across the board. Of course, this is a good chance to welcome back the voice of European cricket, Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu, into the commentary box of Everest. In a very interesting situation here. They've lost tons of wickets, but they've still got their star batter out there.
Yeah, it reminds me of the old Inspector Gadget cartoons. This team will self-destruct in 10 seconds. I mean, they're kind of ballsy trying to steal a run, which ended up in the keeper kicking the stumps, but then knocking them over, which if the bails are off, then it's the equivalent of pulling a stump out. I often think it's one of the littlest known rules or laws in cricket about breaking the wicket that, okay, yes, you can hold the ball and pull a stump out, even in turf cricket, let's say, but even, say, a direct hit, if you can strike a stump out of the ground completely if the bails are off, that also counts as breaking the wicket. So even though he then picked him up and did a little dance with him, as this is up in the air, could it be another one? Fielder runs a country mile, gets 2 hands to it, can't hold on, wipes himself out. Oh, crazy. Shahi's become a bit of a key here. He is still there. Zishan's nonplussed. I mean, the irony being that I don't think he would have reached that ball if he was in the field, but he has a bit to say about it. Geez, this is a really good game at the moment.
Yeah, Tomal Uminal has dropped him twice now. It's gone to the same fielder, Uminal, and if Shahi goes on to play another match-winning innings, he will feel like he has dropped his side of place in the quarterfinals. Thapa is getting set to face his first ball. Key for him here is get a single, get Shahi back on strike.
Flirts at this one and misses.
It's very smart bowling here by Zishan Mahmood. Just keeping it nice and wide. And he's going to try to make sure here that Thapa chews as many dot balls as possible. And then Shahi would also start to just get agitated at the other end and might play a false or rash stroke when he comes back on strike.
He steps across and cowboys this one into the leg side. Doesn't go too far. That rate's just creeping up little by little. Can Thapa be a bit of a help for Shahi? Holds the key for me.
I think Zishan went a bit too straight on that ball. I think he went too straight. He should have bowled a much wider line and tried to force Thapa to play it through the offside.
Tigers cornered. Tigers fight back. This is full. Dug out pretty well by Shahi. Zishan is an experienced campaigner. Yeah, I think it was a deliberate attempt, I think, to attack the stumps of the new batter. So I suppose I can understand that. It's that whole attack versus defence here. If you can They castle and other batters, and suddenly 50 for 6. It's not looking too healthy at all for Everest.
Bring cover into the ring here and have him on the one and try to bowl this nice and wide.
Well, it does get struck in that direction. Just be a single. Nice looking shot there from Thapa, batting number 6.
Last ball of the over coming up. It's going to be interesting here. Does Shai take the single to keep the strike, or does he go for the big one? Well, we'll have to find out. I think if it's a genuinely poor delivery, that probably have to go for the boundary. Otherwise, though, I think a single will do.
Last ball, the 5th over here. He goes straight, but probably a bit too straight. Long chase, unsuccessful chase there for Matab. So, yeah, take your point there as well, Nish. Did get probably a bit greedy there going at this up, ends up straying onto leg. And the 50 comes up for Everest in this topsy-turvy contest. It's 52 for 4 after 5.
Yeah, they're hanging in there, Everest, just because Shahi's still out there. This has been a terrific start for the Nicosia Tigers. I think their skipper, Shahid Hassan, will be very, very pleased with the way they've bowled. Managed to pick up those 4 wickets. I think other than those 2 Tomalaminal drops, those really costly drops of Arjun Shahid, they've been on it in the field as well. Of course, the captain set the tone in that first over when he put in that dive to save a 4. Nicosia Tigers trying to claw their way to the quarterfinals and snap the losing streak they've entered the elimination round with.
Every over's a big one at the moment. Hanging in there, Everest. But Nicosia Tigers have 4 important wickets. Vancham comes on, he gets hit down the ground and out of the ground. Maximo! Well, Thapa enters stage right and launches that one. What a way to start the over.
What a shot there by Thapa. He's played this absolutely beautifully. It's in the slot by Vancham. Watches the ball closely, hits it with a full face of the bat, and smacks it away for a 6. So, you know, they need boundaries from someone other than Shahi, and they certainly get one there. So, top cricket by Thapa.
Hit straight down the ground. Actually, took a bit of something on the way through, but well covered. Just a single. Umpire did well to get out the way. Umpire sometimes an accidental fielder. It just scoots across the artificial turf. Shahi on 34. That's a very good location there. Vancham lures him to try and hit offside. He's just not in a great position here. That's a good call. I think it's pretty much straight over the line, which is not a wide, as we've discussed many, many times. It was kind of adjusted about 2 months ago that the line now belongs to the bowler. Now this one's in the slot. Step, hit, 6, Maximo. Well, this game has more twists and turns than a ball of old yarn. And right now, Shahi representing for Everest.
Yeah, he goes too straight here. And when he goes straight against Arjun Shahi, there's always a chance he's going to smack you over mid-wicket for a 6. Top shot.
Now walks and gets the journey again. Maximo holds the pose too. Oh, Shahi has become a real thorn in the Tigers' side right now. The score lifted up past 70. Last ball, the 6 coming up.
Yeah, this is the over they really needed, Everest. They need to go at about 12 and over. And a couple of big blows here. 19 off this over so far. Will he inflict even more pain at the end of this over? I think the way Thapa struck that 6, I don't think he takes a single here. I think he's going to go for a boundary on this ball as well, Shahi.
Now, almost would have been trouble if the bowler had gathered that. Now they will walk a single. And Everest almost clawing their way back to 50-50. They've been ahead, they've been behind, they've been shaken up. And there's 4 overs to separate these teams. It's 72 for 4.
Yeah, coin flip heading into these last 4 overs. Looks like we're in for another thrilling finish here in Ipsonas. We'll have a look at that scorecard. As you can see, no scores of note outside of Arjun Shahi. And he holds the key here for Everest. As long as he's out there, they can dream. They can dream of a place in the quarterfinals.
47, the score for Shahi. 48, Everest percentage here. Every ball an event at the moment. I like this move. Bringing back Tommy to remand. Bowled a really good first over, 1 for 5. Two guns go to battle here. It's a pretty good first ball. It tucks him up a bit. He wants to here. It's just not there. We've already seen some calamitous run-outs, haven't we, in this Eliminator 2?
Yeah, we've been talked a little bit about the importance of Everest missing Ashish Bomb for this match. But the Tigers are also missing Bilal, the exciting left-arm quick bowler. So that just means they're one option short than what they usually are.
Hit nicely, and it gets past Ishan in the circle. That's going to be 4. Walking stick 77. Everest on the hunt. This is going to be really close.
Well, for a player that only scored 3 runs before these matches, he's hit 2 very good-looking shots. Thapa, beautiful one, right through extra cover, and well, he's just building his confidence out in the middle.
Oh, actually hits his leg. Now he's asking for OEW, but there's probably a bit of doubt there on the height, maybe whether it would have missed leg anyway. Probably he was hoping for a wide. Pretty good take by the keeper, although, yeah, I think it would have been okay to take leg bias there because he is actually trying to avoid the ball. He's not playing a shot. If you're trying to avoid the ball, it doesn't really matter why you're trying to avoid the ball, but no chance of a run. Everest crept ahead. Only just. Now it's a proper strike from Thapa. Well, what a story he's been since he's come out. It's more than support. He's owning this chase as Everest reach 80, 336 required off the last 20 balls of this match.
What a shot there by Thapa. And he's certainly putting his name on this game. It's in the slot, and it's been hammered away for a 6. Oh, this is terrific cricket by Thapa. Just relieving the pressure on Shahi at the other end.
Now hit and run job. Far from done though, this chase. But yeah, it's taken a lot of pressure off Shahi, the fact that Thapa's been able to contribute those boundaries.
And here's where Everest needs to be a little smart as well. They need to go at 11-0 from here on out. So the important thing is they don't take too many needless risks. A couple of boundaries every over should win it for them from here.
Last ball of the 7th over. Lifted up in the air. Fielder comes around and takes the catch. So Shahi won't make his half century in the end. Just didn't make good contact there. Got to say it was a really good catch, prowling around that deep square leg region. Had to deal with his son. But with the game on the line, the Tigers fight back. It's 84 for 5. Shahi gone for 48.
Yeah, that's where he just needs to be a little bit smart. It's a good ball. Maybe look to push it towards mid-wicket and try to get a single. Look to go for glory over there. And in the end, the 3rd time of asking, he is taken by the Nicosia Tigers. And that's where you just need the match awareness. You need to know that the rate's at about 11. You've had a good over. You don't need to take another risk. Everest are 84 for 5 at the end of the 7th over. You would have said that with Shahi gone, that might be the game gone for Everest. But the way Thapa is batting, it's still game on.
Yeah, it sure is. But, yeah, now there's a new key, isn't there? And that's Iswal Thapa. He's 20 off 9. 7 overs down, 84 for 5. Eliminator 3 coming up. Napa Kings taking on KTL. That's Cypress Tigers. Limassol. As you can see, yeah, Napa Kings winning the toss, electing to bowl first. Interesting, because statistically more teams have had success batting first, but obviously they're happy chasing. Chat for Gurdeep Sharma at the top for Napa Kings. Hardeep's on either side there as well in Eliminator 3, which is starting in around about 35 minutes' time.
Here we go. We're into the death overs. 35 runs needed off the last 3 overs. Zishan Mehmood bowling to Thapa. That's a top ball to start off. Well-directed Yorker. And Shyam Pundit will be on strike.
Zishan, his accuracy is a real key, isn't it? Maybe gets a bit greedy attacking the stumps. Thapa, interesting one. The eyes never lie. Tapa's looking towards that deep back, that square leg region or fine leg, seeing who's around the corner. Yeah, sometimes you look at batters that maybe eyeing off certain regions. But I think he's smart if he just kind of plays the line of the ball. He's batting really well at the moment. See it, hit it. Accept the outcome. With that wicket, though, of Sharky, Everest have just crept behind a little bit, according to the supercomputer.
Umpire just having a word here with the Nicosia Tigers skipper, Jahid Hassan.
I'm not sure what that was about. But I don't see any problems with the time or anything like that. Okay. So, yeah, I think the first ball might have been called a dead ball, but I'm not sure why. So that first ball didn't count. It was a dot, right? But, yeah, okay. Well, a few strange things are happening on the scorecard, but I'm sure it'll all get worked out. We'll keep you up to date with what's going on.
Yeah, so that means Shyam Pandit's going to be facing his first delivery now. And Thapa just picked up a single.
Yeah, look, it could go down to the wire. It's looking that way, isn't it? Everest just needs to keep picking up that. At least one boundary and over, probably two. I mean, 2 boundaries and over, you probably average 13 and over. But if you only get 1 boundary in the over, you're probably looking at more like an average over might be 7 or 8 if you only get 1 boundary. And that's just going to have that rate creep up a little bit out of control before you know it. All right, so we're good to go. That first ball, yep, I think maybe it was called dead on the field before the play. Maybe a fielder was still moving or something like that. So just to be clear, that we've only had 1 ball in this over. Now this one will be tucked away to fine leg. They'll just get a single. You say a Pandit, I've never seen this. He's been deactivated, but he's still batting. The old Y2K creeping into the graphics now. The heat will do crazy things. It's not a great sign. That's normally only when you're out, you go, you get unlit. But that might not be a great sign for Pandit. Anyway, Thapa, 21 and counting. And he's bowled. That's a very, very good piece of bowling. And Thapa is going to swing all around it against Zishan. Talked about the accuracy being his modus operandi. That was full. It was straight, and it does the job. And really, Tigers might have found their way out of the puzzle here. It's 86 for 6.
Now we talk about Zishan Mahmood being a match winner with a bat in hand. And has he won his side the match with that wicket? Thapa was giving it a good hit in his little cameo. With Shahi gone, with Thapa gone, you just wonder how Everest are going to be able to string together a couple of boundaries every over to score these remaining runs. Top bowling here by the Nicosia Tigers. And they've held their nerve really well. Hussein, well, I've seen him hit a few big ones. Let's see how he fares. No, he's going to be cleaned up. He's going to be gone on the very first ball. And Zishan Mahmood is going to be on a hat trick. Well, he's a terrific cricketer, isn't he, Zishan Mahmood? Probably didn't make as many runs as he would have liked in that first innings, but he's certainly making his impact felt with the ball in hand. Keeps things simple, doesn't he? Has a short run-up, bowls nice and straight, aims it at the stumps, and he's managed to get 2 important wickets here. Golden Derek comes out to greet Mohammad Hussein. And Everest, well, it looks like they might just be falling apart here right at the end of this chase.
Yeah, again, just the ability to hit the 3 sticks in the ground. Zishan, he could have the purest of all hat tricks. Bold, bold, bold. That's what he's on right now. A bit of a shortage of hat tricks right now in season 2024. Bogati, can he be a hero? Pretty close to doing it.
Yeah, if that was straight, that would have certainly gone on to crash onto the stumps. Bogati was nowhere close to that delivery. Oh, it just missed the stumps by a whisker. You probably just need to aim it a little bit further down the leg side. He's obviously taking advantage of that breeze blowing from the leg side to the offside.
Oh, another one. Well, 3 and 4's almost as good. And these stumps might need to be replaced because they've had a proper working over from Zishan, the big unit. bowling his side to victory here. Surely now, as Everest have lost 8. It's 86 for 8 at the end of 8.
Yeah, it looks like they've just come undone at the end over here, Everest. And the Nicosia Tigers, well, it's a very experienced side at this ECS level as Derek just comes out to greet Ramesh Bogadi as he walks off. Very experienced side, this Nicosia Tigers team. They've played in several ECS here in Cyprus. And you can just see that experience coming through right here at the end. They're digging their side out of a bit of a hole here, the bowlers for the Nicosia Tigers. And it looks like they're going to be heading to the quarterfinals unless we see something really, really miraculous in these last couple of overs.
86 for 8 then. After 8. Runs-wise, the run rate required is not kind of outrageous in other circumstances, but really fallen away quickly. Need for it to all happen in the 9th. Well, this could go, but it might go straight to the field. It's 9 outs. And nothing going the way of Everest right now. As Mancham stands tall on the rope, robs Pandit of a Maximo, and really, I think a lady of ample proportions is certainly getting her vocal cords warmed up right now. Everest down to their last man at 86 for 9.
No, she certainly will be. Sham Pundit's gone, and they're just one wicket away from a victory here. The Nicosia Tigers, good comeback, but from them here in the elimination round, of course, didn't make as many runs as they'd have liked in the first innings. And they were heading in with some pretty poor form, but it looks like they're going to turn things around these last few overs and punch their ticket to the quarterfinal. Of course, the winner of this match will go on to play the Sri Lankan Lions tomorrow in our 3rd game of the day. So how would that be for a match winner? Sri Lankan Lions against the Nicosia Tigers.
Yeah.
The two sides have played each other many times on this stage in the past.
Classic battle of the big cats. Always a good one. Basnet. He's going to keep swinging away, and he's going to get a boundary. All right, well, I'll tell you what, if they win from here, it will be a proper story for the ages. It is the figurative Everest, isn't it now? But something funny happens when it's 9 out. Fielding teams, if you don't get them straight away, they get pretty nervous. I guess we'll know one way or the other pretty soon. 28 off 9. Basnet gets 4. And that'll do it. It's all over. They're all out for 91. Once again, the stumps are rattled, and unfortunately for Everest, it's the end of their campaign in this European Cricket Series. They really gave it a good shake. Obviously, you know, came from the blue to be involved in Elimination Day. They really pushed the Tigers there, and at one point, and for quite a while actually in that second innings, I think they were ahead in the game, but Tigers just had the answers when it mattered. They took some important catches. The bowling got really accurate towards the end, and Everest collapsed to be all out for 91. They actually lose their last 6 wickets for just 7 runs, and it's the Tigers that'll go through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, big congratulations to the Nicosia Tigers for going to the quarterfinals. They'll be playing the Sri Lankan Lions tomorrow at 12 o'clock local time. That should be a great game. Two sides that know each other very well, playing each other in a crucial elimination match. And we're going to see some handshakes between these two teams. Obviously, congratulations to Everest as well for making it to the elimination round. And they certainly play with great heart and spirit, and look forward to seeing them in a future ECS here in Cyprus. Let's have a look at the fantasy dashboard for our lunchtime match between the Napa Kings and the Cypress Tigers of Limassol. Of course, the Cypress Tigers, what a story. They came into this tournament largely unfancied, and then they pick up that enormous win against the Limassol Zeli. They got on a bit of a roll, and they've made their way to the elimination round. The Napa Kings, of course, a side coming into this match with a lot of expectations. They've got plenty of power hitters, and I think they're going to be in for an interesting test here against the Cypress Tigers of Limassol. Should be a fun match, but before we move on to that, let's relive the highlights of this innings. Akhtar opened alongside Shahi since Ashish Bam was missing for this match, so this new opening partnership didn't quite work out as Akhtar would hit one boundary and eventually he'd be dismissed. They just struggled with their wides a little bit, the Nicosia Tigers, during that power play. Bowled a few too many of them, 5 wides during that power play to be exact. The big issue for Everest is they were losing wickets at regular intervals, and no one was able to build a partnership with Shahi early in the innings.
Yeah, that was the thing. And then there was this, which was a bit of a mess. But, yeah, because he knocks the Tumps over with the ball in his gloves. It was actually out. And then this one was not able to be taken, but plenty work down the stretch. Shahi, he was battling. Looked like he might be able to take them to a victory. But, yeah, you mentioned the fact that he didn't get a lot of support. And then when he did get some, it was Tupper that stepped up in the number 6 position, ended up making his way to 21. But then, yeah, the big problems would be ahead for Everest because, yeah, they just couldn't get a stable partnership going. There's only really one, I'd say, in the whole innings. It was when there was 40 put on. But yeah, Shahi had to go in that fashion, 48, just missing out on the half century. And then it was trouble ahead, wasn't it? And that was this huge collapse, 6 wickets lost for 7. And Zishan, player of the match performance, when it mattered the most. The big cat is certainly one to watch. And he was just kind of cool in a crisis. And despite the late attempt at heroics, nothing came off for Everest, and they ended up being all out in this eliminator at the margin, 27 runs.
Yeah, those last 10 balls, as you mentioned, they were an absolute catastrophe for Everest. Now we see handshakes right at the end of the match. In the end, Everest will fail to make it to the quarterfinals. Nicosia Tigers will be taking on the Sri Lankan Lions in our 3rd match of the day tomorrow. Let's have a look at the scorecard of this innings. Arjun Shahi brought his side close. I think at the end he probably just got a little bit too greedy, trying to hit a 6 off a ball that probably wasn't there to hit. I think that's one thing he might want to work on his game, just pacing himself, especially in these chases at the end. I've seen him get dismissed trying to hit a 6 a few times when Everest needed to run a ball at the end. Iswar Thapa came in. He was the only batter who hung around with Arjun Shahi, and their partnership looked like it might give this Everest side a little bit of hope. It was worth 40 runs, and Everest, they need to go at 11 and over in those last 3 overs. Instead, they would lose 6 wickets and get you 7 runs off the last 10 balls of their innings. Here's a look at the bowling figures for the Nicosia Tigers. Zishan Mahmood, he's a match winner. Couldn't quite get it done with the bat in hand, but picked up 3 wickets right at the end, which helped his side take this victory. Tamidur Rahman as well, superb bowling by him, especially early during a pressure situation for his side. He gets figures of 2 for 17. And I think a lot of those Nicosia Tigers bowlers can be very proud of themselves. They've helped their side defend a below-par target of 119. The Nicosia Tigers will be moving on to the quarterfinals, while they'll face the Sri Lankan Lions.
Yeah, so we'll take a break and we'll be back in around about 20 minutes. Take you into Eliminator number 3. It'll be Napa Kings on centre stage next against Kipro Tigers. Limassol halfway through Elimination Day, but still plenty more action to come. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Nishay Butt. We'll see you after a short break with more elimination action here in the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back, and we're halfway through Elimination Day here in Cyprus. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, with you for this one as we're getting ready for the third eliminator now. It's going to be Napa Kings taking on Cypress Tigers Limassol in this one. Coins in the hand of Tyrone Peters. Let's see who wins it.
Cypress Tigers to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call, and it's a hit.
4 ball first.
They can have a bowl.
So it is the Napa Kings that win the toss, and they want to have a bowl. Pretty interesting because more teams have been winning batting first if you look at the whole series. But obviously, it doesn't really make too much difference, I don't think, between these two teams. Napa Kings, though, they gave us that golden moment, didn't they, earlier in the tournament? One of 2 golden balls we've had along the way. And Cypress Tigers, Limassol, are kind of parachuted in here. They've got nothing to lose here. I do think they'll start underdogs, though. I think it'll be a great game. Nishay Butt is in the commentary box right now. Pretty hot out here in the middle. It's going to get even hotter as we get ready for the start of Eliminator 3. Nish, it's over to you.
Thank you very much for that lovely introduction. So far today, the Limassol Zeli and the Nicosia Tigers have punched their ticket to the quarterfinals, and we're into our third elimination match of the day. It's the Napa Kings against the Cypress Tigers of Limassol. As you heard during that update, the Napa Kings won the toss and decided they are going to field first. So let's have a look at this fancy dashboard for our upcoming match between the Napa Kings and the Cypress Tigers of Limassol. Of course, the Napa Kings went 5-2 during the group stage. We're very disappointed they couldn't get the elimination round by and bypass this round altogether. And they'll be going up against the Cypress Tigers, who, well, what a run they went on right at the end of the group stages, winning numerous games, getting on a winning streak when many teams would not have fancied them to make it to the elimination round. Of course, they're led by the likes of Hardeep Singh and Malik Noman, who are going to have a big role to play here with the bat in hand. Of course, Malik Noman made a century earlier in this ECS. And Hardeep Singh, we know, is certainly capable of hitting it a long, long way. Meanwhile, for the win predictor, as you can see, the Napa Kings fancied as favorites heading into this match against the Cypress Tigers. But we know this Cypress Tigers side are capable of pulling off an upset. We saw them do it against the Limassol Zeli. We saw them do it against the Nicosia Tigers as well. So they've upset both the teams that have made it to the quarterfinals earlier today. And they'll be hoping to send another side from Group B into the quarterfinals. So far, Group A is 0-2 in our opening matches. First ball coming up, it's going to be Khan. That was in terrific form throughout the group stages for the Napa Kings. Ali Khan made a lot of runs during the group stages for his side and also played a big role with the ball in hand. Chance to say good morning to a few people joining us in the chat. John Gray joining us saying the Tigers earning their stripes. SF Sohag in there as well. Here we go. First ball. This one beats the bat. Starts off with a dope ball. Top delivery there by Khan. And just needs to look to bowl it in the channel. It's got a slip in place as well. So very attacking field here by the Napa Kings, looking to take wickets right at the start. Rob Thompson joining us as well as Stephen Kelkin. Well, look who else has joined us in the chat. I'll just mention this right after this delivery, which is a while ago. Jude Bellingham joining us in the chat. Is this the actual Jude Bellingham? I think I'll ask you that question. Is this the actual Champions League winning Jude Bellingham joining us in the chat? Can you please confirm that for us? Straight down the ground, and that goes for a 6. Malik Noman gets off the mark with a terrific shot. A great hit there by Malik Noman. Very impressive batter. Was amazed by the way he was batting throughout the group stages. Average 46, had a strike rate of 222, and of course he had that brilliant century which Only helped his side when they took on the Telgo 11. That was their first victory of this ECS, and then of course just got on that run, didn't they, where they managed to knock off a number of other big names during the group stages. I think their side just pleasantly took us all by surprise, I think, especially when we saw their first couple of performances. We were not really sure whether they're capable of going on to make it to the elimination round. As you can see, Malik Noman batting with a very, very open stance, and Khan does the right thing. He's just pitching it as wide as he can, bowling with a nice and wide line. Great shot there by Noman. I think for someone who's batting with as open a stance as he is, you'd expect it to be tough for him to access the offside, but he gets enough bat on it and he goes sailing over the rope. Yeah, just showing his power over here. I think maybe the bowler just got a touch predictable with his line as well, so Noman could just see the wider one coming. Going over the wicket here, change of angle. Oh, it's a good ball, and I think some of them were wondering if there was an edge there. Doesn't seem like there was. End of the first over, the Cypress Tigers are 13 for no loss at the end of it. We'll have a look here at the groups for the ECC. Of course, the host nation of this ECS, Cyprus, are involved in the second group. A really nice format this time around where all the sides are divided into the Challenger Division and the Premier Division, which just makes it that much more interesting, doesn't it? I mean, sides can play against teams at a similar level. It'll be a much more competitive ECS, hopefully, and of course, a good chance to welcome Mr. Maximo Vinny Sundu into the commentary box. 13 runs off the first over.
Yeah, it's been an average first over, really. Yeah, super excited for the the two-tier ECC, and it will have promotion relegation as well. So 2 teams will get promoted, and actually the bottom team, so just one will be relegated this year. Anyway, this is full toss time, and it's going to be just eased away onto the roof of the tent. Maximo, what a start for Hardeep Singh. That's the Hardeep Singh of the Cypress Tigers.
Very good shot by Hardeep Singh. He's batted with great consistency throughout this ECS. He's actually been even more consistent than Malik Noman, even though Noman has more runs. He's had 4 scores above 30 throughout this ECS. He's just someone who his side can rely on to usually get them some runs.
Leg side, this one is going to be called. So I know what everyone's excited about. Then we got the old Hardeep Singh battle. And which Hardeep Singh will come out on top?
Straighter delivery by Singh, and an acrobatic effort to try to stop that. I think he overdid it a little bit over there. The fielder, that's Ali Khan.
Yeah. This is basically knockout cricket now. We do have a guy, Irosh Vimukti, who plays for Italy, and also Kent Lanka. He's known as the acrobat.
He's played away very nicely in front of square leg. 4 runs there for Singh. Straying onto the pads a little bit with his line here. And he's been punished for this, Hardeep Singh.
Yeah, really nice little whip away from the Tigers, Hardeep Singh. Yeah, no, the acrobat, Vimukti, he is known for doing backflips when he takes a catch. Haven't seen him do it in batting pads, though, yet.
Oh, played away nicely, but, it's a misfield. It's going to be a chase for the fielder. Looks like it's going to go away for a 4. So, it's Hardeep Singh against Hardeep Singh. And so far, Hardeep Singh is coming out on top.
Yeah, he's a safe bet to bet on Hardeep in this battle, that's for sure. But, yeah, Tigers got nothing to lose here. They are underdogs, but you're going to have to play with freedom. I think for all these teams you're going to see, the top order is so important. I think top 3 clicks, I think you're going to be in good shape. We saw that taken to extremes early, didn't we, by Limassol Zeli. 223 in the wash-up.
A low full toss, and this one's going to beat the fielder and go away for another boundary. I think this would be an interesting question. How many times in the European cricket have you had two players with the same name bowling and batting at each other?
That's a good question.
Facing one another.
My favourite was Sukhvinder Singh to Sukhvinder Singh. That was in Italy, because it reminded me Danny Hudacek, who I was commentating with. He's also a bit of a golden ball swami, a bit like you. People think we should get you commentating together, and it'll be golden. We'll be shouting golden balls. But he said, all I need now is for the umpire to be called Sukhvinder Singh, and my life will be complete.
Inside edge. I don't think he's quite middle that one, Singh, but it's going to go away for a boundary. So, well, it's the keeper of Tigers, Hardeep Singh, who comes out on top against the captain of the Napa Kings. A really good over for them, a magical over. And they're off to a great start here, the keeper of Tigers.
Yeah, really nice. Nice little tuck away again. This outfit is so fast. I'd say it gets faster as the day goes on, but I actually don't think it's possible. I think it's always at maximum speed. And good speed as well from the Kipro Tigers. They're 36 without loss after 2.
Yeah, they've got a really, really good top order, the keeper of Tigers. I think these two have really grown as this series has progressed, and they just become better and better with each game. And the keeper of Tigers have now just become accustomed to getting off to these flying starts. Gurdeep Sharma coming in to bowl the final over of the power play. Goes big. Has he got the distance? Not quite. It's going to go away for a 4. Nice shot here by Noman. You got to be careful bowling that line to him, of course, especially with that stance. You know he's looking to target that mid-wicket boundary. Batting with a very, very open stance, Noman.
He likes to do that, doesn't he? It does help him access that leg side. And Sharma disappears to the boundary first ball. Just need a breakthrough, don't they, to steady them, the Napa Kings. Almost get it, not quite.
Yeah, it's a much better ball. That's probably where you'd be looking to bowl to Noman with his stance. Just it's a wider delivery, swings away a little bit as well. It's always going to be tough for Noman.
Noman has another go.
Top length. That was a Yorker length there. Jammed that one in.
You know, man, have to keep that one out. Well, I don't mind his style. His eyes are pretty square on with the ball.
Yeah, this is good bowling by Sharma. I really like this. After getting struck for that boundary, he's made the adjustment. He's bowling a lot wider now. Yeah, Noman maybe just needs to make an adjustment here because you can't keep seeing out these dot balls.
What's going on here? Umpire's looking up. It's been called no ball. It must have been called for one of the fielders outside the circle. My guess is the fine leg. And it's been spotted off the field, so it's going to be a free hit. So, bit of a bonus there here for the Tigers. Let's see if Noman can cash in.
And this one is going to take a couple of bounces before going over the ropes, and Noman does capitalize on that mistake, a really costly mistake. The over was going so nicely for the Napa Kings. It's just those little mistakes that can really just turn the outcomes of these matches unavoidable.
Yeah, they'll take it. It's extra ball too, don't forget.
And he's just sticking with this tactic, Sharma, of bowling it nice and wide. Despite that free hit, it's still been a good over. As you can see, the entire ball's not over that tram line, so a good call by the umpire. This is what the better teams will do to Noman. They'll just bowl it nice and wide. I think he's gone across a little bit here, Malik Noman, and he gets some bat on it. And it's going to go over Lakhwinder Singh. And it's going to go through for 4 as well. So not the best fielding there by the Napa Kings. We usually expect better from them. And I have to say Sharma is a little bit unlucky that he's gone for 13 runs in that over.
Yeah, you're right about that. But again, he had no ball. Probably wasn't really his fault, but yeah, unfortunately for him, Next ball does go to the boundary, and it's 49 without loss after 3. Magical second. 2 pretty solid overs around it in the power play for Cypress Tigers. Hello to Jules Udabridge. Good to see you with us. Hello to Shohag as well. Rob Thompson still around. He must be getting pretty late in the day for you, Rob, but thanks for sticking with us. Slightly shorter schedule today as well. We've got just this match and one other because we're into knockout time. So 4 matches a day. We lose 4 teams a day. That means we lose 4 today. We lose 4 tomorrow in the quarterfinals. And then 2 teams will be knocked out of contention in the semi-finals. So essentially you've got 10 knockout matches in a row. Rico, of course, he's coming back tonight and he'll be back on deck with you tomorrow.
Split out towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single, so the first over after the power play is going to be bowled by Manzoor Ali. Nicely played, a pull shot out towards mid-wicket by Hardeep Singh. It's been a good partnership between these two. They bring up the 50 partnership. Once again, they've got their side off to a good start. Well, you got to be very careful bowling to Malik Noman there. I think he knows he's missed out on one. That's exactly the kind of delivery he's looking for. I can just sense the anger. Slams his bat. He's really frustrated with himself. He's disgusted with himself. You can tell Malik Noman. But yeah, as a batter, you've got to have a goldfish's memory. Just put that one out of your head and get ready to face the next ball whenever you have to. Beautifully played by Singh. But it's only going to be a single. He digs out a fuller delivery really well.
These two brought up the 50 partnership now as well, heading for 130. That'd be a pretty competitive score, I think. They'd be pretty happy with that. Manzoor trying to break the partnership.
And once again, out to that same fielder at cover. That's Sarabjit Singh. It's been good bowling so far by Ali. Just singles off this over. It's exactly what you want in a T10 cricket, and it's how, as a fielding side, you'd want to contain the run rate once power play fielding restrictions have been lifted. Oh, and it beats the fielder at cover. Probably didn't get down as quickly as he needed to. And a boundary finally comes for the Napa Kings in this over.
Yeah, disappointing there. Gets so close to it, couldn't quite get off his feet though, Isan Raza. And that ball skates away to the boundary for 4 more.
Manzoor Ali taken 5 wickets so far this ECS, bowling with an economy rate of 11.5 during the group stages. This is going to be a very, very good shot. Top drive there by Hardeep Singh. Really nicely played. And they just slightly spoil the over right at the end with those 2 boundaries. 12 runs off it. You can call that over a draw.
Yeah, it's, again, a bit of a teaser for the fielder on the boundary. Gets close, but can't quite reel it in. And that'll be the end of the 461 without loss. So, hey, it's a good start. It's only a start, but Cypress Tigers, again, nothing to lose here in Elimination Day. They're playing with freedom and they're playing with success at the moment.
Yeah, it's just been incredible to watch the growth of this side throughout this ECS. I remember after their first game when they looked a little bit hapless. I think many people thought they'd struggle to register a single win, but I said, just watch them in the week. I think they'll be a lot better than what you saw today. And after struggling to get 80 runs in their opening match, they've improved a lot. And they're giving the Napa Kings, a quality side, a real run for their money so far. Wicket keeping there to prevent that inside edge going away for some more runs. That's Kamaljit Singh who's wicket keeping for the Napa Kings.
Yeah, pretty well done, just to make a bit of ground to his left and cut that one off.
Good bowling, top bowling. Actually, beg your pardon, it wasn't even 80 runs. They actually only managed to make 60 in their first match of this ECS against Alpha Tel. That one played into the pitch, so the side has grown so much since that first game. It's getting better and better by the match. Another dot ball here. This is top bowling by Parvez. That ball to just move away from the right-hander. Noman so far has had no answers. Last time he digs one in shorter, thinking you can tell he's just going for that ribcage bouncer. And Noman is not able to get it away.
Yeah, just got himself in a bit of a tangle, didn't he? Almost stepped on his stumps, actually. We've seen that a couple of times lately, haven't we?
Oh, it's going to be a wide, so the first run of this over comes off a wide. Yeah, you can just see that one. It's a good call there by the umpire. And 2 balls left in this over. Gotta say, the Parves, haven't seen them bowl too much throughout this ECS. But he's come in here in a pressure situation for his side. It's his first over of this European Cricket Series, and he's certainly making an impression. The fielder gets a hand to it. That's the second one that's gone past him at cover. Really, really unfortunate for Ihsan Raza. He's also copped a blow over there. Just grabbing that finger. It was struck firmly by Malik Noman.
Yeah, another just frustrating one. Okay, it wasn't easy. It was to his side. It came very quickly. But, yeah, unfortunately for Napa Kings, that breakthrough still eludes them. Partnership up 66.
Oh, it's another wide there for Parves. You know, this is, again, it's a tactic to Noman. Bowl nice and wide to him because of his open stance. And you have to say that it's not worked too badly for the Napa Kings, because a strike rate of 150, you'd say, is probably a touch too slow for T10 cricket, especially for an opener. Well, let's see if they can keep executing this plan. Oh, Noman goes big. This one is launched. See you later. Has an enormous 6 deposited into those olive groves. And those last couple of deliveries just spoil the over for Parves. And the keeper of Tigers, credit to them, they're hitting timely boundaries.
They sure are. That's a really nice hit. The keeper of Tigers, you talked about the kind of the rest versus rust kind of thing. And they were kind of in the thick of it, weren't they, towards the end of Group B? Right now, almost ahead in the game. It's a bit surprising, actually. The computer still has them slight underdogs, but 73 without loss after 5. So Ali ends up going for 12 in his over. This partnership continues to grow. Napa Kings obviously in the thick of the action too with their golden ball win. That was in Group A.
This is a push towards cover for a single Hardeep Singh, who's faced a lot fewer deliveries than Noman. Of course, he's going at a much better rate.
So I was actually going to say that this game is a battle of the golden ball winners, because back in match 14, Napa Kings won their golden ball, and Cypress Tigers Limassol. Dramatic win, wasn't it?
Noman will smash this one towards extra cover. Takes one bounce before going over the rope. And he's just trying to shift up the gears a little bit, Noman. He was a touch slow to start off this innings, but now he's getting to that 200 strike rate, which you really need in T10 cricket.
And who could forget that last golden ball? That Cypress Tigers Limassol ended up taking 48 of the last 2 overs, came from nowhere. Mohamed Arifakash hit the last ball of the game for 6 to take it into a golden ball, then hit a boundary. But right now it's the stumps getting hit, and finally there's that breakthrough. Mansour Ali provides it. Noman goes for 40. And Cypress Tigers Limassol 78 for 1.
And the opening stand is finally broken by this Napa King side. This was a great display of hitting by the two of them. Malik Noman, once again, using that very open batting stance, was certainly presenting some tactical challenges for the opposition. And in the end, it's just a nice and straight delivery that will do him. Crashes onto his stumps. You miss, I hit. Mansour Ali does the trick.
And how often have we seen that working today? Full straight. getting the length right. I think in a lot of ways, length's even more important than line, especially with these conditions. If you give the bat a chance to get under something, most of them are disappearing, especially against top order bats.
This is played out towards mid-wicket. Apu gets off the mark immediately with a single. Hardeep Singh is still out there, though. Terrific batter for this keeper of Tigers side. If you can just keep going until the end of this innings, you really feel they have a chance to get to those 150-plus kind of total. Oh, nicely played. That is just going to be a single. Yeah, Munzer he's done a terrific job today for his captain. Bowled very well in that first over, and he gets the opening breakthrough here. Only 7 runs off this over so far. It's a low full toss. Has he found the gap here? Is he going to beat the fielders? He will. And you could just see deep cover and a deep extra cover. We're trying to converge towards it, but Apu threads the needle and gets it away for 4.
This is where this thing show you got hardly any margin of error. It's a low full toss. It still disappears. Okay, it was a full toss, but the placement was perfect. Maybe partly by luck, partly by design. But it's the end of the 6th over now, and it's still had a good clip. It's 84 for 1, 14 and over right now. Interesting that the computer almost doesn't believe them, saying, oh, we don't think you can get 140 plus. We got you 129. But right now, Hardeep in particular, defying those odds.
Yeah, I think that just goes back to how quick this outfield here is in Cyprus. I think in most cricket grounds on the network, that would probably get cut out by those 2 fielders. But anything that gets past the inner ring here just races away for 4. Another boundary here. Ali Khan starts out with a poor delivery, and Hardeep Singh just helps it along its way. Off it goes for 4.
Yeah, this is a bit more good luck than good management for sure. But hey, can't be good, be lucky. And it ends up disappearing for 4 as well.
Better comeback here. It's a much better ball by Ali Khan. There's going to be a big battle between the 2 of them, Khan and Singh. Quality left-handed bowler here going up against one of the star batters for this keeper of the Tigers side. He's mixing up his length a little bit. This time he pitches it on a good length. And he's come back well after the inside edge, which went for a 4. He's not sure how to play that one, is he? I think it's a hard length, so batter not sure whether to press onto the front foot or play that on the back foot. This is going to get pulled away, and it's going to go for 4. So just punches back over here, Hardeep Singh with a boundary.
Yeah, it's kind of a bit of to and fro at the moment, isn't it? Hardeep is not too bothered by change of batting partner, still hitting the ball nicely. I think he hit 8 4s, just the 1-6. So doing a lot of work along the ground, but it's working. Run rate's still pretty healthy.
This is going to get struck behind point for a 4. He's just slightly missed the length there, Khan, and Hardeep Singh gets enough bat on it to make it go away for a boundary. Very, very good shot. Ducked that one out really well. Showing his strength square of the wicket. And off it goes for 4.
Yeah, again, doing his work on the ground. And yeah, Hardeep, it's been a real key here. How often have we seen partnership broken, both batters go in quick succession? But he's continuing and he's playing very well. This is this one, though. He does have that 50 in the tournament, 57 not out against Encore, on the verge of another one. But he'll have to wait because it's the end of the 7th over. And the Cyprus Tigers are 96 for 1. And I suppose we'll be answering the question after this game whether there's room for 2 Tigers in quarterfinal state, with Nicosia Tigers already winning. Yes. Looking forward to Czechia as well. How many of those places you've been to? I know you've commentated in Romania for ECN. Here in Cyprus. Italy you've been to as well, Rome. What's on there that which one would you like to do, let's say, in the next year or 2? Any locations stick out for you?
I've heard a lot of great things about Austria. I've really heard that it's a gorgeous ground. I think Rico's obviously told me quite a bit about it. I think Sam as well. I had a chance to work with him during the ECS we had here last year, and I believe he lives out in Austria, and he's told me plenty of nice things about it. And of course, Austrian cricket certainly held in high regard across the continent. So I think that would be one series that'll be fascinating to watch.
All right, so noted. I'll see what I can do. Maybe we can sneak you over there. But Austria's great, the Sabang Cricket Ground. Austria also, for all you wine lovers out there, it's the only city where they actually have wineries in the city. So you don't have to go outside the city. It's exciting and also a little bit dangerous. Anyway, here we go with over number 8. And it's going to be Hardeep Singh for the Kings to continue.
Played nicely off the pads. Very good shot there by Apu Singh. Gets that one wrong. A nice full toss served on a silver platter. And it's played away by Apu.
Yeah, really nice shot. But just doesn't quite get it right, does he? As far as the length or the line, to be honest. And Apu puts it away for 4.
Yeah, he's just struggled today, hasn't he, Hardeep Singh? Obviously, his first over was very expensive, went for 23 runs. Let's go with the change of angle here, bowling round the wicket, and he's going to get launched into orbit. That one goes for 6. Apu with a terrific cross-bat swipe. He smashes it towards long on, and it's back-to-back boundaries to start the over.
Yeah, really nice hitting. Lifted up and over the top. And right now, Tigers just on a bit of a heater. If Apu can come to the party as well. Computer slowly believing. Getting up 136 predicted now.
Oh, it's a chance. Could be an opportunity here, and it is taken. Apu will depart. Hardeep Singh ends up having the last laugh against the batter. And the second wicket falls for the keeper of the Tigers. I have to say, Apu did a job out there. It's a pretty decent T10 innings for the end of the match.
Yeah, I think in the end he does his job. You know, he goes after it, tries to kind of maneuver this inside out. See, a little bit of the old helicopter follow through. But I guess that's a really good catch because it was swirling around. He was backing back. It's not an easy background to pick it up either. But, yeah, it's a 106 for 2 then. Almost 106 for 3. As that comes through, I think batter hits the ground. But, yeah, I thought it was a brilliant catch by Rajinder Kumar because he had to kind of track it, had to find it. And it was a top-class bit of fielding. Let's see if the Kings can turn it into something more.
Ball's quite wide to start off. Yeah, just trying to reach out at it, isn't he, the batter? Maybe even hoping that an edge can just help it, help carry it over. The fielder inside the ring at third man.
That's for ball, missing leg stump. Decide. Late decision to go for the leg bye. I'll get there, but only just.
Yeah, just about making it in time. And now Hardeep Singh will face the final ball of this over. I think it'll be this keeper of Tigers side. We mentioned they're very, very top-heavy, reliant on Noman and Hardeep Singh. Just wonder here, is Hardeep Singh tempted to take the single to a farm strike? Well, we'll wait and find out.
Well, there's be a no ball, so he's getting another crack. So they might as well just try and hit the boundary here. If you hit it straight up, probably get one anyway. Attempted Yorker gone wrong, I think, that time. Wow. I bet they're just squaring off to each other. This field's only big enough for one of us. Hardeep Singh. Playing the name game. Keeper Tigers still not quite getting over 50%. This is an interesting little battle with the stats. Anyway, free hit time.
Right, balls are wide on the free hit. And they're going to pinch an extra run over here. The keeper of Tigers. Throw went to the non-striker's end as well.
Probably a good idea. I mean, you got to trust Kumar. He's batting 4. Also, you know, he gets a free hits chance for him to get his innings going. I am considering not running a 1 here, though. I mean, you just kind of made 2 bonus runs for nothing. I just would love Hardeep to have the chance to get that big over and reel off a few boundaries.
That's a full toss. And they won't have to worry about running the 1 because it's been deposited all the way for a 6. We'll have a look at the height just to confirm. Well, he's got the Maximo over here. Let's take a look at this. This could be tight.
I think it's all right. For me, it's probably already there. It's probably just below the waist. It's still coming down, but it's still not a great result. It will go for a Maximo. And that'll be 117 for 2. So kind of dream result. They get, what is that, 1 + 2 + 6. They get 9 off that last ball. And Hardeep's on strike. And 117 for 2 after 8.
Yeah, this has kind of been a theme so far this innings. You know, we're seeing the Napa Kings usually start off overs really well. Then right at the end of the over, they seem to lose their way a little bit. I think the bowlers, they've just not been consistent enough to bowl 6 good deliveries. How many overs have we seen ending with a boundary? Every over except the first over ended with a boundary so far this innings. That one is a fortuitous boundary, but he won't care. He brings up his half century with that edge. Just raises his bat acknowledgement, but he knows he's still got a job to do for his side here. Still another 11 deliveries left in this innings.
Yeah, just a smart shot using the pace. Brings up his 50 as well. And brings it up off 20 balls. 10 fours in there for Hardeep. It's been a fighting innings. And often you see here in Cyprus, 50 score with only 1 6 hit. But he has hit 10 fours.
He's looking to make some room, Hardeep Singh, to try to hit it over the offside, but smart bowling by the bowler. He went for the wide Yorker, and in the end, Hardeep Singh was desperately trying to reach out to get some bat on that.
Good couple of comeback balls here from Pervez. Hardeep needs to kind of hold his weight in front of the stumps. Doesn't want to be backing away because Pervez is finding that kind of wide hole region.
Yeah, I would say, if anything, Hardeep Singh should maybe even look to step across and then maybe even look to hit some of these deliveries towards the leg side. That's another decent ball here by Pervez, but it's going to be a single.
May have to bust through the keeper's gloves. Yeah, no bat on it. Keeper's a bit upset. Well, look, maybe not the worst thing for either team. Hardeep wasn't really dealing that well. Off the back of 3 dot balls, misses another one here. Let's see if Kumar's got the answers to Pervez in his one-on-one matchup.
Top over so far, just 5 runs off it. Kumar is going to strike this out towards cover. There's some good fielding, which will ensure it's just a single. A top over so far by Pervez. 6 runs off it. Can he close this over out strong? We saw him spoil a good over in his first over by getting hit it for 6 off the final ball.
There we go. The edge of the pitch is causing a few issues there. Pervez on his last ball now.
And he'll end this with a dot ball, so he closes the over out strong as well here. Massive over for the Napa Kings. Just 6 runs come off it in the end. And the keeper of Tigers, well, that expected score, we can just see it dips down to 136. Well, they would have been eyeing the 140 at one stage. It's certainly still on. They would need 17 runs to get there.
It's a really, really good over. It's just a 4, a bye, and a single in it. And he kind of won the battle against the set batter. And Hardeep just couldn't quite deal with angles, and Pervez was able to recreate it several times. And he kind of got off strike because of that bye. When he got it back, couldn't get it again. So 123 for 2. In this game right now, it's considered a 50-50.
Yeah, this looks to be could be in for a very fun second innings here. Gurdeep Sharma bowling this final over. Of course, he's a man who has won an ECS before with the Mouflons, knows what it takes to lift the title. This time around, he's donning the Napa Kings yellow. Now will he fare in this final over, the champion cricketer. It starts off with a terrific Yorker here, top bit of bowling. Oh, but he's let it get past him, so Manzur Ali a little bit casual there. It really should have just been a single, but he's going to give up an extra 3 runs.
Yeah, I have no idea how this goes all the way. It's dragged out, but just have a look at this outfield. It just races and races. And look, he does get there, just couldn't get the hand down far enough, Manzur, and ends up creeping past him for 4. Extraordinary scenes, really.
Yeah, I think he just started jogging because he assumed the ball would
Slow
come at
down.
a nice and slow pace.
Good luck. If you're waiting for the ball to slow down, you've come to the wrong field.
I'd expect them to know that by now. I mean, they've played so many matches over here, haven't they?
I think he wanted it to slow down. It just, it just wasn't going to.
He cleans him up. Gurdeep Sharma gets his man. He's been bowling really well this over. Obviously was unlucky with that 4. Gets the wicket over here, hitting that Yorker with great consistency in this final over of the innings. And the worst outcome of this all for the keeper of Tigers, that Hardeep Singh is just left at the other end as he watches dot ball and wickets go by at the striker's end.
Yeah, it's been it's not really an acceleration, has it, in this last over in a bit. It's just that boundary got squeezed through. But well, here's the old golden ball hero coming up. Mohammed Arif Akash got the captaincy back. He was pretty handy player to have come in this situation. 127 now. 3 balls remaining. Gurdeep to the Tigers skipper.
Oh, inside edge, and looks like it might go away for a boundary. So Gurdeep Sharma, he's been a tad bit unlucky this over. Obviously, we saw the misfield go away for a 4, and now an inside edge goes for a boundary as well.
Yeah, that's just the luck factor coming in. But does take his team past 130.
Low full toss. That's going to go back to Munzer Ali. He'll put in a dive this time. They've got to credit the effort, but it's gone for a boundary. Arif Akash strikes a couple of 4s. One, that was a little bit lucky, but this time it's a proper cricketing stroke.
Yeah, it's just been one of those innings for Napa Kings where just nothing seems to have gone their way. 135, look, still a very chaseable score, but runs on the board in an elimination match.
It's just
They're
that
back on
pressure
chasing
of the
this many.
elimination round that can get to you as a batter. Arif Akash, though, I think after that sensational innings he had a few days ago, I would have had him batting at number 3. Oh, and it's going to get an inside edge. It's going to ricochet onto his pads and then crash into the stumps. That will be the end of the innings. Gurdeep Sharma will pick up a wicket right at the end. A good final over, all things considered, in the end. Just 12 runs off it. You'll certainly take that if you're the fielding side. We'll have a look at this replay. As you can see, the inside edge just inside edges it onto his pads and then ricochets onto the stumps. A little bit unfortunate, but it's not going to matter too much in the end.
Yeah,
18 runs coming off those last 2 overs.
Yeah, they squeeze a couple of extra boundaries there. They get 3 4s in that 10th over. They're kind of decent enough 9th, which I think keeps the score out of the 140s. But still, 136 will be the victory target. Napa Kings, or will it be the Kipro Tigers? Limassol in a dream result through to quarter-finals day as we look back on the first 10 overs of Eliminator 3.
Now, of course, it was Hardeep Singh and Malik Noman who opened the batting for the keeper of Tigers. He had a 78-run opening stand. Have a look at that acrobatic effort by Ali Khan to prevent one from going away to the boundary rope. Malik Noman, he managed to strike 8 boundaries during his innings, 40 of 23 deliveries. Obviously, bats with a very open stance. The Napa Kings had a clear plan to him to bowl nice and wide. At times, it was working when he was on a pretty slow strike rate of under 150 at the start of his innings. But he just started to accelerate a little bit at the end. I think the Napa Kings started to make a couple of errors as well, which helped him out. Launched one enormous 6 into the olive groves, the one you just saw. And his innings with Hardeep Singh certainly played a good role in setting his side up. He'd eventually be dismissed by Munzer Ali. He would clean him up, and then Hardeep Singh would have to take on the burden in the second half of the innings to do the bulk of the scoring. He'd make a half century of 24 deliveries. Get little contributions here and there from the likes of Apu and Kumar. Apu struck 3 boundaries before he was dismissed. A nice catch by Rajinder Kumar to get rid of him. And the key for the Napa Kings was that they managed to bowl quite well in those last couple of overs, giving up just 18 runs. As As you can see, Gurdeep Sharma right at the end got rid of Kumar. He got rid of the captain Akash as well after Akash hit a couple of boundaries. I think the key really for the keeper of the Tigers of Limassol was they really kept hitting timely boundaries. I mean, how often in that innings did we see an over probably go for 6 runs of 5 deliveries and then they hit a 6 off the last ball? I think a little bit of that goes on the Napa Kings as well for their inability to bowl a complete over, to bowl 6 consecutive good deliveries. And, well, these are the fine margins that end up deciding the outcome of matches. We'll have a look at the scorecard for the keeper of Tigers. Hardeep Singh top scoring with a half-century, second 50 of this ECS. Well batted, you have to say. And once again, he got to the 50 with a strike rate over 200. And there were little contributions here and there from the likes of Apu, Amit Kumar, and then, of course, Arif Akash, the golden ball hero from a couple of days ago, struck a couple of boundaries right at the end. Malik Noman, as we mentioned earlier, made 40 of 23. Here's a look at the bowling card for the Napa Kings. Hardeep Singh, the captain, I think he was off today. He really wasn't at his best, was very expensive in the 2 overs he bowled. Ended up with figures of 1 for 43. But full credit to Kashif Pervez. I mean, this is a bowler who hadn't bowled at all before this match, and he comes in, bowls superbly, gives up just 17 runs off the 2 overs he bowled. And for me, he is the pick of the bowlers, despite not getting a wicket. In the end, Napa Kings need 136 runs, just above par or about a par score, to make it to the quarterfinals. Will the scoreboard pressure get to them? Well, stick around and find out, because the second innings is coming up in 5 minutes.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings. We're into our third elimination match of the day. We've, of course, seen the Limassol Zeli and the Nicosia Tigers punch their ticket to the quarterfinals. Group B is a 2-0 to start off this elimination round. And now, well, the Napa Kings will be looking to pick up the first victory for Group A here against the Cypress Tigers of Limassol. The Cypress Tigers, well, you've got to say, they batted superbly in that first innings. I think for a side who came into this tournament as massive underdogs, had a rough start where they could barely score any runs, couldn't hold on to any catches. Everything seemed to go wrong for them. They made a remarkable comeback in this next stage of the group stages. Of course, they managed to pick up a series of wins to book their spot in the elimination round. And they batted very well in that first innings and have given themselves a real chance of making it to the quarterfinals. There's certainly some scoreboard pressure here on Gurdeep Sharma and Singh, who have just come out to bat for the Napa Kings. And let's see how they cope with it. The score's about par. Keep in mind, this is a big elimination match, and anything can happen. You know that a few mistakes could cost your side a place in the quarterfinals. Let's see who's going to hold their nerves. The Napa Kings, of course, the much more experienced side. They've played at this level before, but the Cypress Tigers, well, they've got the fear of the unknown from them. We start off with a nice ball here by Moloch. Should have been a run out. Really should have been a run out. Oh, my word. Well, why is he gone for the direct hit? There he could have just tossed this back to the keeper and he would have been gone. Well, let's take a look at this. It's an absolute calamity here. It's certainly not an LBW. Yeah, the keeper, what's he doing there? Why is he pointing at the stumps rather than rushing to them? Well, he should have made the direct hit. It was a pretty simple throw. Oh, no, what a start this could have been for the Cypress Tigers. Back to live action, just strays down the leg side there, Shawan Mullah. And it gets played away for a boundary. What a moment, though. What a moment. They could easily have been 0 for 1. We'll just go back and look at this again. They have enough time. The keeper should be rushing to the stumps, and it should have been a fairly simple run out. Good time to, of course, bring in Mr. Maximo Vinny Sundu to have a look at this.
Yeah,
boy, that was a huge moment.
I'd say less pointing, more running was required from the keeper. He just kind of pointed stuff, saying, hey, I've got an idea. Why don't you hit him? But, yeah, really should have been a run out. Wasn't. That was a total cook-up.
Oh, it's a wild delivery down the leg side. And Molo a little bit erratic to start off his spell. Yeah, just bowling it too far down the leg side early. And even if you look at that run opportunity, he's just straying onto the pads. Now goes for the big shot here, Gurdeep Sharma, and he's going to comfortably clear the boundary rope to bring up a 6. Top shot by one of the finest batters in this Napa Kings side.
Yeah, nice shot. They need that kind of 2 boundaries and over, I think, is par here. 2 boundaries and over, and then you're kind of getting what you need. Then anything more is a bonus. But you don't want to fall behind in a game like this, especially in a knockout game.
Yeah, you've got to say they just stuck their noses in front these first 3 deliveries. The Napa Kings, a good start for them. Can he recover Mola? Oh, has he managed to time this as nicely as you'd like? Not quite, but it still goes away for a 4. That fielder at deep backward square leg was never going to get to it. Consecutive boundaries here for Gurdeep Sharma.
Where's that second boundary? Over the over. So already kind of got what they need from this first over. And there's still time to come. It's 3rd boundary, in fact, now. 4, 6, 4.
Down the leg side and wide again. Mola, boy, he's really struggling. Bowling far too many down the leg side. Well, the key here is he doesn't overcompensate the ball wide down the offside as well, but he's got to correct his line. Oh, and where has he caught Sharma? Looks like it's somewhere in the midriff. Again, I think this is a dangerous line to be bowling. It's a really dangerous line. I think Gurdeep Sharma, more often than not, he's going to be striking those away for a boundary.
Yeah, that's a dangerous line to be receiving as well, I suppose. Mola can kind of deceive you with his pace.
What a delivery that he tries to play towards the leg side. I think he wants a new bat here. Gurdeep Sharma just pointing to the toe end of it. 18 runs off the first over. A good opening over for the Napa Kings. Here's a reminder that it's been 9 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. We've had a number of close matches since then, but not been able to break this streak in its infancy.
I'm going to go golden ball roulette, and this is where I pick a random number, and I'll tell you the story behind the golden ball. And it came up 58. I already know this one top of my head. This is the ECS Portugal final golden ball. There was our first ever golden ball in a final, and I was on it, and I was going absolutely crazy over there, actually, because I'm Zaib, the Rock, hit a 6 to bring it up, and then we had him hit another 6 on the golden ball. Now, I've just checked, that was actually golden ball 57. So golden ball 58 actually was the next one in France, match 39. Paris Night Riders versus Paris Salmi in the Paris Derby, a Paris Derby. And that was also a pretty good one, where Suleiman Khan got Zalmi all the way to the golden ball with some sensational batting, but he was undone by a really good slower ball that bowled him on the golden ball. So that game was tied at 144. And coincidentally, we also had a golden ball on 144 in match 49, the golden ball we did together. That was golden ball 63. I like golden ball roulette. Takes me down memory lane. That one didn't take me too far. This one is going far, though. Lifted up and over. Kumar goes Maximo. And the Kings flying high through this power play.
Yeah, they just played around with their batting order a little bit, the Napa Kings. Rajinder Kumar was originally listed to bat at 10, and he tends to bat lower down the order. They decided to push him up rather than Ali Khan, who we know has been in terrific form for the Napa Kings. And based off these first couple of balls, it looks like the gamble has paid off.
And Laltu asking, when's Rico going to be back? Well, good news. He'll be back in the country, I think, tonight, and he'll be back for the quarterfinals tomorrow. I'll be heading off to Prague, where I'll be starting some T20s on Friday and then the ECS on Monday. Right now, this is flicked away, and pretty poor delivery, really, but still, you've got to put it away. It's what Kumar does. Cypress Tigers, Limassol, they've got to bowl well here. I mean, if they don't, this isn't going to be enough runs on the board. So, the game hanging in the balance at the moment.
Yeah, there's been a few too many balls just straying down the leg side early here for the keeper of the Tigers. I think need to come out here, bowl nice and accurate, good lines and lengths. They really haven't helped themselves after a good batting performance in the first innings. They made it really easy for the Napa Kings, who, to their credit, have pounced on these errors. This is another one that looks like it might go away to the boundary rope. It's going to take a few bounces and trickle over the rope. And it's another 4. Good power play batting here by Kumar.
Definitely has a good idea where the outfielders are and where they aren't. And so he just slices that one up. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Ends up going most of the way to the boundary. Just pitching inside, 4 more to the total.
Look at that lovely movement away there by Singh. Could just see Kumar was looking to hit that towards the leg side. And look at how the ball just moves away from the batter. Oh, this is hit straight towards long off. An incredible hit by Kumar. Strong, strong response. And this is another great over for the Napa Kings. 21 runs coming off it. And Kumar moves on to 24.
Nice swing in the bat. Like it goes with the line of the ball. And do we see that one come out the other side of the trees? Well, I can't tell you. That one's lost to next door for now, at least. 39 with that loss after 2. Yeah, I mean, Leslie used to come around. We had the basket. He'd go over with the basket, and then he'd come back almost like he'd been gone to pick apples, but he'd pick cricket balls. And often he'd come back and we'd show him on the camera. But yeah, Sharma will get his chance now. 10 off 5. That rate required around 12 and over. I think with wickets in hand, they're pretty comfortable with that. Last over the power play coming up. Kings now in control according to the numbers, but yeah, 1 or 2 wickets can change that pretty quickly. A lot comes down to you can hold your catches as well in this kind of environment. Very hot at the moment, 32 degrees.
Gonna go with Malik Noman here. Picked up a couple of wickets in the group stages, had an economy rate of 13. You don't tend to see Malik Noman bowling inside the power play, but the captains had to make the bowling change because of how this run rate has ballooned up. So, well, we didn't have 1 cricket ball on the field earlier. Now we've got 2.
You know, like on pinball, you have multi-ball mode. That was always my favourite. I don't think there really is a cricket equivalent, but yeah, it used to really get me excited. They still have pinball, or is everything electronic now?
I think everything
gotta
must be
have
electronic. I think pinball was starting to die out as well, I think, during the end of my childhood. This one's ooh. Oh, it has caught the pitch along the way, so it's going to be a wide, luckily for Noman. Yeah, very, very wayward to start off the keeper of Tigers. Oh, much better ball. That's where he needs to be. That's terrific. Nails the length.
Yeah, just need steadying over, don't they? Norman is on to try and stop the bleeding.
I gave the batter a bit of length over there, and I think Sharma will feel a little bit disappointed he's missed out. Probably didn't quite have the room to play the stroke he wanted. He's straying onto the pads, and it goes away for 4. Really struggle with their lines. They really have. That's about 4 boundaries that have been struck through that region so far this innings. And all these Napa Kings batters have had to do is just to get some bat on ball, and it's going away for 4.
I want to say hello to Limassol too, who was asking about Rico, but he said he's been a big supporter ever since 2020 or 2021. That's very nice of him to say. Obviously worked pretty hard to get the games on. Unprecedented amount of cricket. I don't think it's just cricket. I think we've got more sport, live sport on our channel, I think, than anywhere or anyone in the world. So yeah, it's something that we take great pride in doing. But also it's very real, isn't it? So that's something you won't see anywhere else either.
It's going to be quite a chase for the 2 fielders. They won't get there in time. It's going to go away for a boundary. Beautifully struck here by Kumar. Just gets the leg side of the ball, makes the room, and carves it through cover for a boundary.
Yeah, you can just see how fast this outfield is there. Fielders aren't too far away from the ball, but they're just never gaining on it, are they? The ball's not slowing down. A traditional cricket field with slightly longer boundaries as well. The ball decelerates to 0. Here, doesn't seem to, only when it hits something. Last ball of power play coming up. It's a healthy one for the Kings. They're 49.
Oh, beautifully played. That is a lovely shot. That might be one of the nicest shots we've seen so far this power play. They bring up the 50 partnership inside the power play. This is gorgeous. Look at how he just opens the face of the bat, runs it down behind point. Gorgeous cricket.
Yeah, beautifully manoeuvred away. Had a fair idea where that gap was and just eased it into it. And so the 50 partnership comes up with that shot as well. And I believe in a minute that will say that it's 53 without loss after 3. 18, 21 and 14 coming off the 3 power play overs. That is unless that wasn't the last ball of the over. Wide .14.4. Well, if that's the case, then we still do have a ball to go in the over.
Yeah, this is interesting by Helix
I'm
pointing
sure
out
the score was 49 before he hit that ball, though. It was, yeah, it's 4-4 to finish, though, wasn't it? Going crazy. No, I definitely remember 3 boundaries in the over. There's the tuck away to fine leg, there's the chase to cover, and then there was that last one.
Yeah, and you can see now the score has been updated. So the Napa Kings are 53 for no loss.
A few people correcting me, saying, or just informing me, yeah, pinball machines still around. Apparently there's pinball and Space Invaders at Helix's local fish and chip shop. Sounds pretty cool. I like the old Pac-Man as well. See, we're from different generations, even though I like to think myself as youthful, but then when I see you, I realise I'm not. But, yeah, do you like those old... What about Pac-Man? Have you ever played Pac-Man?
No, I have played Pac-Man. I do know what all these games are, but I think arcades were just starting to die out when I was getting older. This one's struck towards mid-wicket. I did find it interesting, though, that I find pinball and Space Invaders at the local fish and chip shop. Usually those things, at least here in Cyprus, were mostly restricted to arcades.
Yeah, sometimes they might have 1 or 2 just for while you're waiting. I can understand that. I see them popping up more and more, actually, in some places. There's the old school games. Maybe for kids, they sit at the table, play a bit of Pac-Man. Bounce off the knee, they think of 2 here. They won't take it in the end. Tell you one that I used to like when mobile phones first came out, cell phones first came out, was Snake. Loved myself a bit of Snake. And, there was the original Snake, which you couldn't hit the walls of the phone. That was the old Nokia. God rest their soul. And it says lifted up and out of the ground. Maximo. Kumar to 42. Right now, hits the Tigers on the back foot, needing a turning point. But then there was Snake 2 on a slightly more modern phone. I'm going to say around 2000. And that one, you could go through like the right-hand side of the screen and you'd come back on the left.
I think I do remember that, yeah.
You know, there's an app you can get and you can still download all these old school games for your phone. All right, this is going to be more runs. Lifted up and over the top, creates his own line there. Maximo as it's a full-scale alert now, I think, for the Tigers.
Yeah, certainly. Alarm bells will be ringing. Very well played. Gets across. And he plays that one outside the line. Belts it over. Fine leg for a 6.
Arif also saying he loves the quality of the broadcast here on ECN. Well, again, thank you, Arif. That's really nice of you to say so. We take great pride in it, like I said.
Oh, another massive one. Another huge one. And what a way to bring up the half century for Kumar. So he gets the promotion up the order ahead of Ali Khan, the informed batter. And he's certainly cashed in, hasn't he? Plays an incredible innings in a knockout match for his side. No real celebration, just acknowledges some of the cheer from the dugout. He's incredibly focused on the task at hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's a start. It's a very good start, but it's only a start. We've seen how quickly things can unravel. Think about Everest in that last game. Lost 6 wickets for 7 towards the end. But, all right, now they're flying high in this chase.
Here we go now. We're into the 5th over. Oh, it's going to go straight down the ground, and that's going to go for 6. It's another Maximo. Sharma is going to smash another one. And you can just sense now the Napa Kings are nearing victory. Keep in mind the side has plenty of batting depth as well, so you'd really have to see them lose a cluster of wickets very, very quickly for this game to go away for them. We still haven't seen Ali Khan bat, who's their highest run getter this ECS. Yeah, it's been incredible, an incredible display of batting by the Napa Kings. They're just going to switch the fielders out at mid-wicket. I think they're going to send Malik Noman out to that important part of the boundary. You want your best fielders as the boundary riders. This is going to be another one that is launched all the way. A huge hit. What a shot. Well, this is turning into a real bludgeoning here, isn't it? Apologies that the score hasn't just been updated yet. It's 84 for no loss based on what I have in front of me. And now it's 90 for no loss. Of course, we've got 3 consecutive sixes start the over. Make that 4 consecutive sixes. What an incredible display of batting. Can he hit 2 more and create a bit of history? Sharma, who was a spectator for much of this innings, watching his partner Rajinder Kumar blasting them all over the place earlier. He's now hit 4 consecutive sixes in this over. Hardeep Singh, well, he'll feel like he's woken up to a nightmare. 4 sixes off this over so far. Can he make it 5 in a row? I think everyone's on their feet here in Ipsenas. He's going to big again. He hasn't quite got a hold of this one. Hasn't quite got a hold of this. And it's just going to be a single, so yeah, still a great over nonetheless. But if he'd managed to hit 5 consecutive, boy, that last ball would have been so dramatic. And the over comes to an end with a dot ball. Still a terrific over for the Napa Kings. You see that little inside edge onto the pads. And the Napa Kings are 97 for no loss halfway through their innings. They need to get just 39 runs of these last 5 overs. Hey, really backed them to win it from here. I gotta say, I think the Nicosia Tigers haven't bowled that well, have they, throughout this innings? They've not helped themselves. A few too many down the leg side. At times, they've given them plenty of very hittable deliveries. And you do that against a quality side like the Napa Kings, well, as you can see, they can make almost 100 runs in 5 overs. Here's Limassol comes in for his first over. A little bit surprised he didn't come earlier. He's been the leading wicket taker for the Nicosia Tigers during this ECS. Been a bit expensive at times, though, to be honest with you. Economy rate of 16 for this ECS. Oh, fielders could be interested. There's a chance here. Oh, my word. No one's made an attempt at that. That was Malik Noman's catch, and he's just saying, I couldn't see the ball. I think that's what he's telling the fielder. And the fielder just had a fielder at long off. I think that Shawan Mullah has just told Noman, that was your catch. You should have gone at it. And Noman, I believe he's just said that, oh, it's a no ball here. This has been signaled a no ball. Oh, dear. Well, the bowler is disgusted. We know Riaz Al-Islam. He plays with his heart on his sleeve. Not someone who hides his emotions. And he slams the ball in disgust. I just wonder if that's been given a no ball because the fielder was outside the ring. And, of course, it's a free hit, so it's not going to matter. It's not going to matter. Yeah, crashes onto the stumps. No, another one going down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. Yeah, they've just bowled the wrong line throughout this game. Far too many deliveries down the leg side. Yeah, just some of these issues continuing in this over for the Nicosia Tigers of Limassol. As you mentioned, more than 19 runs so far through that area. Now fine leg. That's almost a fifth of the batting side's runs coming from there. And yeah, these wides are just starting to rack up. It's another wide.
You can start to see the difference, I suppose, between the two teams. Obviously, Cypress Tigers and Limassol had a pretty good opening partnership of their own, but not quite the level of destruction that we've seen especially in that fifth over. There's 4 towering sixes on the spin.
That's another wide, so now he changes the angle, goes over the wicket, and sends another one down the leg side. 7 wides bowled so far this inning, so that's an extra over they've had to bowl. A little more than an extra over. This one is gonna beat the bat. And it's a dot ball, rare dot ball. And they're going to have to get a lot of wickets here very quickly to keep the Tigers if they want to make this interesting. Got their backs against the wall. This is played out towards the offside. It's well fielded in the deep. And it's just going to be a single.
I know it sounds a long way off right now, and it is, but I always think whenever there's more runs required than balls remaining, you're only ever a couple of wickets away from getting new batters to the crease. If they don't really fire, then you maybe can work your way back in. But there's still a gap. There's not much of a gap. Just 7. 33 off 26 required.
Hasn't quite middled that one, Sharma, but it's still going to go away for 4. Comes off the inside edge of his bat.
Yeah, and that gap's shrinking pretty fast at the moment. It'll go down to 4 after that. It gets enough on it. And, yeah, quick work from the umpire. Just swerve out the way.
Yeah, someone needs to tell the Napa Kings they can't get a bonus point in an elimination match. The way they're batting, they're in a rush. They're batting with real aggression. And you'd fancy them the way they're going to maybe even wrap this up within the next couple of overs. Keeping the Tigers, I have to say, they've been really, really let down by their bowlers in the second innings. Just very wayward bowling. Too many balls down the leg side on the pads that Sharma and Kumar have feasted on. This is going to be struck over mid-wicket for a 6. Sharma now just 2 runs away from his half-century. 16 off that over. The Napa Kings are now closing in on a victory. They need to go with less than run a ball.
Yeah, it's been destructive, hasn't it? Another one disappearing up and out of the ground. As we get to the end of the 6th over, it's 113 without loss.
Yeah, it's a top opening partnership. We've seen some great opening partnerships today. Of course, we started out the day with a 200-run opening partnership between Huzaifa and Sadiq Khan. The Napa Kings have put on a great opening stand over here as well. A massive 6 towards long on for Kumar. And the umpire will once again raise his arms as that goes all the way.
Yeah, it's just hard to see where it's going to come from at the moment. Just hasn't happened for the Tigers, and now they have got it within sight. 17 off 23.
Yeah, the winner of this match will go on to play Encore tomorrow. Big appeal over here. Obviously, that one is going well down the offside, so an easy decision for the umpire. I'll just take a look at this. Yeah, no question there. Good decision by the umpire, and yeah, should be an interesting match. I think the Napa Kings against Encore. Encore, we know them. You know, they're a side who always do well when they get into the elimination round. This one is a wide down the leg side. They're a clutch team, one would say. I think they won just 3 out of their 8 games during the group stages back in January, but then picked up a couple of elimination round wins and then made their way to the semifinals. So certainly provide a tough task to the Napa Kings in the quarterfinals. It's an outside edge. He was looking to hit that towards mid-wicket. Gets lucky, Kumar, and it goes away for a boundary. So they're now a couple of big blows away from a victory, the Napa Kings.
Yeah, it's been pretty dominant, hasn't it, really? And it's just been a tough one as far as the Tigers. So full of hope. Said they had a good start to this match, but it was only a start. And this 135 isn't going to hold up.
And this is going to be launched away for a 6 as well. And it's another Maximo for Kumar. So this is a pretty incredible story, isn't it? Rajinder Kumar, originally listed the bat at number 10 in our lineup. Haven't seen him bat throughout this ECS, and then he comes in, asked to open the batting ahead of Ali Khan, who has been the leading run getter this ECS. And he stepped up and played a very important innings in a crucial match for his side, a strike rate of 323 for this innings. He's going to nudge this one away, and Sharma will now have a chance to bring up his own half century. I think this really makes things very interesting for the Napa Kings. I mean, obviously, we had them down as contenders right at the start of this ECS, but the fact that they've uncovered another terrific batter in Rajinder Kumar, that gives them 4 or 5 real quality options in their lineup.
Yeah, spot on there. The more contributors you can have, the more luck you're going to find yourself having when it comes to this stage of the tournament. Just 5 to win now for the Kings.
And Kumar is going to send this one all the way, brings up his half century, brings up the win. The Napa Kings chased this down in 7 overs. If this was a group stage match, they would have picked up the bonus point here. And it's gone the distance, 6 runs. And what a sensational victory for the Kings. And I think this is a side who we expected big things from heading into this ECS. And they started off with a bang. As for the Nicosia Tigers, well, commiserations to them. I think they'll be very pleased with their campaign. I don't think many people even thought they'd make it to the elimination round. In the end, they pick up 4 wins in the group stages, which surprised all of us. And they certainly had a fighting chance halfway through this match after that first innings. But then the inexperience really kicked in the second innings. You saw them bowling all over the place, to be perfectly honest, in the second innings. And while they'll be disappointed, they can take some heart from the fact that they've even made it to this stage. A good campaign for them. And I certainly think this side is going to get better and better when we, over the years. But the day belongs to the Napa Kings.
Just letting everyone know as well, Nish, that we have one more game to go, one more eliminator, and it's starting in 40 minutes' time. And I can tell you that Cypress Night Riders are sending in Philip Warrior in that game, which is the 4th eliminator of the day. 1 spot in the quarterfinals are left. Let's roll the highlights of this one. And, well, it seemed like a decent enough score on the board. I mean, that was a really close OEW as well. It turned down, but should have been a run out. It wasn't. And, well, let's just say it was all downhill there for Cypress Tigers. Limassol, they were never quite able to break through and end up losing with a pretty big margin. 7 overs, in fact. So it would have been a bonus point win, but by the barest of margins. And credit to the Kings, though. I mean, they've stepped up, and you mentioned that they have just a number of contributors that can potentially take them even further in this tournament.
Certainly can. Of course, this highlights reel is dominated by the Napa Kings. Not too much to see if you're a Nicosia Tigers supporter. The 137-run opening stand just guiding them to victory. They got to the target with 3 overs to spare, batted with a run rate of well over 19.5. And just see Kumar raising his bat. Of course, just a big story, the fact that he's come to the party for the Napa Kings as well. Didn't really play much throughout this ECS. Comes in the quarterfinal, asked to open the batting ahead of the inform Ali Khan. And he plays a massive, massive role in his side's victory. Potential man of the match as well with his batting performance. Gurdeep Sharma at the other end as well was superb. Hit 9 boundaries, 54 of 20 deliveries for him. He'll be mightily pleased with his performance. And well, this was a display of absolute brutality. I think they were helped at times by some of the Nicosia Tigers bowling. As we mentioned, they were extremely wayward, especially bowling so many down the leg side. They didn't help themselves. And in the end, they won't be heading to the quarterfinals. The Napa Kings will keep their run alive. We'll now have a look at the scorecard for this second innings. As you can see, Kumar top scored with 72 runs of 23 deliveries. He struck 7 fours and 7 sixes. He was ably supported by Gurdeep Sharma at the other end with 54 of 29 boundaries for him, 2 fours and 7 sixes. We'll then move on and have a look at the bowling figures for the Nicosia Tigers of Limassol. And unfortunately, their last bowling outing of this European Cricket Series would not be a good one. Everyone was really expensive. They were a little bit wayward. They struggled with extras as well, bowled far too many wides. And in the end, despite posting a good total in the first innings, they're going to be heading home, and they're going to be heading home off the back of a pretty heavy defeat. Obviously have to congratulate the Keeper Tigers of Limassol on this campaign. 4 out of 7 wins was something we certainly didn't see from them. I think a lot of us expected them to maybe get 1 or 2 wins in this campaign at most. But in the end, they make it to the elimination round. They batted well in the first innings, and they just lost their way in the second. I think this side will get better and better over the years, but the day belongs to the Napa Kings, who advance to the quarterfinals.
They sure do. So one more game to come, 35 minutes away from a start. It'll be CKR taking on Phillips. In that one, Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo with Nish Hey-Bart. And we'll be back after this break with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
That's the least they owe us, is getting. Welcome back to Ipsenas as we're set to play our final elimination match today. Apologies for the delay. Of course, unfortunately, Phillips Warriors were delayed entering the ground, but they've made it here, and they're set to take part in what should be a riveting game of cricket, our final elimination match of the day. And I'm really looking forward to this one. Let's have a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match, our final match of this Elimination Wednesday. And the Phillips Warriors just waiting to see the openers take the field for them. We'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard here. As we can see, the Cypress Night Riders, a bit of a mixed group stage for them. Weren't always able to get results to go their way. The Phillips Warriors, as you can see from that thing, didn't enjoy too much joy during the group stages, but they managed to make it in here. And, well, they'll be hoping to put on a better show than what we saw from them during the group stages. The Night Riders, you know, looking at the likes of Chami Kumara, Anwar Hussain, obviously very important players. Also got Dinawan Prathana, who we know is a terrific batter. MD Russell, I think he's going to play a big part with the ball in hand. Here's a look at the win predicted. The Night Riders are 88% favorites in this match against the Phillips Warriors. And, of course, I can see a lot of you are aware of the fact that penalty runs have been awarded to the Night Riders. So that will just make this even harder for this Phillips Warriors side. They've got a mountain to climb. It's certainly going to be a tough challenge. There's no other way to put it. Well, let's see if they can give this a good go and make this an exciting match, a good way to round out Elimination Wednesday. 3 teams have punched their ticket to the quarterfinals. As you can see, the Zalmi, the Nicosia Tigers, and the Napa Kings are going to be playing tomorrow. And who's going to go on to battle the British Force of Cyprus in the opening match tomorrow? First ball coming up. That's a well-watched. It's a good lead. Not often you see that in T10 cricket. Yeah, this is a test match. I'd say he's got great awareness of his off stump, and that's a top lead. But yeah, it's not often you see that kind of a non-stroke in T10 cricket. He's making some room to try to bash that one through the offside. Oh, top bit of bowling. But it's a very optimistic appeal. I don't know if he was appealing for the LBW there. Certainly, that was never, ever, ever going to be an LBW. I mean, there's really nothing going for that delivery. And I just wonder if the bowler had sprinted back to non-strikers, if there would have been a chance for a run out. Kumar gets off strike. Chahal facing his first ball. No, steps across, tries to play a shot through the offside. It's up in the air, and oh, well, the fielder out in the deep would have thought he'd cut it off. And some real anger and frustration from the bowler. He was absolutely livid. He thought Perde Hussain should have done better, but yeah, that was an odd bounce. The ball kind of skidded off the pitch, so it was never going to be easy for Hussain. Hardeep Kumar and Amandeep Chahal are our 2 openers. Of course, the Phillips Warriors are a cricket side made up of members of Phillips College. This is going up in the air. Does it have enough to make it to the rope? It does. That's a couple of boundaries to start off here for Chahal. So, well, they've made us wait quite a while, the Phillips Warriors, but they're certainly getting some good-looking shots in this over. Keep in mind, the Night Riders were waiting quite a while for the Phillips Warriors to come in, so you just wonder if they got a little bit frustrated while waiting and might be a little bit irritated and agitated. That win predictor, though, my word, just 2% of a chance for the Phillips Warriors. We barely started this game. Goes away for 4, so, well, he gets a nice flurry of boundary hits here by Chahal. 3 consecutive boundaries to end the over. And the Phillips Warriors, well, we did say they have a mountain to climb, especially with those penalty runs. They're giving it a good go here in the first over. Let's have a look at the upcoming events here on the European Cricket Network. Of course, you got the great privilege of being alongside you here in Cyprus through to Wednesday, the 19th of June. We'll be heading over to Czechia at the end of this week for what should be a great fortnight of cricket. We then head eastwards to Romania, followed by Hungary and Bulgaria for what should be some more great cricketing action. Then we round out the summer in Croatia and Italy, off to the Eternal City in the middle of August. So a great summer of cricket coming up for you here on the European Cricket Network. Just straying down the leg side. Is that going to go away for a 4 as well? Yeah, should be 4 leg by, so that's 4 consecutive boundaries for the Phillips Warriors. And this one not coming off the bat. But it's going to get them the desired outcome nonetheless. So, yeah, you got to say this is very positive cricket by the Phillips Warriors. You can see that expected score is down at 99. That's because of those penalty runs. But, well, no, apologies for that. They're actually, the impression I had was they were deducted from their total score, but it's actually the opposite. The 30 penalty runs will be added to the Night Riders. Yeah, nice looking shot there, pushed away towards point by Kumar. Will pick up a single. Phillips Warriors move on to 18. Yeah, Hardeep Kumar, the non-strikers, has been the top run getter for the Phillips Warriors so far this series. 166 runs for him in the 7 innings he's batted in. Evan Chahal has made 76 runs over those 7 innings. Just 2 half-centuries so far this series for the Phillips Warriors. They've come from Hardeep Kumar and Ravi Kumar. And that's another dot ball. Yeah, it's been a good over so far by Prarthana. 4 runs coming off leg byes, but he's given up only 1 run off his own bowling. Can he close it out strong? Yeah, bowling back of a length over there. And the over comes to an end. 5 runs come off with 4 of leg byes. The Phillips Warriors are 18 for no loss. Of course, the Warriors, well, they did struggle throughout this ECS. Let's not put it any other way. They managed to salvage a few points by avoiding bonus points defeats in 2 of their 7 matches. Meanwhile, the Night Riders, they had a mixed bag during their group stages. I think at times they really showed their brilliance. They beat some good teams, but yeah, they were also prone to the odd upset, of course. They were famously defeated in a thrilling match by the Cypress Tigers of Limassol in a game that went down to the golden ball. were a little bit shaky in one of their performances against the Telugu 11 as well. But this is a side, if they can get hot at the right time, they can certainly be a team who could upset some of the big boys if they get into the quarterfinals. Of course, the winner of this match will play the British Forces in our first game of the day tomorrow morning. Get straight towards mid-off. There's a chance for a run out here. Well, Mike, the question here is, has he hit the stumps with his hands first? But there could be a run out at the non-striker's end as well, so there could be two opportunities here for a run out. This is going to be very, very interesting. We're going to start off with the first chance. Wow, this is going to be interesting. Does he knock the stumps over with his hands before he collects the ball? Oh, yep. Oh, dear. I think he could be in trouble here. I think he could be in real trouble. When I mean in trouble, I'm referring to the bowler. The question is, does the ball knock the other bail off? I don't think so. I don't think so. And I think he could be in. But there was another chance at the other end that might be worth looking for as well when they're trying to scamper across for the second run. He's made it back in there on time as well, so maybe we'll just go back to the first one again and have another look at this. MD Russell coming back. He's just got to collect the ball here, but as you can see, he's knocked the bails off with his hand. Let's watch this closely. I think it's a lucky break here for the Phillips Warriors. I think they've managed to get away with it. It's not often you see not often you see a run where someone could have been run out at either end, or the same batter, I should say, could have been run out at either end. He could have been run out at the non-strikers end and the strikers end, but somehow he survives. That's certainly a very unique moment, not something you often see. But the final result in all of that is it's a not out and a couple of runs. I think Helix, I really love this comment. He calls it a double play. A double play was certainly on the cards over there. It wasn't a Helix. Full toss. Struck out towards cover. He stumbles while trying to field that. That was the captain of the Night Riders, Anwar Hussain. But in the end, he does manage to prevent it from going away for a boundary. And it was a full toss. I think either side of Anwar Hussain that goes away for a 4. He's a little bit lucky that he's picked up the fielder there, Russell. Oh, this could be in trouble. This could be a no ball. We'll have a look at this. But it's a couple of full tosses in a row here for Russell. And we'll have a look at this side on just to confirm. Well, it's a no ball. It's been given a no ball. And so a free hit is coming up here. And the Phillips Warriors, well, they got a chance here to make a few more runs. I think Russell's just been a bit wayward so far this over. Down the leg side of the wide, so it's still a free hit. You'd think against a side who they're massive favorites against the Night Riders, just look to keep it nice and simple. Keep it full and straight against this Phillips Warriors side, you would think. They're going to cash in on this free hit. It's gone a long way, and it's going to go for 6. So Chahal smacks a Maximo. The Warriors move on to 29 for no loss. And they still got a ball here in the power play. Let's just take a look at this. Steps outside his crease, goes for the long one, and he's managed to whack it well clear of the rope. And this is pushed away, and they'll bring up the 30. So they've certainly made up for the penalty runs that were awarded against them. So in a way, you could say the Phillips Warriors are now on 0, and they're going to have to bat out these remaining 7 overs. So whatever they score after here is what the Night Riders are going to have to chase in the second innings. Let's have a look at this bar chart. As you can see, a couple of good overs in there for the Phillips Warriors, 13 runs and 12 runs. But it's been a very decent opening partnership here for the Phillips Warriors. I think for a side who came into this game extremely unfancied, they've given this a good go. And so far this day, we have seen a couple of underdog sides bat well in the first innings. We, of course, saw the Nicosia Tigers of Limassol put on a total of 135 in the previous match. And well, can the Phillips Warriors get to something respectable here? Of course, I'm Nish Butt in the commentary box, and joining me is the voice of European cricket, Mr. Maximo Vinny Sundu. Very interesting start here for the Warriors.
Super interesting and late start. Anyway, here's over number 4, and it's going to be Anwar Hussain, captain. And that's a shot that's going to go in the air. It's going to hang up, and it's going to be caught. So, yeah, the opening partnership gets him back to, I suppose, ground level, but wicket off the first ball of the 4th. Well, held down there as well. And so the score, in one sense, I guess, it's 30 for 1. But, yeah, I've got to say, it was a pretty well-judged catch down there from Syed Shuvo. But, yeah, just clarifying that, obviously it's been talked about a bit in the chat already. Yeah, obviously. You know, it is tough. I know everyone's got jobs. Sometimes the distance. Cyprus is actually quite big for an island. I think people realise that. Yeah, but due to the delay of game, obviously those penalty runs come into play. But they made them up, and who knows? It'll be like a miracle. It reminds me, if Phillips Warrior could pull this off, there was a game called the Magnificent 7 in Malta, where the team was down 8 players, had an injury, were down to 7, still ended up pulling off a golden ball victory. That was a famous game, so you never know. And, well, I've got to admit, Phillips Warrior, they did struggle in the group stage. In the back of my mind thinking, what happens if they get bowled out for less than 30? That 2-ball Spanish chase will be history. It'll be a 0-ball chase. But anyway, look, I also got to say, it's tough. Obviously, ECN, we're running things as professionally as we can. We have these obligations and partners that, you know, things have to be run to a certain level. So, yeah, I feel personally for the Warriors guys. Obviously, they've had some dramas getting to the ground. But, hey, they're here now. I hope they just enjoy this game and get something out of it, having travelled all this way. But, right now, Kumar struggling to get going. No, he might have to get going. He's going to be run out. You're going to have a look at it. But, yeah, we had an interesting, almost 2 run-outs in 1 ball earlier. I just don't think he's made this. I think he's out by about half a metre. Let's have a look at it on the replay next to Spring Media. He ran. He got no response. He turned around, and he is just out. Maybe half a metre was a bit generous, but you can see here, definitely just short. So, yeah, nice work by the keeper as well. Joe Arthur holds onto his spot. But there is the second wicket now. And to be honest, Hadeep Kumar, it wasn't really happening for him anyway, so maybe it's time for him to step aside, give someone else a chance, as the score's 31 for 2. Yeah, that run out that the bowler knocked the stumps, but what I was interested in is that I think the ball actually did hit the stumps as well, and there was kind of still 1 bail on, because I heard the ball hit the stumps as well. And then that bail falls, but then you have to ask yourself, did that bail fall because of the ball hitting it, or was it going to fall anyway? And I think it just falls into the area of doubt. And the benefit of the doubt, I think, whether the stumps have been dislodged correctly or not, definitely has to go to the batter. Anyway, this is a nice little glance. First up, and it's going to get past the fielder. And when it gets past the fielder, it normally runs away. So, yeah, nice little tuck away to get off the mark.
Yeah, very well played here by the skipper. Just picks one up. That's on the middle stump and nicely works it around the corner for a 4.
I've got to say, I don't think anyone took pleasure in applying the runs, but you know, up to a certain point, I think you can make allowances. But when it gets to that level, yeah, obviously everyone's here, and so it's not really fair on the other team either, unless the penalty's applied. And it's not something I've got to say I'm happy about. It's not something that we've seen applied very often at all, or had to apply it very often. Probably, yeah, maybe I can count on one hand in 5 years the amount of times. So, yeah, all these things, you have to be neutral. That's one thing that I think we seem to have learnt running hundreds of tournaments all over the continent. Right now, the score is 36 for 2 off 4. And I've got to say, I'm going to try and enjoy this last game I've got with you before I head over to Prague tomorrow to start the T20 IWs on Friday and then the ECS there on Monday. And Rico Full will be back in tonight. Maybe all three of us can get together and share a cold beverage because it certainly has been a hot day out here at the Ipsonas Cricket Ground. Yeah, it's something that I do kind of think a lot of the playing groups really like about ECN when we do come to town. There's Russell. Comes in, he gets driven down the ground, little chip. Not a lot of power on it, they'll get an easy single. Is it, okay, in some countries, most countries, or every country, I don't care if it's big or small, there's always politics in the cricket about this group and certain, these groups like these teams, and it develops over time of being together, and that's just natural. You can't get around that. Like even when I come from, we always think New South Wales, they get an easy run into the Australian team and all these things. Up in the air, and that will probably fly. It does. All the way, Maximo. Nice shot by Kulvinder, flying the flag out there for the Phillips Warrior. Yeah, so, but one thing about ECN, I mean, we are a neutral outside organisation that will come in, and so we treat all teams fairly and the same. That's why we have to be that way. Nice looking cover drive. That's going to be 4. Classical shot. And 6 and 4 for Kulvinder as he gets his innings moving now that they are back in the black.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I've loved the way the Phillips Warriors have batted early in this innings. They batted really freely. They've been more than willing to play some of their shots. They've played some good cricketing strokes. Well, they look a much better team than the side we saw right at the start of the group stages. So it's been nice to watch their growth as a team. And even if this match doesn't quite work out in their favor, I think this Phillips Warriors side, they're a team that are here to stay, and I think they'll get better and better over the years. A top ball there by MD Russell just gets it to straighten a little bit right at the end, and it's ever so close to the edge of that bat.
Yeah, good areas. Yeah, Cypress Night Riders, I mean, obviously they'd be pretty confident in getting the job done here, but also it's important that they kind of keep themselves focused for this knockout series. Another really good cover drive, and it is stopped. It's a proper kick job there. And then hurled in by Hridoy Hussain. Now, I remember Hridoy yesterday was keeping, but then started trying to kick everything because he did bruise his hand. Then he showed me the bruises on his feet earlier. So it was a roundabout when that ball hit the right foot. He's still kicking him. He'll kick him in any position. Jailath has the gloves for this game. Did a pretty good job when he took over yesterday. He's a pretty rare 12-man keeper. This one just kind of sneaks off. I think it's the body. Maybe the glutes there of the batter, but that'll be a leg bye to finish the over. And the 50 comes up. Classic 50-20 cricket. After 5 overs, it's 50 for 2.
Yeah, very good start here for the Phillips Warriors. I think, this is a side, keep in mind, they were bowled out for 48 not too long ago against the Sri Lankan Lions, and I think I've really just enjoyed watching the way they're batting. You know, they're taking their singles, they're running hard between the wickets, they're hitting some really good-looking shots. And I certainly think they could try to get here to a par score. Maybe the 110, the 120 is on for them. And yeah, I've been very impressed by this Phillips Warriors side. It's been fun to watch their growth throughout the series.
Yeah.
I remember during those first couple of days, you know, Rico would often say, well, they need to set themselves some personal targets. Can they get to their first 100? Can they get to their first 80?
Can they get a point out of a game, which they did end up getting, I think, 4 points in their group stage. And we're saying the captain to bowl over number 2. This one goes upstairs. It's top edge, but falls safely. The other thing is, you know, once you're there, there's a contest on. There's a contest every ball. That's what's great about cricket. So you're only one ball away from taking an amazing catch or playing a fantastic shot or, you know, bowling an incredible delivery. So that's what it's all about. I think this is one game I know. We are in the knockout stages, but for the Warrior, I mean, they probably didn't think they were going to get another opportunity. So they've got this opportunity now. And let's see if they can make something out of it. Slow ball, clever. And Majid just pushes it back. Hey, random questions are open because this is our last game of the day. We don't have a 5th today because we're into the knockout stages.
Yeah, Hridoy Hussain really enjoyed that slower ball. I could hear him laughing from all the way in our commentary position. He's fielding out a deep cover. This is played with soft hands. And it goes straight towards Shamal Kumara.
Yeah, I mean, the run rate right now is not too bad at all. Phillips Warrior, if you just kind of look at this in isolation, which I think you have to. Just try and maybe thrilled, I think. Just put 100 plus on the board and see what happens. Can you roll the other team? Pitched up and hit pretty well down the ground. It's going to pitch, I think, just inside. No, maybe it has gone all the way. We'll check this one out in the replay thanks to Spring Media.
Yeah, this one looked very, very close. I think I had a real-time view. It was staring at the ball. There was a puff of dust around the rope. Where exactly does this one land? Oh, it's really hard to locate the ball on this angle. Well, it's just a little white cricket ball you're trying to locate.
Yeah, so you saw it as 6, right? Live?
Looked like a 6 to me. Yeah, it looked like a 6 live.
Yeah, so just carries the line. So that will be a Maximo. Umpire saw it that way as well. So I think the right decision's made.
Yeah, Daniel Winthrarthon as well. Out at long off for the Night Riders. Very honestly, just telling the umpire that it was a 6. Straight down the ground and
Good fielding.
top bit of fielding.
That's
and
a
long on.
really good example of how to do it by Shuvo. And hits the stumps for fun. It's not out. But, yeah, gets down and gives himself the best opportunity of getting something behind the ball, either the hands or the body. Look at that. Great work. Dusty work, but great work from Shuvo. He's been a real performer, I think, for the Night Riders in this series. Oh, he's pretty close to knocking out the off pole, but it'll just be the 1 wicket for the captain, Anwar. And it's 58 for 2 after 6.
Just going for an appeal over here, just wondering if there was a chance for stumping. I mean,
Let's have a look. I mean, is the ball dead? I felt it took so long. Did he go back in his crease? He's put the bat back in his crease. Yeah, I think he's all right.
Looks
Yeah,
like a
he's
dead
probably,
ball to
probably
me.
over's been called. Because he's definitely gone back, and then he's not trying to run. Feels like this ball's dead to me. And then starts practicing his shots. I feel like that ball's dead. I think that's what it's been called as well. Feels that way anyway. So I'm going to go with 58 for 2 after 6.
yeah, you can see that he's grounded his bat, and the umpire is just about to hand the cap back to the bowler. So
Over
looked
was
like
probably actually called. And as
Yeah.
soon as the moment over's called, then that's definitive. You could argue, even if it wasn't the end of the over, the play was complete and everyone had considered the play dead. So I think either way, dead ball was the right call, not out was the right call. Anyway, time for a new over. Sabir Hussain is going to bowl at 58 for 2 after 6. That was a pretty tight over by Anwar Hussain. Did have the maximum in it, but only 9 in total.
just need to watch the clock a little bit as well. The Phillips, beg your pardon, the Night Riders. They should be fine, but they've just been a little bit slow. Well, I think he was a bit eager to get the single, and the run out was certainly on at the non-strikers, and in the end they'll get the single anyway. But the batter just goes on what looks like a little jog halfway down the pitch. Kulwinder Singh, he wasn't paying attention to Hardeep Singh, and in the end, well, he's very lucky that direct hit hasn't happened there. It looked like a pretty simple throw.
Hacks at this one. Still putting together a little bit of a partnership now, aren't they? Obviously had that opening partnership, which was worth 30, and there were 2 quick wickets. And these two have now put on 29 for the 3rd wicket. Hello to Elsboy. Hopefully you're well. I love Elsboy's random question as well. We'll get to that in a second. Next down leg side. Extras have been a bit of a problem for some of the sides in this tournament without doubt. He says, random question, does anyone getting a golden derrick get invited to join the primary club? Are you a member of the primary club?
I'm not sure what the club is.
It's this mythical club. If you make a golden duck, you're in. I got to say, I'm in. I'm in the primary club.
I think I'm definitely. I would probably be in the. I've had a few ducks for like 3 deliveries. I think that's typically the standard for me. I play.
Yeah, I
a
remember you
couple of
played a little bit in Wales, right? You
Yeah,
played a little bit in
yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sponsoring you for a 3-baller. I got to admit, I was obsessed when I started playing cricket, and I think I was 11, maybe 10, when I started playing hardball, proper rules cricket. When you're out, you're out. Before that, I played a bit of 1 or 2 years of, you bat for a certain amount of overs and it's a plastic ball and all these things. But I was determined not to get out first ball. I would concentrate so hard. I think I got about 5 second ball ducks, though, in that time. Because the second one, so I just blocked the first one, try and launch the second one. I had a bat which I got for Christmas that was way too heavy for me. I couldn't even lift it. An old Dyna Drive double scoop. And then I made 33, which felt like making like a 200 at that age. But I still continued that streak. And I was 17. I was playing for my school's first 11. And I scored my first golden duck. And the next game, I scored my second golden duck. And I don't think that had actually happened for the school before. And it was mentioned at the school assembly. I was the talk of the town. I was mostly a bowler in those days, I will say that. But still, it wasn't a great feeling.
When did the transition to becoming a wicketkeeper begin?
So I actually played as a bowler that batted a bit in my teens. And I only took up wicket keeping at 18, actually. I started in the inter-house cricket, we called it, or the inter-faction cricket at my school. There were 10 kind of houses, or 10 factions, they call it in some places. And I started wicket keeping at probably 13, 14, and I really liked it. But in my actual club team, there was a wicket keeper. It was the coach's son. He wasn't going anywhere. And I was bowling. I was bowling pretty well. And so you obviously can't really do both. But then when I got to senior cricket, I realised just from my wicket keeping was my skill, that I could do better than others. And so I basically decided that was the way I wanted to go. And one of my reasons was, growing up, I was like, well, I don't want to be a keeper because there's only one of them in the team, and there's always someone better than you, isn't there? So if I'm going to play for Australia, I'm not going to be able to do it as a keeper. Surely I'd be a bowler or be a batter, and you get maybe 4 or 5 bowlers, you get 6 batters in a team. And sure enough, the prophecy came true. I was in the same era as Adam Gilchrist, who played a lot for Australia, obviously. Ryan Campbell, who played for Australia in Hong Kong and a lot for Western Australia. Luke Ronke as well was in the competition. As this is going to be dragged away out towards the leg side boundary. That will be the end of the 7th over. It finishes with 4 runs to Phillips Warrior. Score is 70 for 2. But 2 things in there. My keeping was considered kind of as good as any of them, which is really nice compliment when the top coaches would look at the games and say that, and it kind of made me a bit of an oddity. But because I grew up as a bowler, my batting never really got better to the point that I could play professional cricket as a wicketkeeper, because you need to be able to bat the top 6. I was probably a number 9 at the level. I think I averaged 24 with the bat, which isn't terrible, but as a keeper, you're not going anywhere if you're averaging that with the bat. This is tomorrow's series of games. We have the quarterfinals starting. BF Cyprus taking on either the Night Riders or Phillips Warrior. Whoever wins this game, Encore taking on Napa Kings in the second QF. Lions versus the Tigers, battle of the big cats in the 3rd quarterfinal. And Sherry Punjab versus Limassol Zeli in the 4th. Winners to finals day on Friday. Yeah, so but I kind of then refocused, saying, okay, I'm happy not. Obviously, I'd like to play a high level of cricket and first-class cricket, but realistically, that wasn't going to happen unless I moved somewhere and improved my batting a lot. But I just enjoyed playing where I was playing, and I was really lucky to play with some guys that were in the Australian team or the West Australian team, and to keep to them on the whacker and play some games there, and to just enjoy the game I was playing. So now I still have the same philosophy. If I do play it, doesn't matter if it's a high standard or a lower standard. I think you just enjoy being in the moment. And I do have that. I'm a bit of a wicket-keeping nerd. I've become that way. So, I used to love when people would say, watch this guy. He's the best wicket-keeper you've never heard of. So I guess it's still kind of true because no one's seen me playing a lot. But, I don't know about the never heard of me part anymore. It's just not for real wicket-keeping in the end. But, I did enjoy also, playing indoor cricket for Australia as a keeper, which was obviously really, really challenging, standing up to all kinds of bowling. Shuvo is going to get the 8th over. He's going to start big wide down the leg side, but they won't get an extra. Good random questions, though. Yeah, so primary club, I'm in. And Alex, who's pushing the buttons today, he said he's got quite a few of those as well. See, some of our crew, a lot of our crew haven't actually play cricket, but they've watched literally hundreds, sometimes thousands of games now. So they don't know the pain of, getting all kitted up, walking out there. Alex said he's even had a royal duck, which is first ball of the match. Get all kitted up, walk out there. You're in the showers about a minute later. It's Phillips Warrior, almost at that 10 and over mark. That leg side, this one's going to be a wide as well. Chivo just needs to realign himself. Yeah, keep the random questions coming.
Yeah, I'll go in with a question as well. So any particular memories that really stand out from playing at the WACA, since you mentioned that? I'm sure a lot of our viewers will be interested to hear some of those as well.
My favourite memories from playing at the WACA, some of them are on the field, but most of them are just like if you go to like a 5-star hotel. So I remember we had the first grade final there and we were batting, and I was batting, I think, number 9 or number 10. As this one is going to be worked away to the leg side. That's going to be another single. But it was 40 plus degrees, I remember. It was such a hot day, a March day. And we just sat in the air-conditioned change rooms. We made up all these games. They had all these like stress balls, like the soft cricket balls. And we were playing jokes on each other. Steps across, and he steps across too far. Shuvo is able to hit the target. So it'll be the end of that partnership. Kawinda goes for 19, and it's 73 for 3. But yeah, you couldn't tell it wasn't a hard ball. So if you walked in the room, we would just throw it at you from about 4 metres and smash it. You obviously thought it was a hard ball. It wasn't. So yeah, pretty adult stuff like that. Great showers there as well. I think I had a jacuzzi. So and we could watch the game on the TV. So we weren't wasting time in the balcony. And I think we made something like 4 declared for 380. But there was no chance I was going to have to pad up. But then also, playing under lights also at the WACA was one of my highlights when I played in the one-day final there. And it really gave you a sense of the difficulty of it, I think. Even kind of picking up the ball in a stadium is very difficult with the backgrounds. Yeah, keeper likes this one. But I'm watching two things here. Is he behind the line, and has he maybe encroached? Let's have a look. Oh, he has. Look. We'll go back a little bit. He's actually reached in front of the stumps here. So we'll see before the balls arrive. So see there, about there. So he's broken the plane of the stump. So it's actually going to be a no ball. Now, I know the way Tyrone thinks. Is it being called? Yeah, no ball, free hit. There's the signal. So that's great umpiring, actually. It's my keeper's sixth sense. I'm miles away, but I just thought the way he's grabbed that and swept, I think he's probably encroached, and he has. So free hit, and gets a small chunk of it, and good enough to get it away to the boundary, 4 runs. So he goes pretty close to being stumped. In the end, he's going to get a boundary off the free hit. Yeah, so some people don't like that rule either. They say, well, what's the point? But it's kind of like you've got to stay in your space, right? And at an extreme example, I mean, the batter owns all that space until the ball passes the stumps. So that's why that's the rule. If the ball hits the batter or the bat, or then you can break that plane. So you need to remain wholly behind the stumps. So even if you're by the side of the stumps, too early, can't do that until the ball passes the stumps. 78 for 3 after 8, and I must admit I got called for that a couple of times as well. Especially when you're trying to be really quick. There's some that are the correct technique. I think is to snatch a little bit when you're really going for extra speed, and you need to. And Nadoni would do it as well selectively. Is a good example of some selective snatching, I call it. But yeah, you got to make sure you stay behind the stumps. So I would actually stand a bit further back, so that even if I was reaching for it, I wouldn't quite be beside or in front of the stumps. Anyway, well done by the officials again. Hello to Dave B. Good to have you with us as well. Hello to Maddie Hone as well. Well, Maddie, looked forward to seeing you, but I'm actually going to miss you because I know BF Cyprus going straight through to the quarters tomorrow, and Rico will be back to take over. Just making a bit of a cameo in Cyprus, but thoroughly enjoyed it. Jormia coming in to finish his spell in the 9th over. Yeah, so apparently I didn't realise this about the primary club. There's an actual primary club charity raising money for blind and partially sighted players. www.primaryclub.org. Well, thanks, Els boy. I wasn't aware of that. And he's got a primary club tie. Just found it in his wardrobe. Ah, throws the kitchen sink at this and gets it. What a shot. Good here. He's got a 4. Now he's got a 6. Maximo for Phillips Warrior.
Yeah, Maximo Phillips Warriors, they look like they might get to triple digits over here. They're going along very nicely at a run rate of about 10. That's another good hit, and it's nice to see a number of different players for this Warrior side have a swing in the bat, make a few runs. Got another question here from Jules Udebridge. Jules asking, what is the first game of cricket you remember watching? Let's discuss that after this delivery.
Great question. Really good question. Do you want to answer first? Do you remember?
Yeah, I do actually. I believe it was the 2007 World Cup semi-final, the 2020 World Cup that is, between India and Australia. Yuvraj Singh 70 of 30. It's funny how it works because I remember games from years ago better than I remember a match I might have watched yesterday.
That makes sense, actually. Some of those memories make a real impression. So mine was... So how old would you have been at that point?
Maybe 8.
8. It's about the same for me. So I got interested in cricket. I've told this story many times on the air, but I basically took out a book from the library. I didn't really have a family background in cricket. My dad grew up in Malaysia, where cricket wasn't really a huge sport there, although I know it's played. Nice ball of the 9th over here from Jormia. And a swing and a miss. End of over number 9. The score is 85 for 3. So yeah, and then I got interested. We would get more books out, and then I don't think that it was the cricket season at that point. So I didn't really play or anything for a few months while I practiced in my backyard and read all these books. There was all these books. I think Greg Chappell had written a book on all these things that drills you can do even by yourself, throwing the ball against the wall, catching, hitting. I got my dad involved. He used to bowl at me in the backyard. But then when the cricket did come back, it was the 88-89 season. So I was actually 7.5, I think. And West Indies and Pakistan were touring Australia. In those days, they always had those big tri-series tournaments. And honestly, I remember that season so well. Oh, that's up. That one's in the air, flying towards the boundary. And it's going to be a great effort down there. But it's going to be 4 runs. Oh, Mohamed Jormia still got plenty of energy. This one bounced, and he tried to basketball it back in as well. It was a great effort, actually. Look, where does he take off from? Misjudges it, just blows over his head slightly, and then goes full-on NBA style, but had no real plan as he crashed into the, I suppose, what we would call the cube. Oh, entertaining stuff. Yeah, but that West Indies-Pakistan-Australia series, I mean, Viv Richards was there, Curtly Ambrose, Ian Bishop, Patrick Patterson, and then Javed Miandad, Imran Khan for Pakistan. Obviously, Australia in that era. Merv Hughes, that was when he started doing that. Have you ever seen him? He does these exercises and everyone copies him behind in the crowd. Huge crowds as well for the 50 overs in those days, which were considered short form. Yeah, and then it wasn't too long before I started playing my local club. And yeah, but that whole season I'd put in. There was an amazing catch by Steve Waugh running back towards the sight screen. Still one of the best catches I've ever seen. But there was a certain magic about it, though. It was still in that era of the 50 over, you spend a whole day at the cricket. I even went a couple of times when it was in Perth. And the lights coming on. The crowd's being a bit unruly, I suppose in a harmless way, but there was always like a couple of fights in the crowd. There's always people throwing stuff in the Mexican wave and come up on the big screen. Please don't throw stuff. If you throw, you go. And everyone would kind of Bronx cheer when it came up. It was pretty old school. That's gone. It's full, it's straight, and it's a good innings from Harjit, really, to score 22. Top scores in the innings, in fact. But he'll go with the ball remaining. It's 91 for 4. There's always, normally there was at least one streaker per game. Maybe clothed or unclothed.
There used to be a great, I believe, archive channel. I think, was it Robelinda?
Oh, yeah.
Who used to share a lot of these old clips. Which
it's a shame. It's actually been shut down now because Cricket Australia has it's called Cricket Gold, which actually it's worth a watch. It's all these old highlights put together. Anyway, last ball coming up, 91 plus this. That's not a bad shot. You might as well go for 2. Gutierrez making 2 look like a long way. He's going to come back. If they cross, I'll be amazed here. Well, they do. It's going to be out. And so that actually will be Gutierrez who's run out. That's it. Kukarat Singh will get 1 run, and the score will end up on 92 for 4 after the 10 overs. Bowler fumbled it, but had plenty of time to break the stumps. Phillips Warrior, I know, say good things come to those who wait. Well, they keep us waiting, but I think they entertained us there. Obviously, trying to make a bit of a miracle happen. Hey, still, even if you adjust for the penalties, I mean, we've seen scores in the 60s defended from time to time. I suppose one of the issues they've got is they've only held a team to below 100 once. And that was when they took on the Calendars, and even that game they weren't quite able to get the win. But yeah, no credit to them. They're here and they're pretty keen to make an impression. Let's have a look back at the first 10 overs of this 4th eliminator.
Yeah, certainly a very interesting batting performance for the Phillips Warriors. They gave it a good go. I think I like the positivity they play with. They will fall short of triple digits in the end, but it is one of their highest scores in this European cricket series. I think haven't done too badly for a side. But we know have a massive gulf in talent from a lot of their opposition. And we saw Chahal come out early, strike 4 boundaries, certainly played very fearlessly. Kulwinder Singh as well, getting in on the runs, 19 of 14. The captain played a handy little knock in the middle, 22 of 17, played some good-looking strokes. And we also saw some good fielding by the Night Riders in the end as well, some nice run-outs. Gotta credit them for that. This was a really good-looking shot there by Gurtir Singh, straight down the ground. And look at the hustle in the field for the Night Riders. Of course, a crucial match for them, an elimination match. And they were certainly putting their body on the line against the side who they would be fancied against. This was given a no ball for encroachment. And this was just...
We almost had a third commentator here, didn't we, with Mohammed Jomia just joining us momentarily. Yeah, but full straight is a pretty good bet towards the end. And then, well, basically it looked like Gutierrez was running on a 44-yard pitch the way he made it. But I think it's probably blowing pretty hard as he was out there towards the end of the innings. And Phillips Warrior finished on 92 for 5 off their 10 overs. Harjit, the captain, top scores. So nice little moment for him there. 22 before Pradhan knocked him over. 20 for Chahal opening up. Hardeep found it hard going, really. Maybe it was a blessing then when he was run out for 4. Kulwinder with 19 there as well. Gutierrez with 11 before he was run out for the last ball. Still, okay, wides. Yeah, some were better than others. I suppose 8 wides, 2 no balls. That's 10 of those in an innings. Probably about par for the course if you can limit yourself to that many. But bowling-wise, there's some good performers in there. Pradhan, he's been very, very good for the Night Riders, hasn't he, in this tournament? 1 for 8. Best of the bowlers for me. Also, we had Anwar Hussain, the captain, with 1 for 14 off his spell. And Shuvo 1 for 8 off his over. We'll take a break and we'll be back in just a few minutes and we'll see if the Night Riders will cruise to this target of 93. We know they'll get a bit of a head start. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with me, Shea Butt. We'll take a break and see you after the break for the final innings of Elimination Day here in the ECS Cyprus Encore.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for our final innings of this Elimination Wednesday. We've been treated to three very entertaining matches to start off the day. Limassol Zeli, the Nicosia Tigers, and the Napa Kings have punched their ticket to the quarterfinals. And now the Night Riders and the Phillips Warriors will battle it out for one more innings to see who picks up that final spot to go to the quarterfinals. The winner of this match will play the British Forces first thing tomorrow morning in our 8 a.m. start. Of course, it's worth noting that Phillips Warriors at 30 penalty runs awarded against them. So the Night Riders will be starting at 30 for no loss. Here we go. First ball. That one's probably going to be a free hit. We'll have to just take a look side on to confirm. Looked really borderline to me. Let's have another look at this one. Is it dipping down in time? No, it isn't. I think he's in trouble here. He could be in trouble. I think that might be given a no ball. And it has been given a no ball. So the very first ball, it's going to be 5 runs without a legal delivery. And a free hit is coming up here for the Night Riders. Here we go. Free hit. Oh, that's going to go down the leg side for a wide. Nishay putt here on commentary. Alongside me is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sundu. Often do you see that?
Well,
Night Riders start off 36 for no loss.
Bit of chat about could this be a 50-run over, but I don't count those. It's not supersonic over because that one didn't occur in the over. But it is a pretty high-scoring first ball, 37. So let's do a quick one. The run rate right now is, quick, how good's your maths? 222 and over, I think. 37 times 6. Is that right? Yeah, 222. Probably the highest kind of non-infinite run rate I can remember. But anyway, look, let's see how they go. It is what it is. And obviously, that Warrior team won a few hearts. I love their Power Rangers jerseys. They got the proper V on the front, don't they? But, I mean, they can at least, I suppose, try and take a couple of chances and create a few highlights for themselves here. And hope, you never know. Collapse might be around the corner. Kumara, trying to make sure that doesn't happen. And tries to force off the back foot, but misses out. That's a lot better from the captain, Harjeet, who's opening the bowling.
Kumari's playing in his third ECS. He's been involved in this tournament in the past with a number of other teams, including the Sri Lankan Lions.
Yeah, it's good bowling to the left-hander. Seems to be comfortable bowling on the kind of right-hand side of the pitch, doesn't he, Harjeet? So I think he quite enjoys the left-hander being out there. Pretty close. Steps a long way across. Not out. This might be height. Yeah, so obviously gets a long way across. The other thing is, where does it bounce? It bounces in line. Hits him kind of on off. But I just think there's a little bit of doubt there with where the ball's ending up.
There's just too much doubt there to give that one out.
So Tracy's umpired really well. In fact, I've got to say, all of our officials have been magnificent. I know we've got Tracy Pascal, who's in charge at the moment, but we also got Sachitra Taranga and Sujit Tenakun, who've been overseeing the action on some long, hot days. Goes after this. Needs to be held, and it is. Nice work there by Parabinda. Rocking the old turban and sunglasses look. That's... I was about to say something I can't say on air, but it's a good look. I can always turn the microphone off, and Nish knows what I mean. Anyway, last ball of the first over. Trying to avoid it going hypersonic. And he will. So that's actually brilliant first over. If you take out the first ball, which turned out to be a no ball +4. But anyway, hey, they're fighting. Phillips Warrior. And who knows? Could this be a real story? Scores 39 without loss after one.
It's been 10 matches since we last had a golden ball in the European Cricket. That was on Monday, and had a number of close matches since, but still not been able to break the streak. Of course, it's our final game of the day, so you can bring in your random questions. Another random question here from Jules asking if we think the younger generation can still get interested in the game given the limited amount of games on free TV. Apart from ECN, of course, is what he says.
True. It's an interesting one. I think we talked about it off air a little bit, didn't we? We said, well, these days, the idea of watching TV is even changing, isn't it? You can kind of watch what you want to watch. You can kind of rabbit hole anything, specific as you like. Goes over to the leg side here. Kumara likes this angle a bit better. That one disappears. Maximal. Seis carreras and we're away in over number 2. Yeah, so it used to be kind of, you might be exposed to something that you might not really think you'd be interested in, but you are. So by watching TV, sports, movies, TV shows, whatever. But now it is very kind of specific. I like ECN. I can watch ECN all the time. And I can even watch it when it's not on. If it's nighttime or whatever, I can go back and watch the games. So yeah, I know I do that with some sports I like as well. Like I know baseball and NFL. I'm big fans of those. So yeah, I suppose the real question there is how many people will kind of accidentally find cricket that might have found it just through TV before. I don't know.
Yeah, I think cricket, though, certainly in terms of introducing it to the younger generations, we certainly see some big streaming services that are massive nowadays. Of course, one of our partners, Fancode, have done a great job of promoting out in the subcontinent. You have other streaming services like Hotstar, Sony Live, which have been enormous in getting these games to younger people. I think a sport which has been harmed by the advent of streaming services, probably the Olympics. I think not as many people now would watch the Olympics. I think back in the past,
yeah, interesting.
You'd probably watch pole vault just because it was the only thing on TV. But
that's a good point. I remember Sydney Olympics in Australia, 2000. That was huge. And yeah, you find I could have watched that forever. Watching fencing. I think they're watching the taekwondo at some point, the judo, weightlifting. I love it. Yeah, it's a good point. It's a good point because now, this new generation. I'm even talking younger than you. They don't understand. Oh yeah, my show came on at 4 o'clock. I had to watch it. I had to be ready at 4 o'clock. It's a full toss, a little bit gundy down the leg side. It's going to end up being another 4 to the total. 50's up in pretty quick time. As that's helped to the boundary. Yeah, so I just think media's changing. That's why I really am excited with the ECN project because there's no template for it. There's no, this is a book or this is how you do it. We've kind of grown organically and it just provided something that never existed before. So it's a really exciting vehicle. And then also, now we're starting to get into, we just did Netherlands, Ireland, Scotland. And they've gone to the World Cup. So worlds colliding. The ball is getting a hit towards the field. He almost pulls it in. He was the right man for the job down there, wasn't he? But he can't keep it in the ballpark. It's Maximal. 6 runs to the Night Riders.
Yeah, very well played. Really nicely stroked away. The fielder long on was momentarily interested, leapt up to try to catch that, and wasn't quite able to get to it. It goes away for 6. It's a Maximo. I think another thing that's is very important to consider, and this is where ECN has really paved the way, is so many younger people just follow sports through highlights. They might not even watch the entire game. They'll simply watch highlights.
True.
With our YouTube channel, this is going to be a dot ball to end the over. They're going to be 57 for no loss at the end of 2. A lot of people can now follow the European cricket just by watching the highlights of every game. And I think the way people are watching sports is changing rapidly, and it's going to be important to adapt to that. So I don't really, my thing would be that I don't think the lack of cricket on free TV will really hinder people's ability to watch and follow the game.
That's the thing as well. I suppose you need to have that interest sparked somewhere. So it might be from it just being on TV. Often it's from a family member or a friend, obviously. But then the fact that now, I'm touched at how many messages I get from people, all ages as well, that say, look, I just love it. It's almost like their favourite blanket. And ECN's always there. And look, not many people, we wouldn't expect people to watch wall to wall, 10, 12, 14, 16 hours of cricket a day. But the fact we're there, you can also be part of a community, a positive community. I think it's really cool as well. As his first ball goes down the leg side from Chahal. Yeah, Helix is normally asleep for last games of the day. This is one of the few times he's actually going to be awake for it. So I've challenged him for a random question.
And I think the other big innovation we're having is the sort of live fan interaction we have. As this is going to be, oh, it's a terrible delivery. It's a gundy ball. It's going to be a no ball. Very dangerous delivery as well. That was directed at the body. And you can just tell he's walking rather gingerly here. Kumara might just rub the side of his torso. The umpire's going to go and check on him. Just take a look at this. Oh, dear. That was painful. I think he's really putting on a brave face. Must be in quite a bit of pain.
Yeah, just going to grin and bear it.
Very nicely played. They're going to capitalize on the free hit. And it's struck away for a 4 by Hussein. But yeah, just going back to the point, I think another big innovation we have is the way we interact with fans throughout the broadcast. And don't be surprised if you start to see this more and more in some other sports as well. I think we've really paved the way with this in terms of live fan interaction.
I've heard there's like a European rugby channel as well. There's kind of a little bit of a parallel. Don't know if you can play that many rugby games. Probably need to be like Humpty Dumpty in pieces, wouldn't you, if you played 5 games of rugby a day? Right now, the big hit is on the stumps as Chahal will have a highlight. And really, this is what it's all about as well. And Phillips Warrior backs to the wall in more ways than one, but he does get it right. It's full, it's straight, and it knocks over Anwar Hussein for 18, 64 for 1.
Very good ball. Full and straight, aimed at the off stump. You miss, I hit. And Night Riders lose their first wicket.
Yeah, I've got a question from Mohammed Hussein. In how many ECS games have extras top scored? I've got to admit, it has happened a few times. Normally in low-scoring games, I couldn't tell you how many, but I'd say it'd be around 20 times it's happened. Of course, there's a very good chance of that. Dave's asking how do the penalty runs go down. They do go in the extras column along with buys, leg buys, wides, and no balls. Penalties are actually a fairly recent thing in cricket, believe it or not. I think they first came into the game in 2000 code. I say recent. That's probably, I think you were born after 2000, weren't you? Yeah, before that, for example, if the ball hit the helmet, it would just go down as like 5 buys, for example, or 5 runs if it was hit. But yeah, penalties were brought in. And also, there's a few more kind of, I suppose, mechanisms if there is unsporting behaviour or unfair play, things like that. And it does make sense. They're at their own section. And, you know, a lot of people talk about speeding up the game and ways to do it. In baseball, I don't know if you know, they've gone to like a pitch clock now. And I actually think that's probably the answer in Test cricket, is to have, okay, you need to basically start your run up by 20 seconds or something like that. But I'd tell you, it's a little bit like parenting of how you enforce it. So I might say, look, you can have 1 timeout and over to change your field, something like that, you know, or you can have a certain amount of timeouts to where you get an extra 60 seconds. Okay, and that's fine. We don't want to speed up too much because pace of play is a delicate thing, but it's gotten quite bad now, I think, compared to what it used to be. But then I would actually have little penalties that are enforced often, rather than at the moment there's all these big penalties, but you never know, will they be enforced or not? The captain might get suspended, there's going to be fines. Nobody really wants to go near penalty runs. Say, okay, we're going to have 30 runs to the other team in a test match. People saying, oh, what are you doing? You know, you can't do that. That's going to be a no as well. Minimo time, no ball, +4 buys on the way as the Night Riders creep closer. So I would have it something like, so you know penalty runs always come in 5s, but there's no reason. You could just have 1 penalty run and say, look, that's one penalty run. If the batter, same thing for the batter. Batter's not ready in time, 1 penalty run. But enforce it, and you'd be amazed. All those little 5 seconds, 10 seconds will add up, and the games will run on time. But in Test cricket at the moment, they always think, okay, we'll bowl a spinner in the last session or something, we'll catch it up. But then you don't. and that'd be my idea. Kind of revolutionary. But again, it was pretty revolutionary when they did the baseball, and there was huge teething problems with it. So, you know, I don't know, lost count of how many penalties were in the first week or so. But it's amazing how quick people have adapted. Think of DRS. There's a time when they said, oh, you can never use technology for LBWs. And look at it now. It's accepted and expected, actually. So I would say something like that. Little penalty runs. So it's just like bowling a wide or something like that. Or you might say, oh, this one's going to hit the edge of the pitch. This is probably going to be a no ball as well. And the extras are going to be through the roof. I will say the top extras ever, and this would be a record potentially, is 54 from a game in 2020. Right now, I think you got to give that no ball. But anyway, it's up to 44. 49. Let's get excited.
Yeah, the extras are about to make a half century, just one run away.
That's only ever happened once in Germany in 2021. There you go. There's the 50. Time to raise the bat. It might be, what's the square leg umpire saying? It's definitely a wide, but it's going to be a no ball because the third's outside the circle. Doesn't really change things because it was a free hit anyway, but raise the bat. There's the 50. Is it bad to say that I actually want to see 5 wides? Because I like records breaking. It's been a while since the 54 happened. Terry Richmond said in his competition, I'll come back to that in a second, free hit again, wide, 51. Terry said in our competition they had penalty runs for not keeping the scoreboard up to date. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so if you don't want to do one penalty run, imagine, okay, wait for this, another free hit. Full toss this time. It won't be a no ball. Squeeze away for 1. That's all they'll get. They creep closer as we get to the end of the power play. And the score is 80 for 1. Yeah, so I've got a revolutionary idea. I quite like the penalty runs one because you make a little signal like 1 run, okay? And it probably won't happen that often. And it's a handful of runs either way, but it will have the desired effect. But if you didn't want to do that, you could say, right, if the bowler doesn't start his run up in time or doesn't bowl the ball in time, that's a free hit. And not a no ball or anything, but it's just a free hit. The batter can't get out. But then what if the batter's not ready? You need something else. Then you need kind of the opposite of a free hit, like a free shot or something where they can get out, but they can't score any runs. Or any runs they score don't count. I even thought, we talked about this once before actually. Instead of a free hit, with this kind of signal, then you kind of make a stirring motion, like you're pointing down. But yeah, just something I think would be pretty interesting. Anyway, they need 13 to win. As Saka is getting ready to face up. It's going to be Gukarat Singh to bowl.
I remember Michael Holding once gave his opinion on the general issue with overrates in Test match cricket, and he was talking a lot about how a lot of it just should come down to empowering umpires to be independent and make the appropriate decision. Because usually an umpire's got a fairly good idea if a side is actually mucking about and not going through their overs quickly enough.
It's true, but the thing is, it adds up. It's little 5 seconds. Like umpires aren't going to step in for it'll take longer to step in, right? To save 10 seconds, you're going to waste 30 seconds to save 10. So that's why I think you need to be quite definite and finite about what's allowed and what's not. And it might seem kind of like over-policing a little bit, but it's probably no different to kind of having like a shot clock. So right now, ball's dead. Right, he's got 20 seconds to bowl, and you might even have spinners where for them, the shot clock's less, for example. Or maybe keep it the same. But it's just a matter of, okay, you need to start running in before the clock runs out. It's pretty simple, but that'd be really effective.
Oh, certainly. I mean, obviously, it was introduced in baseball. This one's been clubbed away for a 6. Good shot there by Kumara. And it shaved, I believe, a good 30 minutes off matches. It's just made it that much quicker for viewers.
Yeah. There's great interaction about this topic as well. A lot of things though in baseball, they're saying, oh, the pitchers, it's injuring the pitchers because they're having a throw sequence. I mean, they're going to have to adjust as well. Same for everybody. And, yeah, I mean, the key is to keep the essence of the game. So you don't want to mess with the game too much, but you still want to get the desired effect. Oh, where are we at with this? 52. I got us. That 54 extras is from a game in Germany in 2020. So that record has stood for 4 years. So then Phillips Warrior can at least say they're in the record books. Probably wish they were another 5 minutes late now. Anyway. Oh, well, this is lifted up and, well, it won't be the record extras because that'll finish the game. Maximal by Kumara finishes it off. And the Night Riders will win halfway through the 4th over.
Yeah, ends the game in style in the end there. Kumara It's a 6. And as you mentioned, in the end, we'll end up with 52 runs of extras. Extras does end up top scoring. And the Night Riders make quick work of the Phillips Warriors. They will chase this down with 6.5 overs to go. The end of the campaign for the Phillips Warriors, well played to them. And I think they can be pretty proud of their effort throughout these couple of weeks. Of course, at times, probably didn't have the same talent and depth as some other sides did, but they've given it a good go. They can certainly feel proud of themselves. And what I like is they played with the right spirit in every single one of these matches. Meanwhile, the Night Riders, well, they'll be moving on. They'll be moving on to the quarterfinals, or they'll be playing the British Forces in our first match tomorrow at 8 a.m. So we know all our quarterfinalists. Well, let's start off with the British Forces Cyprus taking on the Night Riders in our opening match tomorrow. Big game for them. Of course, the BF Cyprus did really, really well during the group stages. They made a great impression, and they're looking to go all the way this time. They were probably disappointed to not do as well as they hoped to during the knockout stages back in January. Meanwhile, we got Encore against Napa Kings in our second quarterfinal. Two teams who know each other quite well from previous ECS. Then we got the Sri Lankan Lions against the Nicosia Tigers. Two sides who have been playing in the European Cricket Series since the very first edition we had here in Cyprus. They're two very old clubs, and that is going to be a fantastic matchup between two sides, one based in Limassol and the other in Nicosia. And then we round out the day with Sher Punjab against Limassol Zeli. So a number of quality matches tomorrow. Should be really, really good viewing. We'll have a look at the highlights of this innings. Obviously, the Night Riders had a big advantage with those 30 penalty runs that were awarded against the Phillips Warriors because of the delay at the start of the match. Anwar Hussain and Shami Kumara opened the batting. The two of them batted superbly, going at strike rates of above 200. There's a good display of hitting by the two of them. They hit 4 maximos, and we saw Anwar Hussain find the boundary rope 3 more times. Of course, this was certainly an interesting bit of fielding. Parminder Singh just kicking that one away when he was trying to field it. Struggled a lot with extras as well. I mean, other than the 30 runs that were given up of penalties, we saw an extra 22 runs given in the space of 3.3 overs. They're just a little bit loose and wayward, weren't they?
Yeah.
The Phillips Warriors.
It was going to be tough. Look, they got a couple of highlights in there. Obviously, you know, the wicket was pretty nice in the way that the Phillips Warriors saw the stump flying, but in the end, just wasn't to be. And Cypress Night Riders will continue to the quarters tomorrow. But yeah, pretty tough matchup against BF Cyprus coming up. Of course, had the day off with 3 other sides that have qualified for this phase of the tournament. 21 not out for Kamara. Saka was there towards the end. Didn't do too much. 18 for the captain, Anwar Hussain, first up. Well, he was bowled by a pretty full delivery from Aman Chahal. And we talked about the fact that often you see that many extras, and even if you take the 30 off, it's still a lot, isn't it, for 3.5 overs. But Chahal was the successful bowler. Also, I think Harjeet, the captain, after a pretty rough start, bowled a decent first over. Well, Nish, I've got to say thanks again. I feel like saying thanks for having me, because you and Rico have been owning this tournament. I've been enjoying tuning in. Rico, obviously, he's back tonight, and so he'll be taking back over tomorrow along with yourself. But hopefully he's had a good break as well. Hopefully you had a good day off yesterday as well. I've really enjoyed being here, as always. I want to say thanks to everyone here from Cyprus Cricket for looking after us. And I know I'll be watching on. I'll be multi-screening, actually, because next time I'll be on will be the CE Cup, the T20 Women's, on Friday, Saturday and Sunday before I start the next European Cricket Series in Prague starting on Monday. So yeah, it's been really fun. Pretty excited to see the quarterfinals tomorrow.
Really excited to see the quarterfinals tomorrow. Obviously, a great pleasure to commentate alongside you once again after we did the final in Malta back in November. So it was a real pleasure, a real honor, and I can't wait to do it again.
Yeah, well, it won't be long, Nish, because, yeah, we need you. There's so many games. It's great to have you back on board. From everyone here at the European Cricket Network, stay happy, stay safe. Thanks for all the fantastic random questions and discussions. I'll look forward to taking part in a few of those, maybe while I'm watching on to see how this tournament pans out. Don't forget to like the video if you haven't already and subscribe to the channel. Don't forget also our website, EuropeanCricket.com, and social media at European Cricket. But for now, Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo for ECN, along with Nishay Butt, Rico can hear his jet flying in as we speak. Join us tomorrow for more action right here in the European Cricket Series Cyprus as quarterfinals will take place for big matches to get us down towards the final fling and the final 4 teams on Friday. For now, it's hasta pronto.